but I'm not a physicist, right? But my understanding is that, you know, that's what drives
testing
nuclear reactors. That's what drives neutron beams. There's all kinds of cool things that come out of that.
All right, Alan's back. Perfect timing.
Sorry about that. I was trying a new Linux kernel and it crashed twice now. So apparently that's not the kernel.
Yeah,
anyway,
man. So I guess following up. So you were saying that there's kind of like a.
What point did my mic cut out when I was talking?
The last thing I heard was that this is derived from permittivity and permeability. I think those are the two constants, and the
hella fucking
that have been measured.
Damn. Yeah, I hella DC'd like right after that. So I was talking for a minute before I realized, and then I was waiting for you to respond, and then there was nothing. So anyway, yeah, I'll back it up. So he basically took the someone's mic's echoing me. Oh, it's you. He took the character sheet from the proton and turned that into using the electric permittivity in a vacuum. He made that into like a density gradient, and then established the parameters for the ether vortex ring, you know, or whatever that would be attributed to the proton, and then, you know, put the Amer stuff inside of that where it's 2 times as dense as the ether around it or whatever. And then the other parameters are derived from the magnetic permeability, like the heat transfer stuff was all derived from that, doing the same thing, making a density gradient out of it. And that's where I kind of tapped out of it, because like it's just like remodeling. It's just you know, like reconceptualizing it, and it's like, hey, you know, the math works out if we do this, this, and this, and like, you know, that's cool, but whatever. But where the, you know, like the proton and all that stuff that he's like attributing it to, that all comes from established the same lore that quantum and stuff uses.
What do you mean by lore? I'm a little interested in your use of that word in that context.
So like if you go to like, oh, 1 second, I got a phone call.
Damn, that's an old ringtone.
Yo, Alan.
What, are you there with the fucking like Motorola Razr over there?
Oh, dude, hold on 1 second. It's what's his name? It's Mike Jones, bro. He's calling to debate you. Hold on 1 second, dude.
Oh, it's Mike Jones?
Mike Jones.
Yo, Mike, I got you on speakerphone, dude. You want to? I'm talking to Mordwan right now.
Literally on the phone, or where are you?
We're on Twitter right now. Do you have Twitter, bro?
Yeah,
welcome to Louder Fridays, Mike.
Let's do our debate here, Mike.
On the phone.
We got an audience.
Yeah, you were supposed to be debating him at 5 a.m. I told him to call me until I wake up. I'm still up.
It's 10. We got 10 minutes, man. Come on.
Live right now on Twitter.
Yeah.
And he's showing up to actually debate.
He said he'll be there in 10. He said as soon as he finishes mopping up with me, he's gonna come get you in 10 minutes, dog.
Yeah, I'm gonna be your power bottom.
That's hilarious. He's here specifically though to debate that horizontal changes elevation over distance.
Those are the parameters.
That's right. Those are the parameters of the debate.
He wants to debate that.
Yep, he's in. He's all in.
That's what I'm locked in.
There is no debate.
I'll be your power bottom for the evening. Sir.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Or
welcome to the globe.
Jump into the server.
All right, cool. I'll be on in 10.
All right.
But Alan, I guess. So what you're telling me, I mean, if I were to ask this of you, it seems like it seems like to me, like in what sense isn't this just redefining the ether? Oh, sorry, hold on, I've got some.
Oh yeah, you're good. Yes. So I don't use that model to like attribute like physical properties to the ether and all that, right? Like I argue the aspects of the motion of it and the response that light has, because that's all that I really am interested in, and I feel like that's more physically tangible than like, well, you know, what Asutovsky did. Like it's a cool conceptualization of what could possibly happen, but like so is virtual particle pair collision, right? It's just like pick your favorite one.
Well, I kind of agree, right? And I think I sent you this paper. I just don't see if ether is. I feel like, bro, we just you know, we should jive more on the relativity stuff, because, like right here, gravity with a dynamical preferred frame. I sent you this paper as well. This is kind of technical, right? But local Lorentz invariance is broken by a dynamical unit time-like vector field mu to the A, the aether. So I'm just wondering, in what sense, like, can't we be friends? Like, can't we just bring this together? Can't we say
well,
the nu
Why
v
can't
equals
we
ether?
be
Like,
friends?
why
Well-
can't we just, what's the problem, man? What's the holdup? Why can't we do what Einstein wanted in his letter to Lorentz and say G sub mu nu equals ether? That would just be the best, right? So what's the problem? Because like all I'm seeing here is just like, well, if you don't commit to it being like a physical thing, it's like measurable and absolute, then how is it different than what I just said?
It is, and that's what all measures of velocity go against, right? So the fundamental difference between the two theories is that you would then have to accept the interferometer measurements as first order in velocity, which would falsify Newtonian dynamics in the whole heliocentric model, because the Earth can't be moving at anything less than about 30 kilometers a second. So that's where we fundamentally diverge. And then secondly, back to the train scenario, right? They're fundamentally incompatible because we all know what would happen, right? So the premise of relativity is that events can't be simultaneous because there's no absolute time and space, but you can literally make measurements of velocity against it. So like they're fundamentally different in that regard. So like when you guys showed up to try and co-opt the ether as time space-time symmetry, like, that was a huge mistake because they're fundamentally different.
Well, how though?
You can't reconcile.
Because
well, I just explained it to you though.
No, but you're describing to me. I mean, it sounds like a critique of relativity, right? But there's not any positive difference between the ether as you think about it. And I challenge you to dispute the paper that I sent you from Jacobson and Mattingly. Like, it just seems like in that, right, if we have a locally invariant vector field, I think that explains a lot of the problems that you seem to be having, because we still have the ether within that framework. I mean, your problems with relativity of simultaneity and everything, I mean, I get them, man. But to me, it just seems like an issue with, maybe philosophically with the nature of special relativity. And what I'm saying is I don't think that they're really incompatible. Like, I don't really see, the ether as it stands here. I mean, if it ain't physical, if I can't put it in a cup, if I can't make ether step on a bathroom scale, how is it really different than space-time?
You can't make absolute measurements of velocity against space-time.
So it's all about the reference frame. There's really no difference then, is there? Just the reference frame issue.
It's completely different. You just keep saying, oh, so that must mean it's not different. That's really weird, and I don't like it.
Well, I mean, I get that you don't like it, but honestly, I'd like to build a
No,
bridge,
it's not
man.
that I just don't like it. It's that it's not of substance. It's not an actual argument.
Yeah, but until you get ether to step on that bathroom scale and get your first order measurement of the properties of ether and physicality, I just don't see it, man. From the scientific method, the experiment,
Well,
the
maybe
empirical
you should
demonstration,
read. Maybe you
put
should
ether
read
in a
Yuri
cup for me, man.
You should read Yuri Gallup's
well, it's an
paper on the
it's an
hydrodynamic
antecedent.
properties of it. Those are first order measurements of the viscosity.
Cool. Could you send me? I don't think. Do we get to that paper in our debate? I wasn't sure if you cited it or not. You
No.
cited a bunch of shit. I mean, you got all that shit in your database. Mad respect to you, man. I mean, you've done a lot of work to put that together. I'm learning a lot, but to me, I don't see any difference other than this issue of reference frames. So, I mean, if we could just get on the same train and agree it's not going to blow up.
Well, there's more than one difference. There's more differences
Yeah,
than the reference
see,
frames.
Hold on one second, Xavier. You started off with like a nice tone, and now you've transitioned into this condescending, weird thing where you're not acknowledging my point, and you're saying, "But aren't they just fundamentally the same?" No, they're
They are, bro.
Okay, well,
Well, how are they not?
I'm going to discontinue this conversation now.
All right, bro. Oh, it was a good conversation. I didn't mean to.
Can I ask you a question, Mordowan? Mordowan, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go, bro.
Well, a few
I got
questions.
4 minutes until
Well,
Mike Jones breaks this ass.
I'll make it quick. Well, first off, proportional refers to the relationship between two quantities, right? That which has a ratio between them. A definition of proportional. I thought that was funny from last night. But my question is: so the substitute for space-time is with this new concept of ether, and if I understand correctly, that ether rotates, wherein I can have a different measure of duration versus you, relative, who is in relative motion. So we can have a different perception of time, correct?
So yeah, that's where we get into the main issue we have. I mean, I think if we reconcile the reference.
Okay, no. I have a follow-up question. So,
go for it.
so within these coordinate systems, this is a pertinent question. Events that happen in reality that are measured with these coordinate systems, are they also contingent upon these coordinate systems to be? Obviously, you would agree that if there's no observers, if we were to Thanos snap every single observer out of existence, concurrent events can still happen, correct?
Well, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one to see it, did it still fall?
You know where I'm going with
An
this.
observer is not a person.
I'm talking to
please
more than
don't
one.
interject.
Peter. I got this, Alan. I knew he was going to do that, but more than one. You get what I'm going.
Did you move in the space time so that you have different simultaneities to me?
I had a question, and you said you were going to answer my questions. So I'll ask it again. Events in reality that are measured with these coordinate systems, they're not also contingent upon these coordinate systems to be, correct?
Well, what's an event in physics?
Oh, more than one. You're doing it again. Same thing you're doing last night. We asked you direction. You answer a question with a question. And Lillian gave you a great compliment about being prestigious, etc. And you're going back with it. So I'm going to ask for the third time. These coordinate systems that measure reality, concurrent events specifically, these concurrent events can happen absent these coordinate systems, correct?
Well, it depends on what you mean by an event, man.
Oh dear. I
got an event in physics, right? So let's talk about it, because
well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. I'm sure you understand the issue with relative simultaneity that it hinges.
I don't, because I'm not really that great of a physicist. But
now you're not a great physicist. You're going for your PhD. I have all the confidence in the world for you. But the question that's here in limbo is crucial for you to answer. And I'll let Alan chime in. But you see where I'm going with this. This is the crux. This is the crux difference of the space-time that is substituted with this new ether versus the ether that is a contingent upon propagation. It's a necessary antecedent versus an unsubstantiated supposition. But Alan, you wanted to say something.
Whoa! Big words there, buddy. Can you?
Oh, come on. I think for you,
it sounded like
that's not so much of a big word. Even though you needed the definition of proportional, which I provided in the beginning of this, as a show of good faith, I believe you can handle those words. They're not $2 words. You got that.
Well,
Alan, did you want to add something?
Together, and it sounded religious to me. So suppositionalism is cool, but I don't think it really applies.
You know that you have a Google right there, and I think antecedent's not such a big word. Alan, did you want to add something to that?
No, I think we reached our limit on it. If I continue on the same circular questioning, I'm not going to like Mordwan as much as I do already.
Hey,
yeah, but the problem with that is that we'll if we continue a circular argument, there's going to be a Sagnac effect. And then we're going to have to establish a preferred frame for the Twitter space, and we're going to falsify relativity. So I got to tap out too.
All right. So before you tap out, I'll answer your question.
I kind of like more, man. I kind of like him.
That's why I like him, bro.
Before he leaves, I'll answer his question, even though he didn't answer mine. If no one's around to witness that tree falls, it still falls because the mechanics of it falling to the ground, whatever you believe gravity to be, is irrelevant upon an observer. You might not be there to see it. That tree could be lonely forever, and nobody picks up its until it withers away. But that tree will still fall because the mechanics. Peter, please go back on mute. The mechanics of said tree is not contingent upon observer. Neither are concurrent events. So concurrent events that are measured via coordinate systems are not contingent upon the coordinate system to be. And I need you to acknowledge that, because there's a few follow-up questions.
We're talking about
there's a few follow-up questions that I have to.
I don't have time for the follow-up.
I understand. And to be fair, I know you have a debate. So I know you. I'm not going to say that you ran, even though you have responsibilities.
I really got a debate at 5 a.m. for real?
Mike Jones don't fuck around, bro.
Yeah.
Back then they didn't want him. Now he's hot and they all on him. But
they call him on his cell phone.
Ooh.
Okay, so let me just say this, man. You said measured. The antecedent to measurement is that which measures. So by your
No,
own
I did not say that. I did not say that.
no,
Please.
you said measured. You said measured events.
But
So the
no,
way
but
that
I
you
didn't say that.
conceptualize an event.
I did
the
not
way you
say that,
conceptualize-
Bertawan. Liliana gave you a compliment. Please do
I'm
not
pretty sure-
misrepresent.
Hold on, actually, he got a little bit of time. Let him just get his
All
thought.
right.
I just
All
say
right.
that, man. So I think that when you talk about the measurement of an event, the antecedent to measurement is the measurer, the observer. So when you talk about things like relativity of simultaneity in space-time, if you're already thinking about things in terms of the measurement of the event, then the antecedent to that is that which measures, which is the observer. We could talk more, but we'll have to get deeply philosophical and start with an atomistic definition of the word event in the context of physics, and then build up our intuition from there. We could do that next Flat Earth Friday or any other time, but I got to run to get fucking fucked in the ass by Mike Jones. So
Hopefully not literally.
More
Hopefully not literally, but good luck on that. And thank you
I
for
don't know, man.
having
Hopefully it will be literally, because I haven't had sex in a long time. But have a good night, everybody.
Morwan,
Defend the globe, Mord. Defend the globe.
Morwan, do
See
you
what
have like,
SciComm do to y'all? You see what happens?
hey,
Damn.
Morwan, do you have like 3 minutes, dog?
Nah, he's got a
He's
debate.
got a debate. Let him do his thing. I don't want any excuses when if he takes an L, he ain't gonna be like, oh, I was there getting tied up in Flat Earth Friday. No excuses. You'll do well.
I'll be back when this is over, lads.
It shouldn't take long.
Hey, if you drop down, Alan, just remove yourself from co-host first before you leave, so there's no glitch.
Can I put a button on the response, even though more than one's not going to be here for the response? Real quick.
Well, maybe I could
I don't know how to
address-
No,
remove
Peter,
myself.
Peter, you suck. Peter, you have a lot to learn.
did so well.
Can you hear me now?
Olaf, friends.
Barely.
Fine on Twitter Spaces, though. I think it might be on your end, Mikey.
Doing that.
My boys someone might want to come over and stream it if that's okay with you, Alan. If not, that's totally cool.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me? Oh, there's this really
can hear
annoying
you.
popping noise when
Can you hear
word
me?
ones. Yeah, you're making a really when your mic goes off, it's making a popping noise. It seems to be on your end.
Oh, sick. That sucks.
Oh,
Let me,
you're good. You're good. Whatever it was, it went away. As soon as he stopped it, yeah, you're good. As soon as I mentioned it, it stopped. No,
Well, that was the power of the Aether
nice,
manifesting itself through my device.
cool.
Is volume low?
See,
Hey,
me
what's up, Tiza?
turn you up. Mike. Word 1, turn you up as well. All right, lads. Oh, did you say you were inviting someone to record or whatever?
Yeah, I sent the link.
I have no problem. We'll give you a copy of it if Alan's recording it.
Well, I have people in my Discord. We were streaming Flat Earth Fridays on there. So
I can't even hear you, bro.
You can't hear me? Let me try to go to mobile. Hold on.
It's really low.
Hello.
That's better.
Yeah, I just switched my phone. I don't know what's up with my computer. It's been acting weird. It's like I only use my work computer for everything, which I probably shouldn't, but it's a Mac, which is easier. So I think Ben is here. He can maybe stream to my server if that's okay with you guys. But he never talked in voice anyway, so.
All right.
Cool, yeah. So how do you want to do this, Mikey?
Well, you're making a positive claim, right? So go ahead and make it.
Okay, sorry, I've been debating for hours. Can you send me the screenshot again?
You'll be arguing in the.
For fuck's sake.
You'll be arguing in the.
I'm walking my
affirmative.
dog. Can you just somebody scroll back to
Yeah, I think
to where he says Roger, Roger?
Yeah, Roger. I think it was horizontal does not change over distance.
No, you're making a positive claim for horizontal changing elevation over distance.
Got it. Let me
You'll
just.
be arguing in the affirmative.
Oh, okay, so you're taking the negation. Great. So you want me to make a positive case, and then you'll make a negative case? Like maybe I'll just do a 1 minute opening statement.
Go ahead and make an opening statement.
All right, go for it. So the notion of horizontal in geodetic surveying, in my view, refers to properties of the horizon. The horizon itself is measured curved. Therefore, the horizontal changes elevation over distance.
Okay, so the horizontal being a straight line,
No, I didn't say a straight line.
an orientation that is linear
I
or
said
planar.
I said
Is horizontal a straight line / plane or not?
Well, it depends on how you define it, right?
No,
Well,
no,
how do you
it doesn't depend on how you define it.
Are you sure?
Horizontal does not have a depend how you define it. No.
So how do you establish the truth statement of any statement?
Well, you said you were making a positive claim, so
Right,
you
so
obviously have a truth statement.
Find it for you,
So
but
you
don't
believe
have-
that you can prove that horizontal changes elevation over distance. How do you prove that?
Well, we can talk about that, but now we're getting into
No. You need to prove. We're not going to talk about it. You're just going to prove it. You have a positive claim. Prove that horizontal changes elevation over distance. You
Well,
believe this. This is your truth.
a geodetic survey
You-
and the notion of the horizon. So what I'm
A
curious
geodetic
about is
surveying notion of the horizon. We're talking about horizontal.
horizontal.
Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Well, okay. So now you just gave me a definition. The horizontal is a line, in your view, that is
Or a plane, a line or a plane. It's
A
an
line.
orientation. Horizontal is an orientation.
Horizontal is an orientation. Okay. Well, that's one definition. I have a different definition.
No. This is wild.
And then
This is wild. I love you doing this. This is just
I love it too, Mikey.
next level gaslighting.
Pure fun for me. It is just pure fun for me, Mikey. I'm a professional gaslighter. Just ask Geo at Earth Awakenings.
You sure are. You sure are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, man, at the end of the day.
But you believe it's true, though. You believe that horizontal changes elevation over distance is true. It is a truth statement.
It is a truth statement, as far as I can tell.
So there is no depends on context. It's just a straight up truth statement.
Well, all truth depends on context, does it not?
Oh my God, you're wild. Horizontal depends on context, but it's also a truth statement?
Well, all truth depends on context, does it not?
No.
The truth
There
that
are absolute truths.
man depends
There
on
are absolute truths.
Well,
If you don't, do you not believe that there? Do you not believe there are absolute truths?
Is it not the truth that Mikey is a rich man?
Do you not believe that there are
just-
absolute truths? You have a claim. We're not changing claims. You have a claim. You said it is true that horizontal changes elevation over distance.
Well,
Now
yeah,
you're saying,
again,
well, it
I'm
depends
saying
on
it's not-
context.
Well, of course.
Now you're
because
saying,
all-
well, it does and it doesn't.
Well, no, that's not what I said. I said that all truth depends on context, and I'm trying to give you an example. So can we go to that example and we can establish?
No,
that
we're not going to go to obfuscating examples. We're going to stick with horizontal and whether it changes elevation over distance.
I disagree.
How do you plan to prove that horizontal changes elevation over distance definitively?
Well, nothing can be proved definitively.
Then what is the point of anyone arguing about anything with you because you don't believe in anything?
No, I just
You
believe
have-
there's a limit to the proof of the proof of any truth.
So again, why should anyone debate you about anything? There is no debate because you don't believe in anything.
Well, I believe in things insofar as it can be established, but I don't have it because I
So
deny
when
the
you say
necessity
it
of
can
God.
be established,
Because
when you
I
say it
deny
can
the
be
necessity of
established,
God, I have
established to be true?
no truth. Because I deny the necessity of God, I have no absolute standard of truth. That's my problem.
What does God have to do with this?
Well, do you accept that without the existence of God, there's no absolute truth, and that it's presupposed that a God must exist for a truth statement to have value? Or do you?
In other words, do you believe you live in a simulation? Do you believe you live in a simulation?
Well, I don't know. We could be in a simulation. How would I know the difference?
Okay, so you don't believe anything. You have no idea.
No, I believe what can be empirically
So
measured.
no, you believe nothing. You can't say I believe. You believe nothing.
Well, I could believe things. They just might not be
No,
true up to a
they
certain.
might not be true. So there's no point in arguing with you because you don't know what truth is.
Well, is belief truth?
You don't know what truth is, correct?
Well, I know truth up to the level that I can measure it.
You can measure truth.
Sure.
How do you measure truth?
How do you measure truth?
It's your statement, not mine, bro. I just asked you, how do you measure truth?
Well, I mean, empirically, right? The only standard that I believe we have is empiricism, because I reject the necessity of God as a presupposed standard of absolute.
Nobody's bringing up God. Nobody's bringing up God but you, bro.
Yeah,
You
because
think
God,
that nothing can be true because God has to do it?
Yeah, presuppositionalism holds that without the necessity, if I do not affirm the necessity of God in the Judaic God, then there is no standard of truth.
As a Judaic God? What the fuck?
Yeah, because
So other gods are okay with no truth, but the Judaic God has to have truth?
yes, because all other gods reduce to absurdism.
Gotcha.
But yeah,
So again, is there absolute truth?
is there absolute truth?
Yeah.
Well, there's
Can anything be true?
mathematical truth exists, but
Mathematics is a concept that helps us describe reality.
No, not all math describes reality. Most math actually doesn't. Most abstract math has no bearing on reality at the beginning.
There you go. Abstract, exactly.
Well, I mean, all mathematics, by its nature, proceeds off axioms. And
So
therefore,
let's just get back to the statement at hand. You no longer believe that horizontal changes elevation over distance because you can't prove anything because nothing you know can be true, correct?
I believe in truth up to my standard of truth. So if we can
Up to your standard of truth.
yes, which is based on what can be empirically substantiated.
So it's whatever you think, and everybody else you can think anything.
Well, I have the ability to think anything, but I think that it's important to have
Right, and say anything. You have the ability to say anything too.
Sure. Yeah, of course I have the ability to say anything.
And it doesn't matter what you think or say.
I have 180 people.
The whole goal is for you is to just win the argument up to whatever you believe winning is.
Well, I think this argument I proceeded into thinking.
Is there any argument that can ultimately be true?
Only if we affirm the necessity of God as a standard of absolutist truth.
All right, so you won't be arguing ever again with anyone who believes in God. Good to know. Thanks.
No,
Enjoy your day, little buddy.
We'll just have a different
Cheers.
standard.
Adios, bro.
Standard, and my standard necessity.
Yo, Mord, would you like to get a closing
Okay,
statement
you ran
or
away.
whatever? You wanna close
Well,
this
I
out?
just think that if you want to speak of truth, we need to have a standard of truth that we can agree on, and that's what we didn't get to.
Nice. All right, man. Sounds good.
That was fun. Yeah.
Recharges the water. So let's get rid of that and use the MMX altogether, since it'll just be ether, which was a given at the time, and an absence of water. Is that correct?
Pretty much. I mean, it's still performed in air, but the refractive index of air is extremely close to 1. Like the difference is negligible.
Right,
between air and a vacuum. And so, yeah, I mean, that's basically what they did. And they just had a stationary, device because they're like, well, any interference we detect should be that of the motion of the device itself through the universe or through the solar system around the sun, right? So that was their idea. But Yeah, Fresnel's awesome, man. Like it's and the logic is actually super easy to follow. For you don't even have to have like a grand understanding of relativity. You can just have the basic understanding. If you have the introductory level understanding of relativity, you can see why it's such a problem. Because, like I said, if you become an inertial observer centered in one of the streams of water,
Yeah.
you shoot light in two different directions through your frame, and it's going two different speeds. And it's a perfectly classical effect. It's classical velocity addition that explains the math behind it and
Well,
predicts.
Pizio, you just don't understand reference frames. See, if you're falling with the tree that's alone in the forest, the tree doesn't fall; it's stationary, and it's the world that that collapses onto you. You know what I'm saying? It's so retarded, bro. It's so retarded. But that's in a nutshell, man. I mean, the reference frames is the game that's hop around, and we don't even have to get into transformations yet. You can see the hot potato with the reference frames that they do. I mean, I'm going to have to educate myself on that for now, just to get the crux on the reference frame part of it. But the graduation to the MMX is all everybody needs to know. They needed to get rid of the ether also because of that 30 kilometers per second was not there, and it's not null. It's not the colloquial version of null. Something was measured, so it's not nothing. So you don't even have justification to invoke C as invariant. So yeah.
Yeah, man. I encourage you to check it out. But that's the rundown. I saw Peter flick his mic off. I know he was dying to talk about it. But Sacred, I think you got some.
Oh yeah, we respect him on his wrist too much because he knows he can't be let these conversations resonate. It's a numbers game, and like Alan pointed out, I'm so glad he pointed out. I don't care how polite they start, because Peter started out polite. I don't care how polite they start out. There's a lot of anti-flat earthers who wear the Glober mask. I don't care what they say. I know which anti-flatter when I hear one. And it's going to be a couple of key questions. I can't wait till more than one comes back. There's a couple of key questions I'm going to ask, and watch how he does not answer it, because it goes at the heart of their religion. They need to be in an abstraction. They need math that quote unquote works with reality, than math that's derived from reality. So, yeah. Anyway, my bad on the hand.
It's true. I've been dying here, guys. Xavier.
We need to go to the hands. I don't know who the hell is talking. It must be my imagination.
I agree. Let's do that.
Hold on, Pete. Let's go to Mishka, and then CL Dub, and then we'll try to rotate.
So
hold on 1 sec before you
sorry.
begin, Mishka. Sacred, can you check to see if Alan is co-host? He's showing co-host on my screen, but he has to be pulled up.
He's listener.
Is he listening? Yeah, I see him co-host over here too. I'll try to remove him. I thought he was still up here, just like muted, but
Me too.
I'll drop him down.
All right.
He was already dropped down. I think there's the Twitter desyncs happening to you.
So, just, I mean, literally, listening to you guys has fucking flipped my wig. When it comes to like all of the mathematical theory that you're talking about, from my perspective, one of the reasons I've been called, "Oh, are you one of those flat earthers?" is purely because I'm like that awkward child that always asks the three-letter word that fucks adults up at every turn. Why? Oh, just because you've got to accept it. It's like, this is established physics. Is it? Well, surely it's open to scientific questioning. And I can't remember if it was it Xavier, Mr. Xavier, or Pizzo. The questions that you've been asking puts people in a double bind, because you can't hold true to one concept whilst the other one is contradictory. Does that make sense? And it's I don't know. I'm trying to
wrap my head around so much information when having a conversation with people that they're open. I don't know, COVID, for example. They think that they were duped, and they're willing to accept that they were duped. Yet they will not accept the possibility of another perspective. And it's like, oh no, why would Elon be launching rockets into space if it's just going to hit, I don't know, the firmament? Why would NASA lie about going to the moon? And it's like, when you ask questions, and it's just simple questions. Well, how the fuck did they get the rover on that little fucking tin can?
Hey,
If astronauts,
Mishka,
well, no, just can I just, I'll,
I gotta ask
okay.
you, what are we talking about here? What are you shooting
Okay.
for? Like, what's the point you're trying to get across?
Well,
do you need a minute? Do you need a minute to gather your thoughts?
Yeah, okay. No. Okay. If you could explain to a 5-year-old why the heliocentric model is broken and flat Earth is like realistic, how would you do it?
I would tell them we haven't measured it on the planet. That's it. That's how I would do it. Because we haven't.
Do you mean as in rotation?
No, as in the curvature. We do plane surveys up to 100 square miles, and then the next set of plane surveys are another 100 square miles, and I don't see where it ever changes to curve. Now they claim that the curve comes in with the geodetics, where they do the triangulation and the spherical excess and the deflection of the vertical and transformations. That's all mathematical stuff imposed on top of what we're measuring as plane, and that's why I feel like we should stick with the plane stuff over any of the optical stuff. But that's just me. That's what I would tell them.
Okay.
Was that
well,
the point
I get it because
their cover combo here.
Sorry.
That's all. Go ahead.
Well, no, they've shone a laser from Mount Hermon in Israel over Cyprus, and I mean, if the curvature was as per the mathematical model, it would be, I don't know, however many hundreds or thousands of feet below the curve. Agreed?
Yeah, we're all in agreement here with that. Anybody who's looked into it is kind of in agreement with that, unless they're firm anti-flat earthers and they believe that it's due to refraction or something like that. So yeah.
Would you then? Someone once said to me, whilst people are looking in up to the sky, they're not looking down in the ocean. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense. Another guy has been really patient for a long time. CLW, you got something you want to chime in with?
Yeah, I was here earlier. I heard them talking about something about gravity. I just wanted to add my thoughts on it. For example, our ideas about gravity, we think like when they hang two balls, it's like these balls, the force that cause them to fall to the ground is coming from the balls, but it's not really, the force is not coming from the balls themselves. The force is external influence. It's not coming from the objects that you observe falling. That thing that is pulling it down is an external force. Like how do I put it? When, let's say, two ships are close to each other and they're going in the opposite direction, they will collide. You see, the collision is not caused by the ships themselves, but an external force outside of the ship. It's the same phenomena. And we see the same thing, what we consider surface tension in water and all these things is influenced by the charge in the, let's say when you drop a water on a dusty surface, it will form a ball, globular like geometrical shape. But once you put a piece of cloth close to it, it will dissolve and go into the cloth. This dissolving of the water globular shape formed by the surface tension is caused by an external force. The same way that globular shape is not caused by the water, but an external force outside the water. It has to do with the charge. When you bring the cloth closer to the water molecule in the globular form, it kind of discharges it and dissolves the water, and it goes into the fabric seeking negative ions. This is the same phenomena that they talk about, how capillary pool and all this other thing. It is all related with the vortex of the earth. The vortex of the earth is what is causing these influences that we observe. We call gravity and all these other phenomena that relate with it. I don't know how to put them precisely, but I hope you get the impression. The globular water molecule loses its shape because of the change. The vortex gets the external vortex loses its energy influence on the water molecule, and the water, when you put it on a dusty surface, it acquires that globular shape because of the external influence of this vortex. So when you remove this vortex, it makes that shape disappear. And when it makes that shape disappear and dissolve it, the same way matter dissolves into ether, how you put it into ether, or how we observe water evaporation. Let's say you have water on a disk or something, and you spin that disk a moderate speed, not fast enough or not too slow. You'll find that the water will maintain its position on the disk and will not fall off. But let's say when you accelerate the rotation faster, the water will spill off the circular disk. And when you don't rotate it, the water will also fall off the circular disk. This is the same way the vortex of the earth influences the water vapor being pulled from the oceans, causing raindrops. So when the vortex of the earth is almost at the same spinning at the same distance as the action.
That was my bad. I was trying to let somebody up.
Okay, when the actual rotation of the earth is spinning in the same way as the vortex of the earth, the rate of water evaporation is low. There will be no evaporation basically. And when the spin of the vortex is faster than the actual rotation of the earth, it causes the evaporation to increase. And more water is absorbed and goes up to the atmosphere. But when the speed is extremely fast, is way faster, it causes it to condense and fall like a raindrop. This is the entire process which occurs also to matter. Iron, steel, and all these things do dissolve into the ether. Matter does not stay matter like continuously like we assume. It also dissolves and changes, like just like how water goes through different cycles in the earth. Also, matter has its own cycles in terms of energy. It's not just staying matter forever. There's a point it dissolves, there's a point it manifests, and all these other things.
Yeah, it's cool. Cool. Who was next? I think it was Peter.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Can I get a thumbs up from people who understood anything the previous guy said? Because I couldn't understand like a single thing. It did not connect for me at all.
All right. Moving on. A arrow Y. Is that the? I'm not sure who A arrow Y is. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. I looked at the Fizeau experiment, and I mean, it's a cool experiment. It's really awesome to demonstrate the velocity addition formula for light in a moving medium. But what was the guy saying, that it invalidates the theory of relativity or something?
Yeah, so if you center yourself in the stream of moving water, co-moving with it, so that you are in an inertial reference frame with the water, if two light beams are shot past you in opposite directions, you will see them moving different speeds. That's a violation of relativity. Because within your inertial frame, it's anisotropic.
So can you give me the formulas that would account for the differences that you're talking about? Because I looked at the Wikipedia article and the explanation makes perfect sense. It's consistent with how velocities are added or subtracted in relativistic context.
It's actually a classical velocity addition. It's just plus or minus 44% of the velocity of the water.
Oh, yeah, but I'm saying, what are your equations? Like,
so
you have that somewhere?
So yeah, it's in the Fresnel paper. But if you've got c, right, you got c is the speed of light in vacuum. Let's call w the speed of light in water, like stationary water, right? We'll call it w.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got w plus or minus v, where v is the velocity that the water is moving.
Mm-hmm.
At 44% v, so it's w plus or minus 44% v. That's the speed of light in the moving water.
Right. So according to your logic, right, if the water was moving fast enough, you could go double the speed of light.
No.
Well, I mean, that's what the W.
I mean, the water would have to be moving faster than the light because the water has a refractive index. So
no, I know water has a refractive index. That's why light moves slower in water than other mediums. But because it's not the vacuum of space. But if you were moving the water at the speed of light, right, and you shot a laser, then it would move faster than the speed of light.
no. Oh, well,
So
the 40.
you
You mean the 44? You mean the
faster?
44% velocity addition or whatever?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to get water. First of all,
No, this is just theory. We're just doing theory. So you could accelerate the water, right? You could get it moving faster and faster by just applying more and more force to it, accelerating it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
I don't know if the refractive index of water is more or less than the 44% deviation. Like, let me see that real quick to answer your question. It is 1.34. So it slows down. Light moves 3/4 of its speed in a vacuum when it's in water. It's about 3/4.
yeah, I get that, and that's what I'm saying. So if you could accelerate a slice of water, right, going 3/4 or slightly more than that, than the speed of light, and then you shot a laser through that slice of water which was moving, right? Then it would give the light a boost, and on the other side of it, it would come out faster than it was moving towards that slice of water.
That's assuming that relationship was maintained perfectly linearly, and you were able to get water up to that speed, which you wouldn't be able to. I mean, that would be a violation of relativity if you could make water go at light speed anyway, because no matter.
No, it doesn't have to go at light speed. It just has to go fast enough where the boost it gives the speed of light would move it on the other side of it.
Yeah, water's pretty unique because, I mean, like, there's Cherenkov radiation. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
No, I know what that is. Yeah. So water, I agree with you, is a unique medium. But so you agree, like you could just extend this experiment theoretically, right? Like if you had the equations, what you would get if you shot a laser at this moving slice of water, which was moving fast enough to give the light on the other side of it a boost, then the light would come out faster than it went in.
In the absolute frame, yeah. If
Wait,
it maintains
I have a
linear relationship.
I have a question. I thought the change was only in the water, not outside the water.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So like you shoot the laser at the light, which is moving faster. It's moving, it's fast enough so that when the light comes out of it, it gets the boost, right?
No,
So
that's what I'm saying. It would only be within it, right?
Well,
Like for
so he,
example, when you shoot light through glass, right? It slows
yeah.
the glass slows it down, but as it comes out, it's right back where it was, right? Like the
yeah, he's
speed.
saying inside the stream of water, it would be moving faster than C. I mean,
Yeah.
retarded. Is that okay if I call you that? Because feels weird calling you retarded, but I'm
No,
gonna
that's
call
fine.
you. I'm gonna call you retarded. So, retarded. Yeah, we know that the speed of light is retarded in water, but of course, if you were to get it moving fast enough, the translated velocity, that's the velocity sum component, would be added, and eventually, if you got the water fast enough, yeah, it would. I mean, we have much less complex circumstances that we can see superluminal velocities. We've observed it in copper wires within band gaps of photonic crystal coaxial cables.
No, but that's still less than the speed of light in vacuum.
No, 3 to 3.5 times the speed of light inside of a copper wire.
But where is this experiment?
It is Hache and Poirier 2003. Superluminal pulse propagation using coaxial photonic crystals.
Superluminal. And it's been validated?
Yeah, they got awarded for it. I mean, they try to, when you read it's only like a 3-page paper. When you read the paper, they try to defend relativity because they measure, it's called anomalous group velocity. They literally measure the group velocity being over 3 times the speed of light. But they say in the paper, while this may appear to violate causality, because obviously it's violating Einstein, they say the issue is simply a matter of definition, because no useful information can be sent at these speeds. Because basically what happens is, if you look at the waveform, like the sine wave of like the little pulse, it's like a really short pulse with a tiny little sine wave on it. They encode a packet in it. When they shoot the sine wave in the band gap frequency range, it gets squished, kind of like if you imagine water shooting out a water hose. When you squish the water hose, it flies out the nozzle way faster, It does the same thing. It gets the waveform gets like all squished, so they're not actually able to read it. Like they don't know how to read it. They don't know how to unencode it or whatever, decode the compression that's happened to it. But it does. But the energy, though, like physically, energy has been transmitted faster than light speed, because the detector on the other end just is simply an electricity detector. It just detects electricity. It detects the pulse. It's off until it receives a signal, and once it receives a signal, it flips on, and it flips on, distance over time at 3 to 3.5 C. Did he just drop?
I don't think so. Or actually, I think he did, but I can bring him back up.
Hey Piezo, so that's what was being transferred there? That was light, or
No,
what was
it's
being transferred faster?
current. It's current electricity.
Just the electric current. Okay. Cool.
In a wire, yeah. Coax is the stuff that you plug in from your modem to your wall to get internet.
Right.
Yeah, so normally light travels at about 2/3 the speed of light in coax. It's 2/3 normally. What they did is they took 2 different types of coax with ever so slightly different refractive indexes.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, and they alternated them back and forth along, like, I think it was 2 meter sections. So 2 meters A, 2 meters B, A, B, A, B, A, B, 120 meters long, and it created this effect.
Is there validation?
That's so
of this?
crazy.
Is that the only paper?
Yeah, this effect was first. So this effect was first discovered in the late 60s, early 70s. Superluminal anomalous group velocity, and it's been done by all kinds of people all over the world since then. This one got awarded because it was such a high number. Because like when they first did it, it was like very, very small velocities above C, just barely above C. but this was like 3 to 3.5, and I think that's one of the reasons. Also, it was using common materials that you could pretty much get from your local hardware store. And well, maybe some of the signal detectors. I don't know if those how advanced those were, but as far as the coax, I mean, coax is like a super common material, right? So
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look.
but yeah, that's a peer reviewed. Like I said, they got awarded for it, bro. So I mean, it's not a. The results of that paper are not contested. It's just that they in the paper include they try to make an interpretation that saves relativity because their explanation is that no quote unquote useful information can be sent because causality states that like no effect, no cause propagating an effect can transmit faster than the speed of light, and they in modern times try to define that as information. Information can take many forms. Like it's a very simple definition, right? Uh, it includes energy. It includes just about everything. But they say no useful information can be sent in this experiment. They include the word useful because they're not able to decode the squished up packet. Now, I don't know who gets to decide what useful is, but in terms of information, binary code is just zeros and ones on and off. So the detector on the other end starts in an off state, which is a 0, and it flips into an on state, which is a 1. That means a 1 gets transmitted faster than light. And besides that, you don't even have to turn it into data. Just the fact that the energy itself, the electrical current that flips the switch on gets sent faster than light. So you have superluminal energy propagation, and you have superluminal information if you count it as a 0 or 1. So
That's
Piezo.
crazy.
Also, the concept of the light speed. I think what we think is the speed is the time it takes to polarize the ether for people to get to see the luminosity that we think it's light. The amount of time it takes to polarize the ether for people to see the illumination of the light is what we call the speed of light. And I think what they reached there, they might have been tapping into longitudinal waves in a way, because it has been tested that longitudinal waves can cause instantaneous action at a distance. And maybe these other methods we are using, they're tapping into the transverse mechanism, which needs polarization and takes time, or to consider time.
yeah, so well, I mean, what you're saying kind of touches on something called evanescent mode propagation or evanescent wave propagation. It's very akin to this because basically, you have a refractive index, right? That's greater than every material has a refractive index, every medium, and it's going to be 1 or greater. Air is very very close to 1. It slows light down very very little, and other materials have higher. Like water is about 1.333. It's 4/3, and you just flip the inverse, and you can see whatever one over the refractive index tells you the percentage of the speed of light. So 4/3, you flip it, it's 3/4, that's 75%, right? But what happens in this band gap region with the photonic crystals is they have what's called a frequency band gap, which means that outside of any frequency that's outside of that range behaves normally. But inside that range, in Hache and Poirier, I think it was like between 8 and 12 megahertz. Inside that band gap range, the refractive index actually flips and it becomes less than 1. And so when you do 1 over a decimal, it's a bigger number. It's like 1 over 0.5 is 2, and 1 over 0.3 is like 3 point something, which is what they measured. So it's a material property effect, of course, but it's not supposed to be able to happen, right? It's not supposed to. Like in Einstein's theory, mediums are allowed to, through their material properties, they're allowed to slow light down, but they're never allowed to speed light up. C has to be the universal speed limit for light. Otherwise, the entire model of the universe falls apart because there could be unknown factors that are causing light to travel at different speeds. And if you don't have a constant light speed, you don't have a yardstick with which to measure and plot out the universe. Evanescent mode propagation does the same thing, pretty similar thing. But it usually uses prisms or some type of material where you have a barrier, basically, like you have two different materials that, and at the barrier between them, at the surface where they make contact, and there's a change from one material to the other. At that point, there's an abrupt change in the refractive indexes, and it's at that moment that at that exact moment it crosses the barrier, the light experiences this like near instantaneous acceleration. And using evanescent mode propagation, people have achieved superluminal propagation speeds of anywhere from like 4 to over 30 times the speed of light. Walter Nimitz was one of the famous guys who did it. He worked for Hewlett Packard at a Hewlett Packard laboratory, and he was able to transmit Mozart's 40th Symphony at 4.7 times the speed of light using radio waves when he fired them through a prism. It's like he had this fancy prism he built, and he shot because he was arguing, oh, no useful information can be sent, huh? Well, let's see if Mozart's 40th Symphony is considered useful information. And he hooked it up to a little radio emitter and shot it through the prism and came out 4.7 C. And so they make an exception for this, like they always do. Every time something violates any relativistic paradigm, any theory, any axiom, there's always an exception clause made. So evanescent mode propagation, they named it quantum tunneling, and they said it doesn't count, right? It's not that it's violating relativity. It's this exotic phenomenon. It's this emergent property. It's quantum tunneling. So it doesn't violate relativity. Quantum tunneling is its own thing.
Well, did you just say that the guy used crystal prism as a mechanism to send that Mozart piece?
Yeah.
That will make sense because many of these things that tap into the longitudinal waves, they tend to have the capacitance like glass, crystals, things like that. When you put charge into them, they create this pulse. And longitudinal waves, they go in a pulsive mode. They don't go like the waves we see, like the ocean up and down. It goes in forms of pulse. So one pulse can be felt at a distant location instantly. That pulse here is reflected there immediately. It doesn't need any time for transmission.
Yeah, the human brain is one of the most fascinating things I've heard about evanescent mode propagation is they've discovered that it takes place in the human brain because they've actually been able to do very precise MRI scans of human brains and seeing that within human brains there are times when information is transmitted nearly instantaneously, like faster than the speed of light. And they're like so fast that they're barely able to even detect a deviation in the time 1 and time 2. It's pretty fascinating.
That's the same phenomena when they say someone can see something at a distance. Like when they say someone has awakened their third eye and they can see something happening in China and they're in India. That's the same phenomena. They're using this longitudinal phase, or how they can train blind children to see is because they're tapping into this longitudinal aspect. They don't need their physical sights to see. Yeah.
Would that be synapses or in the mitochondria where it's that sort of speed?
I think it's non-physical, to be honest with you. The human consciousness does not reside in physical matter. There's been plenty of studies that have shown that. I mean, they've done studies on coma patients who have null signal reception on MRI scans and on brain scans, on CAT scans, things like that. They show no brain activity. But these people have woken up from comas and been able to recount like events that took place around them while they were asleep, even though they were brain dead on all scopes. And we know that the brain acts as, it's like a computer, right? But it acts as a seat, a physical seat for our conscious to interact with our body through the brain and then the nervous system after that, of course. But the consciousness itself, it doesn't reside in flesh. Well, we are spirit.
Yep. I have another thing on that note, like
sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the heart as well, right? The heart, they call it a mini brain. The heart is kind of our power center electromagnetically. So I wonder how that kind of reading would take place in the heart as well. What the speeds are there. Um, yeah, just thinking about that. It sounds really interesting. Go ahead, Mishka.
So what I was going to say, somebody was talking about light pass through water, and I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the work of Victor Schauberger and his observations of water, and how, like, most people just think it's this clear liquid that is all around us. You drink it. We're made of 80% of it, yet it carries intent. It can be, depending on he kind of rose to, I wouldn't say notoriety, but there was he created a system of log flumes in the Austrian mountains, where, depending upon the time of day, if you added cold water from holding ponds into the flumes, he was able to transport logs that were heavier than water down these flumes.
Yeah, when they spiraled the water.
Yes, and so one of the things that he was heavily focused on was, most of our scientific discoveries are based on centrifugal force, like spinning things until they disintegrate, as opposed to centripetal force, where you aggregate energy. He used pipes that were shaped the same as a kudu, which is like an African, bit like a wildebeest, the horn of a kudu, and he could transport water through those pipes faster than if you were to pump it. And similarly, cones activating water or energizing water. He did the same thing on the Rhine in Germany, where once you start activating the water through bends and a number of kind of different physical devices you put in the water flow, it re-energizes the water. The water became healthy and clean, and it reinvigorated that river. The other one he did was the trout turbine. So if you look at a trout in the stream of a river, it stays it's stationary. And what his thesis was, it takes water in through its mouth and squeezes it through its gills, and the vortices roll down its flanks, and that's what keeps it stationary. It's very interesting stuff. And he also came up with the concept of the repulsing. So think flying saucer, Die Glocke Bell, those sorts of things. It's lost science. And I know I've gone off on a tangent, but it was only because of someone mentioned water. Water. Is it possible that the person sitting in the water may have an influence on it, a bit like the double slit experiment? Does that make sense?
I understand everything up to the double slit reference. I don't know how you relate the spiraling water for the trout or the
Well,
logs.
no. So sitting in water, or shining shining light through water, water can be influenced by the person in the water. So that's why I kind of tied it to the double slit experiment, that the results can be influenced by way of observation.
Oh, just so you know, Mishka, anytime
I understand what he's saying. He's talking about the observer of the experiment influencing the experiment.
yeah, I know.
Yes.
Just so you know, Mishka, anytime that the double slit experiment is done, it actually just shows up as waves. The whole like little animated cartoony Dr. Quantum video on YouTube that like tries to explain it as like when they actually, record it with a camera to see where it goes, it behaves differently. Like that doesn't actually happen. That's like a comic book for adults. That's not a thing.
Okay.
But
There's
there-
plenty of people all over
stand corrected.
YouTube. There's tons of people all over YouTube who've done the double slit experiment themselves and recorded it, and you can see it, and it's just always wave interference patterns.
Let's leave the double slit experiment. What he has read is a valid question to science. Like people usually ignore that the person doing experiment, his expectations influence the experiment result itself, because all these things are not isolated from them. They get the influence of consciousness. So sometimes we get the result because that's how we focus those things into being, but that's not the actual reality of all that is occurring in this things that is being perceived. Like,
well, another thing,
for example,
when
biology,
it comes to,
let's say someone dealing with biology, they're messing up with cells. Since cells, they have consciousness. Whatever results they'll be anticipating, that cell can pick that information and absorb it and start to recreate it, and they'll be observing it as a result from the lab testing, but you will not understand his mind also played an influence in shaping that result.
okay, can I posit or ask a question as to whether people believe everything is interconnected to everything else by way of consciousness? Would people agree or disagree with that?
I
It's a bit
agree.
woo-woo. Okay, so if that's, and there is a way of kind of testing that theory. So if you go to, I don't know, a garden centre, buy 3 plants exactly the same, put them in 3 separate rooms, feed them the same water, and go to the first one and say, I love you. The second one, and water it. The second one, don't say anything, water it. Go to the third one and say, I'm going to burn you. If words don't have meaning, if we're not interconnected, why is it the first thrives, the second kind of just does its thing, and the third will wilt?
All I can say is this: it's not just words. Even your thoughts, they have an electromagnetic presence. They influence reality. Your thought can be measured electromagnetically. They create electromagnetic perturbation in space, if I may put it that way.
And someone mentioned like ether earlier. The fact that we may lack the means to measure it, does it mean it doesn't exist?
It
Theology,
cannot be measured, I think, because it's non-Cartesian. It's not material in its nature. You can only count material things.
You can definitely measure its effects. It has properties. Something immaterial wouldn't have material properties, and like Alan was saying earlier, it has a dielectric permittivity and magnetic permeability, or electric permittivity and magnetic permeability. We also know that it has a velocity component, because that's what is causing the drag effect of light. So there is a, it has its own independent velocity with which it's moving. All that would be left would be to define like things like its density and
Viscosity.
viscosity, yeah, and
Yeah, with
that's
Yuri
Sikorsky.
Galev. With the what was it? The thing that I was talking about earlier. Sorry, I'm fried, dude. I'm
The
tired.
millimeter wave microwave beam experiments and the tube the
Yeah.
twisted the turning tube experiments with the laminar and turbulent flows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, and the one experiment we haven't talked about tonight is what done with water is Aries success, right? So that's the other part of the water laser interferometers is also the experiment Airy did, and I think it all like that really with the water laser interferometers and then Airy's experiment and then Michelson and Morley, like they're all tie in so strongly and are related, in my opinion. And what's up, guys? Haven't talked to you guys in a while.
What's up, Travis? I've seen you down there. Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, bro. I went off on a bender with that nurse chick for a while, but I'm good. I'm back.
Respect. We'll have to talk about that later.
Were you playing hide the sausage?
But yeah, no, I think Aries failure, man. I notice we don't really talk about it, but for a lot of people, or for anybody that doesn't understand it, so yeah, this guy Airy, he we from the water laser interferometer, and they knew that the light would slow down in water. There's also an effect when using a telescope of stellar aberration, and so and what that means is that to get the light to collect in the center of the telescope, they have to tilt the telescope at 5 degrees, I believe. And so Airy proposed, okay, well, now that we know, now we've taken these, 44% retardation of light in water tests, we now know, okay, well, if we filled up a telescope with water and we, pointed at the stars and it's the stars moving, then the water slowing down the light wouldn't matter. It would still, the angle would still collect in the center. But if it's the Earth moving, or wait, no, do I have it backwards? What am I doing? Anyhow, whatever. What the results showed was that it didn't matter, right? And you didn't need to tilt the telescope the 10 degrees that it would take for the slowed down light to collect in the center. And so again, like we just have over and over all these results showing that the Earth isn't moving, but because we live in this fucking weird, I don't know, whatever. It's like a cult, the heliocentric cult that these people wanted. This information is ignored.
Is it being wedded to an idea? It's almost like religious dogma to me.
I don't know. I can't really speculate. I'm just saying that, to me, that was just, I don't know, for anybody, maybe it does it for them, but for me, that was really just like, wow, like the whole history of laser interferometry, like it's just over and over disproved the motion of the Earth. It's not talked about. And, I don't know, like that for me, I was just like, man, this is a slam dunk. Like, okay, we've got Aries failure, and then like, and then we have Michelson and Morley, where they literally just had to be like, oh, the fucking measuring apparatus and everything shrank. I promise. Like, who's full of shit here? Like, it's just so it's so blatantly obvious and in your face, and like you literally just have to be like a bootlicking, like, yes, daddy,
Well,
tell me what to think more, Papa, like to go along with it.
well,
Like for me at least. So anyhow.
well, the science goes to trust me, bruh, as opposed to yeah, here's like evidence that people can go away and validate, reproduce independently. It's just like no, shut up.
Well, it's just, to me, it just was like, the way I see it is, it's like they say, like, it's your lie, you can make it as big as you want. And woo, boy, they had to bend space time, fucking put us in a gravity well. I mean, it just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's wild, man.
Well, the Austrian painter once said, "You don't have to worry about the big lie. You only ever have to worry about the little lies, because incredulity will prevent people from believing the big lie."
Austrian painter.
Well, yeah.
What?
You never heard that before?
I've only heard it one time. I've never heard anyone say it out loud. It's the funniest thing.
Not as like a general out of place reference, at least.
Yeah, just.
Well, yeah, because I mean, he
We're talking
fucked
about this
up Charlie
Austrian
Chaplin
painter,
from the
dog.
start.
Dude, we're talking about interferometry. My boy's like, dude, this Austrian painter.
Well, yeah, I know, because people are so
I got you.
fucking
I got you. It's
touchy.
funny though.
So someone said the other day, if you go down and if you use marinetraffic.com, it's you've heard of AIS, which is like the transponder, a bit like on commercial aircraft. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I became delirious from laughter after the Austrian painter.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't catch what you said, brother.
So there's a system a bit like the transponder on commercial aircraft, and the system's called AIS. Let me take a screenshot and see if you can wrap your head around this and kind of maybe offer an explanation, because there's a ship called, I think, Safe Water. Somehow fast or well, it's in the middle of the Antarctica. I'll share the link.
Hey, is
and then-
anybody talking?
All right. Yeah, my boy Mishka's talking.
Cool, I'm gonna drop down.
All right, thanks for having me on, Sacred Bro. It's super late. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna try and sleep like 8 hours in 4 hours. So I'm gonna have to do a little bit of that. I'm gonna have
Sleep
to do
contraction.
some time. Yeah, some time dilation in my sleep. Do some evanescent mode propagation in my dreams so that I can stretch out the sleep hours I got. Yeah. So.
Did my man say sleep contraction? Yo, appreciate you, Piezo, man. Great cook up. Feel free to go get some clips, man, because you was definitely on your stuff today, man. As per usual. So appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, bro. I'm sure maybe somebody else could do it. I don't run a YouTube, man. But yeah, y'all have a good night. God bless all you guys. Seek the truth. Follow the Lord Jesus Christ. He's the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but through him. All right, I'm out.
Follow Piezo at Piezo Etheric. Stationary Saturdays. Shout out to the Levelheads.
just as well I didn't get really controversial. I only went with the Austrian painter.
By the way, there's someone who's talking. I haven't been seeing him the whole time. Who is the
Yo,
person who just spoke?
there. That's Mishka. Did you see or did you hear him now?
Yeah, I've been hearing, but it shows you as a listener. So I was wondering, like, there's a ghost person speaking.
Well, you know what they say about ghosts.
Has
They behave like muons. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask if Justice has spoken yet. I haven't heard anything. Did Justice speak?
Justice spoke a little earlier, but I haven't heard from Plocky. Plocky, what up, man?
Yeah, Plocky, what up?
That big Plock?
The one and only.
Big Plock on the block.
Is that the Austrian Witzit? Or no, I'm sorry. Was that the is that the Czech Witzit?
Check.
Sorry, I had painters on the mind or whatever.
Yeah, that was too funny. Maybe Plock is sleeping. Who's the like tie-dye cat with the glowing eyes?
That's Justice.
The cat? Wait, there's.
Oh, you
it
said
says
cat?
red.
My bad. I thought you said cap.
Any Golbies in the house want to come up? Send a request.
I was just looking at my mentions. They are like spamming, spamming the purple pill like about an hour or two ago.
Nice. What are they up to over there in the pill land? Remember when Eminem had a song about pills and purple pills? I think it was called. God, I must have listened to that song about 150 times when I was a kid.
Are you talking about
Were they called like
microdots?
D12, D369, D12?
Yeah, whatever happened to the boys?
Etherically displaced.
Ah, unlucky. Anyway, what have the boys been talking to you about on the timeline? Anything interesting?
I have a
I must say,
question,
Peter,
if you don't mind.
Peter was
What's up,
an
CLW?
endless source of.
I don't think you hear Mishka, D3.
Oh, I thought it was CLW talking. They both talking?
We both talked. I think I had Mishka.
Oh,
I
maybe I
as listener.
maybe I heard him. I just thought you guys just one person. I don't know.
They just blended together. There was a little simultaneous interference or whatever.
Yeah, the simultaneity.
I think you'll find we have
I was on the wrong
a very
frame.
different accent.
Yeah, that's true. You sound super British, and the other guy sounds like African.
African, yeah.
Yo, is that? Oh, Plocky's back as well. So we'll come back to you in
Oh.
a second. But or unless you just want to jump in now. Or I think the other guy had a question. I'm very confused.
Yeah, I had a question. I just wanted to hear your thoughts. Like, I've been going through some things, and it's kind of giving the understanding that the day and night is not caused by the sun and moon, nor the heat and the cold at night. We think it's caused by the sun and moon, but it's caused by something outside of those. I just wanted to ask if anyone has had such something similar to this, because I'm trying to dig.
I've never heard anything different. Anybody else? I'm of the mind that the sun contributes a whole lot to what happens as far as our weather and weather patterns and stuff. So I haven't heard much on the contrary. What did you come
Actually, they are
across?
saying is the vortices. Remember, I've been reading about vortices for a while now. They're saying it's the vortices of the. Let's say there's a bigger vortice, a bigger torus in which Earth is part of that torus. Also, the planets and all these other things. They're all just
Right.
interconnected toruses within other toruses. Yeah. So they're explaining it like that. What we call the day and night is like the major torus in which the Earth is engulfed in is what is causing the day and night. But people attribute it to the sun and moon. But the sun itself also does not emit heat, nor does it. The sun does not emit heat. What we think is heat is the effect of this vortex, and this effect of this vortex is what makes fruits to ripe and makes plants to grow. And also, this is why some plants ripe at night. Nitrogenous plants ripe at night than during the day, because of the difference of the vortex that influence these different times. And it has
So
nothing to do with the sun.
wouldn't the sun play a role in that though? Like, because it may not emit heat per se, but it does emit the light that interacts with our
No,
vortexes
they're saying it
and
doesn't.
whatnot. Excuse me?
They're saying the light doesn't come from the sun, because it also makes sense. How many times have you seen the sun being covered by clouds, but you see light everywhere still?
Yeah, I don't know if I follow you on that one. I mean, we know daylight is different than direct sunlight, so
Two
I'm
different
not
things.
sure where you're going with that one.
Yeah, but basically, we have seen also light. How do I put it? For example, the heat of the sun. People consider the heat of the sun is usually relative. Even the radiance of the sun is usually relative. It does not like shine everywhere. Now imagine there's an obstacle in front of that sun. Wouldn't that affect much of the illumination that it's causing and the effects of its heat? When I try to analyze in reality, most of the things doesn't reflect that, because you can get at times the sun is covered but it's still pretty bright. Sometimes the sun is covered but it's hot still.
Yeah, we've already agreed that the heat transfer is not from the sun's direct rays specifically. It's when there's light period, right, which is coming from the sun, but it's can be daylight or direct sunlight interactions that are happening. That's what's causing a lot of the heat.
Okay,
You think
I
the heat?
get.
You think the heat is just a direct
Let me
effect
read it
of
to
some
you.
vortexes?
Yeah, let me read it to you so you
That's
understand
interesting.
where I'm coming from. I don't know how to put it. English is not my language, but I think the reading might do the best. Daylight
I
is the
think I got
condition
what
of
you're saying.
things.
It's interesting.
Yeah, daylight is the condition of things polarized within the master vortex. Night is manufactured by the Earth coming between the master focus and the outer extreme, so that both night and day continue all the time, and we realize them both alternately in consequence of the actual motion of the Earth. As in the case of night or of any darkness, when the needles of atmospherians substances are distributed in polarity, or when the lines of needles are cut, as in eclipse, there is no direct occurrence of the Earth's vortexian currents, and such is the cause of darkness, for which reason nitrogenous plants grow rapidly at night, while the ripening of certain fruits and plants require the light of day. For by this vortexia are seeds, grains, fruits, and vegetables charged with it. When eaten, or as in breathing air, these things go into dissolution, as mentioned later. The heat is eliminated and lodges itself in man, or if vegetation be piled together and they commence dissolution, their heat is evolved and is called spontaneous combustion. However, the vegetation as such has no power to produce heat. The rapid dissolution, the vortexia in them endeavors to escape to some pole. The heat in vegetation, seeds, plants, and other growing things is because they are objective points of the actinic force of vortexia. And this heat in vegetation is equivalent to the same thing in iron, which is called magnetism. And its liberation or polar occurrence is, after all, one and the same thing as that which is discharged in a magnetic flame called electricity. so that the cause of all these things springs from the vortex, the power and force of which is vortexia. They have taught
Okay.
erroneously
Wait.
that it comes from the sun.
I
Yeah.
don't want you to read me a whole book, brother.
No, it's just that section. That is where they talk about the sun and the heat.
So you don't think the sun has any effect on anything going on here?
Yeah, we might attribute it to the sun, but I think it's bigger than the sun. The sun may be part of the effect of this vortex you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I could dig that, because I think the sun is influenced by a larger body, right? Larger forces. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, in order, magnetism is usually an effect of, would you say, an electrical charge or an electrical field? Does that make sense?
Are you asking, or are you telling us what's going on?
Can you say again? I didn't hear
you. So magnetism is usually can be more often than not created by an electrical charge. And so, have you ever heard of Professor Valentina Zarkova? So she's an astrophysicist. You've heard of climate change. It was global cooling, global warming, and now it's been rebadged climate change. And all of this is based on models. It always seems to leave out the one thing that that may play a significant part in our climate, which is the sun. And so, unlike the Earth that has two poles, apparently the sun has four. And one of the things that she wrote a paper. I don't know if you've ever heard of solar maximums, solar minimums, and then super grand solar maximums and minimums, which is it's basically based on the number of observed sunspots north and south of the equator. So if you imagine like an X and Y graph with a line through the middle, think of a butterfly or the wings of a butterfly, a bit like a Rorschach test, where as the wings go from small to big, that's the number of observed sunspots. And she, through maths, she didn't want to basically call out bullshit when it came to climate change, but she could run her model forwards and backwards through time, and pretty much nail when these sorts of things are gonna occur. And the last super grand solar minimum was what was known as the Maunder minimum. And I think it was Thomas Jefferson or one of the early presidents said that in the US the ground was frozen to a foot deep. In the UK, people could ice skate on the River Thames. That is what she has predicted is on its way, and it's all based on maths. And again, so one of the things I was going to say, is it possible that what is causing the sun to get hotter or colder is interaction with, I don't know, ether, electrostatics, plasma? So what we're taught, or what we're told, is the Earth is this great big fusion of like, I don't know, burning shit in the middle. Yet if when observations have been done directly into sunspots, it's hotter in the atmosphere at like 2 million degrees than it is on the surface. And when you look in the sun, it's colder still. So is it possible that the interaction of the surface of the sun with some force, ether, plasma, don't know, that it could be heating the surface and then making its atmosphere hotter again? Does that make sense?
Kind of. I wouldn't know, man. That's I don't know what we know and how they figured things out about the sun's surface. Who knows anything about how they calculate things happening on the sun's surface and what how they take measurements of the light and so measurements of heat or whatnot? How do they do that? Anybody know?
They can use the
Well,
camera that are sensitive to heat. They can use that, but the accuracy I can doubt. But what he's saying about the sunspots makes sense with what I was saying. Like the heat effect that we think is coming from the sun
There's no
might be
spots.
coming from
There's
something
no,
more than the sun.
there's no real spots on the sun. Like you see that version that they show you, it's flaming and blank little black spots, and then they do split screen with the actual sun here circling above the realm, and it's totally it's light and day. It's like the one on the right, the real one, it's not flaming, flares going up and down. All that. That's fiction. And D, what you asked about the sun contributing to global warming, whatever you want to call it, you're right, because you're the first person I've heard even ask that in at least 20 years. Because when they did, it's like, oh my God, how dare you question the data? How dare you? And, how dare you question man-made climate change? So that would tell me that it does contribute. And I mean, why wouldn't it contribute to weather and, global warming? Okay, you don't want to even look at the sun, think about the sun at all. So that would tells me there's something, to look at there. And this is way before I was even a flat earther. So now knowing what I know now about sun and flat earth and everything, it just leaves me more questions. So what else do they not want to talk about there? Besides,
well, anything that's predicated on the model is basically made up. It's all supposition.
well, I mean, what parts are you talking about? I don't think it's my problem with the mathematics and how you can describe anything like Superman and prove nothing.
Okay, let me give you an example. So in the UK, there's a guy called Niall Ferguson. Imperial College, London. This is the same cunt that basically had tens of thousands of farmers out of business because we had foot and mouth in my country, all based on the model. The same model was used when it came to the COVID, where he was predicting 2.2 million Americans would die as a result of COVID. In the UK, it'd be 500,000. When they were pressed to release the code of the model, it had to go to Microsoft to be the turd polished, because it was so shit. And even then, coders that looked at it, they're like, this is a fucking joke. You could put the same starting criterion, and every time you ran the model, it'd give you a different answer.
Right.
It was literally cat shit wrapped in dog shit and sprinkled with a bit of glitter. It was a fucking disaster. And this is what our government based their response on.
The climate change crap. Yeah.
Well, yeah. And the thing is the cheeky cunt. Sorry, I need.
It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry. So after he's got everyone locked in their houses he's off fucking boffing his
Right.
mistress.
Yeah, I remember that
And it's
story.
like, well, yeah,
That's not
I'm not going to
questionable
go
at
into
all.
it.
No. I understand.
But
Well,
the
like, yeah,
point
modeling.
is
Yeah.
models are theoretical. They're not based on empirical like data points
Yeah,
or
they didn't go
evidence
measure the
or.
stars. They pretended they were distant suns and calculated backwards. Right, I understand.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
just fucking woo woo.
yeah. So, but as far as I'm not, I believe it contributes to weather. It would have to. The moon too, circling around. It's got to affect things, and why not look at it for
So
global warming too? But yeah, I mean,
so
just to address these questions.
This is one of the things that
They don't talk about
or
this.
one of
The thing is man-made climate change to politicize it. So use it as a political weapon. So you talk about the sun, that undercuts their whole thing, their whole argument. So
one of the things
you
that
know,
made me
Libra.
that
Pardon.
can I just I'll land it here. One of the things that really piqued my interest, okay? So how is it that if the moon causes tides and the sea to rise and fall, how come it doesn't impact rivers or lakes?
and tidal nodes, there's places with no tide whatsoever. I mean, they say it goes in at the North Pole and then it's pushed out. By what I don't know, but the four rivers up there converge and then come back, push back out. I mean, it's just I don't know how it compares to the actual, because I hear guys, it's all debunking that it's just not the moon, but it seems to affect people's behavior. Maybe, I don't know. It's so much we don't even know how to ask a question. I think we're better. We're good at asking questions. They don't want those questions, and they don't want those answers. So.
But do you know that the global warming thing, we might be actually going to a global cooling, but they are fooling you with global warming.
Yeah, we could be going into an ice age. I've heard that too.
Yeah.
It's cycles. It's cycles. I believe.
Yeah. So we are
I believe
basically
the sun's
in the
outside
period
our
where the
realm.
cycle is changing. It becomes hotter slightly for a short period, then the cold will hit later.
Mm-hmm.
But they're busy telling us about global warming. Prepare for the cold.
I mean, I can always guess that we're gonna have a brutal winter by how much rain we get during the summer months and earlier. And I always, it's like I go with my nose, and usually I'm right. So it's just like the hole they dug down. The Chloe's wrong all the way down about everything.
Can I just
The main
ask
reason
one
I was
very simple
bringing up
question?
the earth and the sun not causing the heat and the moon to some extent not causing the things we observe is because I'm trying to understand what is influencing our cosmology. Like, what's the mechanism driving these things? Because even in the flat earth, no one can explain to me what is the sun.
Uh-oh.
How is the sun there? What is the moon? How is the moon there? We all just say, oh, the sun is emitting heat, but we don't know even what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like we were saying, daylight, sunlight, two different things. Like, it's kind of hard to, like, when you're on the beach and the cloud goes in front of the sun and you're soaking wet. Like, oh, God, you just want that cloud to get out of the way, and then you're warmed again and dry. So, but there's a lot, and I mean, it's a lot of factors.
Like the question they just brought by Mishka about they say the moon caused tidal waves, but it doesn't affect lakes or rivers. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, how
Yeah,
is this force being choosy?
earthquakes would cause like tidal waves and tsunamis more than the moon. I think. Yeah, I mean, like, and
I
all
think
the
it's
nuclear bombs going off in
the
one
vortex, how the
place
vortex
at the
shapes the
same
day and
time in the
night
ocean would
cycle.
not cause that. It wouldn't be enough energy.
Hmm?
It's a bottom displacement and yeah, tremors and whatnot. I'm sorry, I missed the last part of what you said.
So
No,
based on the
tremors. I'm not talking
conversation,
about.
oh sorry,
Who's
based on
talking?
the conversation that's taken place here today, can I ask if the following may, like, I don't know, if people agree or disagree. Were you one of those, or do people here, were they the sort of child that asked a 3-letter word of adults when they were a child that fucked them up at every turn?
You mean as the adults couldn't answer?
Yeah.
You know,
And do you know what the word was?
what?
Why?
Why? Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
It's children fuck adults up
yeah.
every fucking turn.
And the school fucks up the kids. There's a recent study showing that. Yeah, it's sad. No, you're right.
Were you one of those children?
Probably. I mean, I remember having
been...
questions, and but some of the stuff I looked at, like, I kind of knew the answers to, so I didn't, like, why. I mean, it was obvious, like, yeah, like, why? It's like, when I was a kid, like, vague stuff, like, if the United States suddenly was gone, like, what would happen in the rest of the world? And, like, when I was a kid, I was like, that's not good. That shouldn't be. But I didn't ask about it. It's like, it just seemed to me the way, but I said to myself, it's gonna be a problem later on. And I was like 5, but it's like so obvious. I mean, we watch news and we take in information. I guess we just all take it in differently. So I mean, I could probably think of a time when I did ask it. I have to remember, but I'm sure. I mean, every kid asks why at some point before they, before life beats them down.
Would you also been the child that would have pointed out the emperor was not wearing any clothes?
I would probably be like the crowd wondering, like, why the hell do these people, like, think he's wearing clothes? And that'd be like, that would scary too. But I would see it. I would probably have seen it, but not call it out. I'd be wondering, like, what the hell's going on with these people around me,
The good
But
thing
yeah,
about
that's
the
a great
child,
story. I didn't understand the meaning of that story now. That's a great story. The emperor has no clothes.
the child doesn't assume he knows anything. That's what makes him break
Yeah, and
adults'
kids see
reality.
things. Kids see
Yeah.
things, and then they know, and then
No, he
literally
sees things,
school
but
makes them
even if he
dumb.
sees something, he doesn't assume he understands it.
It
But
makes
adults
them
have trained
curious.
themselves to assume things.
Well, I mean, there's assumptions, and then there's something you make an inference, which is a little bit more assuming. Like, what are you assuming? You can assume certain things, But
Like others will assume because you have gone through school, you have learned physics, like things fall to the ground, it's gravity. And you'll stop thinking from there, But a child will wonder, he might not know what is gravity, what is that, but he'll be wondering what the hell is this, Keep
a
on
lot of people
wondering,
don't even
seeking to
finish.
understand it.
A lot of people don't even finish physics now because they see there's something wrong. There's something missing, and they're not telling you, and it's become obvious, because people are not stupid. You can fool. What is the saying? You can fool some of the people some of the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. That's all there is to it.
Just have to keep on asking these questions. Science
Yeah, of
usually
course. You have
assumes
to
they
ask.
know
Never
everything.
stop questioning. Never stop questioning. Even if it's something I think I know, or everyone, I don't mind being questioned. I don't mind being questioned. If you have a problem with questions, that's a red flag. Or if you agree, if your whole group, whatever, agrees about every single thing, no question, lockstep, that's a red flag. We're able to disagree with question. So
my favorite quote is from Socrates. I'm the cleverest man I know alive today because I know nothing. And
yeah.
The reality is there's no one smarter than the combined wisdom of this space. You might be really fucking clever, but someone else will have a piece of the jigsaw that you don't have.
Yeah, I'm always learning. I learn to keep an open mind. So yeah, I'm always learning something. And there's things I would have discounted as, something maybe I thought was a simple explanation, like that should be, but so I learned to keep an open mind. Because again, we don't even know. We don't even know what's going on half time. Like we don't understand what this earth is at all. I think we really don't.
but when you're told to just accept it, shut up, and don't question,
Yeah,
then that's when
yeah.
like my antennas start firing up, and it's like if you're as soon as you can't any investigation or questioning. I mean, it's a bit like the moon landings. Who was holding the camera?
Yeah, exactly.
Why haven't we been able to reproduce it? The whole why were all the astronauts Freemasons?
That
Why
question since
was
I was a kid,
Neil Armstrong?
the camera thing, that question was a little kid.
Yeah, well,
Keep going.
Neil
I'm sorry.
Armstrong, he like refused point blank to swear on a Bible
Right.
that
Yeah.
he'd set food, and it's like, well, the truth, the truth doesn't fear sunlight, doesn't need defending,
Exactly. Or question.
and yet it's whenever you question this, it's like nah.
It's that tangled web. You know, the truth never changes. When you lie, you have to keep lying and lying and lying.
Well, exactly. I mean, you have to keep. You have to propagate. I mean, I'm without revealing too much. I've been going back and forth to Russia since the mid-90s, and whilst I was there, I went to Star City, and there's like the NASA pool where they may or may not pretend to be in space. They had something similar, but with a mock-up of the Mir space station, and I got to dive on that.
Oh wow!
Not in a spacesuit.
See, they were talking recently about the mirror and how bad that looked, but I wasn't looking with those eyes then. You know, I didn't know anything about that. I wish I had. I gotta look up those videos and see. It would probably be hysterical now. So, what else about it struck you? That experience?
Well, it was. I mean, it was like I wouldn't say a this for that mock-up, but I mean, I didn't go in like the cosmonaut suit because it was like an arm leg. I mean, it was, I don't know, $2,000, where it was 25 just to go in with a tank and a normal regulator and fins. It was all heated, 10 meters deep, or 10, maybe 15. But it was, I mean, you could kind of swim through it and go in and out and underneath and round and round.
Did you believe in space then and the mirror? Because they say it's neutral buoyancy just for training. That's to approximate zero, weightlessness. Which there's no such thing anyway. So I'm just curious if you just took it as, oh yeah, it's training.
Like a lot of it doesn't make sense. If you go into space in a pressurized spacesuit and it's in a vacuum, to my mind, the suit would basically explode. I don't have. Does that make sense? To my mind.
Yo, did the
Sorry, I was
audio
switching
cut
my
out?
phones and I lost my
There we
mic. Yeah, I had to switch phones. God, I was gonna say something. Oh, when I was a kid, I the camera thing is just going on the booster, like the LEM or whatever. That like, what's the camera? Was it leave? I didn't even think it was a video camera. Who's showing me that? And that's you spot a lot of things in movies. Like, who's showing me that? Who's showing me that? Like Star Trek 2, like who was filming Kirk sitting down next to Spock, stuff like that. You start to look for things.
No, it was
That's a lot of that crap.
Stanley Kubrick.
Oh, the moon landing. No, I know, but I'm seeing stuff I caught in movies or like there was no one standing there with a camera. That's not the camera up in the corner and then the reactor room or whatever on the Enterprise. Stuff you notice, like in Star Trek 3, they do the scene from part 2, but it makes no sense because who's filming that? No, that's actually that's the director and the crew filming that. Why? You know what I mean? You pick up that stuff. So, I thought it was ridiculous. When I heard it was in the Bible, when I was like, oh yeah, well that figures. But then I thought, no, it doesn't figure. Like, why would that be in there? So I filed it away, whatever. And then in 2006, I found out that rockets don't work in vacuum, and I had to. I couldn't deal with it because that's going to be a fight. If that's real, if there's a lie that big, there's going to be a problem, and it's going to be a fight because I'm not going to go that big. I'm not going to sell out my species. But I was like 30, like 32 then, and I looked at it again.
Did
in
you see the footage?
2016. Yeah. Sorry.
Did you see the footage from Starlink with the mouse?
Oh,
on the rocket booster?
Oh, the rocks. Hey, don't talk about. They took a bath on those little mouse spacesuits. Those are like $1 million a piece. Yeah, I mean, see, it's like they don't. It's like it's an insult. Like they don't. What are you trying to push off on us? The money you're getting, you can't even make it look good. I mean, come on, sell it to me. You know what I mean? Like, for God's sakes. Yeah, that was horrible. That was horrible. And you know what? Nothing comes of it. No one cares. I mean, it's ammunition for us, of course, because let's face it, what the hell would be? Why do they need to fake something and fake that badly? It's like it could go down a list. It's ridiculous. It's there was another one recently. The same type of thing. There was a moth in front of some light, and there's a moth behind the rocket, a shadow of a moth on the wall, near a lamp. It's like, my God, like, how stupid. And then they released this stuff. Like, who released that? Like, the 2015 picture, I think, of I call it the coffee coaster pic of the moon, because that's what it looks like. It looks like a coffee coaster. The kindergarten kid, somebody working at NASA, made him a coffee coaster, and it's on a picture of the Earth. And where's the coffee stains? I mean, it was just, who pushed that off as real? I don't know, because you know why? They're gonna accept anything. These fanboys, without question, so much they'll just question anything. I mean, they don't question anything.
Do you know what the problem is when arguing with an idiot? They've got more. You can't, and they've got more experience, and they'll just bring you down to their level.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's like trying to put lipstick on a pig.
Yeah, I mean, it's into making you stupid, and they thought that was such a dumb question. Like, are you kidding me? Like, look at Peter. I mean, you can feel. I swear. I mean, you're like, oh my God, I'm getting done listening to this, and it's not so much the internet itself, but people on it disinforming and just spreading stupidity and keeping people dumbed down and away from information. It's like, yeah, I mean,
it's just wasting. And the reason I was getting so wound up about it was because I actually wanted to. I had genuine questions I wanted to pose to Stone, and he's just taking the conversation down a shithole based on an experiment he did 27 years ago that he's never replicated. He can't remember any of the fucking story about it, and it's just like everyone has to go along with his fucking delusions, and it's like, just fuck off.
Yeah, we don't have to kiss their rings. Like, we have science and proof, and we use science. Maybe that's a new concept. The burden of proof is not on us, but I understand. The people watching need to learn what we're dealing with, and what they're dealing with, like, and let them question their own model. Like, do you really know what you think you know or what you believe? So they're very effective. I mean, they help keep that flat Earth attention at 99.9% steady. So the Peters and the P Dubs and the
And their peer review is how they are holding us hostage. Like, for
no,
me,
not
my
at all.
book
See,
to be hold
we're
valuable,
we're
I
polite.
must have
We
Neil
don't have
deGrasse
to be. I
peer
mean,
review it. Yeah.
we don't answer to them. We don't have to kiss their ring of some
You're a
stooge.
lot more
Their
polite
job
than
is
I would have
to
been.
hide information, to keep information from me. No. See, we don't need them. I don't need them. I like the refraction mantra. It's like, you really everything's refraction, huh? Oh yeah, because it proves stuff you don't want. Oh, it's refraction. It's like you think it's gonna work? All it does is you're not gonna shut down someone's genuine curiosity. You're gonna send them to people who can take questions like an adult, and will ask if they don't know something. I don't pretend I know everything. See, that we have the luxury of asking questions because we're honest brokers dealing in truth. The globe, though, I mean, I don't know how boats going over the horizon. I mean, that worked for a while. I didn't question that when I was a kid, but soon flat Earth, so like, so yeah, wouldn't you see curvature left or right? You know, I I've been asked that since Facebook. It was like, I don't know, like 9 years ago, maybe. I don't even know. That's not a piece of crap. But X is better than that. Facebook is too small for flat Earth. So yeah, but I want to post a meme. I think it was Richard Feynman, his name. I'd rather have questions I can't answer than answers I can't question. And that's the whole thing. But they have no answers. They have no good answers. So.
But that's why, I mean, when you can't ask questions, like, is it dogma that you're dealing with?
Yeah, it's a red flag. It's a red flag. I mean, even religious dogma. If you ask a question, you might get an answer. It depends. They might not understand their own answer. It depends on the situation. I mean, I know a lot of religious people. They're not as fanatic as some of the ballers. Whether they really believe it or not. I mean, it's easy to discuss religion with some people. Well, it is a religion.
Fucking hell. Yeah. Don't. I've been in aerospaces, and there's one particular phrase I use that if I get to a certain point, I'll just drop that and fucking hell, light the blue touch paper and run away. But I try not to.
Flatter space, or like religion or something else.
No, it's just a general space, but a lot of people are.
Flatter spaces wouldn't really do that. They're genuine anyway. So, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but it's when people start banging on about religion. I don't. It's one of those things. It's uniquely personal. But when people try and jam it down your throat, then that's when I kind of. It's like, okay, fair enough. We'll have a bit of that. And yeah,
when they do that,
anyway,
it's no point with religion.
Well,
anyway.
it's a last resort. It's not something I do. It's not something I generally try. I try to avoid it.
Yeah, I don't mind discussing religion like that under certain circumstances. But I mean, like I don't know what God is. I know what it's not. So I mean, most of my life, well, a big chunk of my life, I was an atheist till.
At the end of the day, I have the deepest respect for everyone else and their beliefs, and it is uniquely personal, and it's none of my fucking business. It's a bit like, but it's like, I don't know, trying to push transgender on children. That's like something that just drives me fucking wild.
Yeah, me too. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And these poor, trans people, they want nothing to do with it. Like Alex Jones first talked about it in 2015, 14, and he had one of these dancers from a club, a transvestite crossed over there. He's like, we don't want your kids in the clubs, and please, like, no. And they called it a conspiracy. Alex Jones was talking about tranny story time, and they called it a conspiracy theory. And I talked about people, and they said to me it was a conspiracy theory. Like, okay, watch. I didn't stop talking about it, but and here,
Well,
what do you know? Here we are.
The question is, don't ask why children need to see drag queens. Ask yourself why drag queens want an audience of children.
But I don't think they're really like I said, I know trans people, and they're being scapegoated. Like, like a real trans woman, a real trans person, they're already using the bathroom they want, but you don't know they're there, because they're not like a 300-pound hairy guy that just wants to be a degenerate and go.
And
being a
the thing
women's
is,
room, come on.
I have no opinion. Okay, if they're an adult,
Yeah,
that's fine.
I respect that. Sure, of course.
When it comes to trying to push an ideology on
Lay off the kids,
my
man.
children or other children, then sorry, that's where I don't know. I struggle to go along with it.
There's a line. Yeah, there's a line. There's a line. Like when they started giving kids a shot. I mean, I know what your feelings are on that, but why would you give a flu shot to a child anyway? Sorry.
It's great if you want to create a patient for life.
Yeah, that's sure, but that's a line you cross. When they that's like a line in the sand, the shot and pushing this trans up on kids. Now the numbers have spiked. It's because you're indoctrinating, you're confusing these kids, you're indoctrinating them into it. You're teaching them it's a normal part of puberty. Well, it's not. It's not. Okay, but now look what's happening. It spikes. Like they target kids that are maybe a little foppish. Doesn't mean they're gay. Doesn't mean they want to be a girl or tomboys. It doesn't mean she wants to be a boy. She's good at sports and kicks their asses. It's pathetic. It's normal stuff.
Instead of allowing children to have the opportunity to either live as a boy, teenage boy, or a teenage girl, they're being robbed of that before they experience it. And once you go down that road, then
what won't you do to people if you do that? Let them be, let the kids be. But that's too much to ask.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm right there with you.
It's
hey, y'all try to start redirecting back to flat Earth.
Sorry, Secret. I didn't know how many. I thought it was a secret.
Sorry.
No.
Nah, you good. You good.
It's all connected. Thanks, Secret. It's all connected, but yeah.
Well, it is. It's. I mean, everything is connected, but it's again, it's that when people have an ideology or a closed mind,
they go after the kids. Do you question?
Well, no, it's not. It's not that. But the thing is it's pushing an idea. I mean, I don't try and push anything on anyone else. I don't give a fuck. I mean, if you want to, I don't know, walk around with a feather up your ass and call yourself a chicken, have at it.
Or a spacesuit on.
But
same thing.
But
that's getting them
trying to get me to go along with your delusions, then fuck off.
You're a hater. You're a hater. You're a racist. You're sexist. If you don't want to go along, what?
Call me whatever the fuck. Call me a Nazi.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I mentioned the Austrian painter earlier, so it's. I don't labels. Don't. I'm not defined by other people.
That means they've lost.
They put on me.
That means they've lost. Like they were calling us Nazis and Brian a Nazi and just being a flat earth meme. So what are you talking about? They're just they've already lost. There used to be time in politics when the first one to cry Nazi.
They can't even make a fucking cogent argument. soon as you start asking awkward questions and they start calling you names, you know they're fucked.
Right, because they have nothing. They have no empirical evidence. They have ad homs. You know, like in kindergarten. I mean, I don't remember talking to anybody about space. Like my thing when I was a kid, it was motion. I'm not feeling all this crazy motion at all. But
so, do you know how people have been putting me down? Well, if you don't trust my physics, maybe you'll trust Grok. Right? Are you really? That's your fallback.
Yeah, you let that think
Trust
for you.
Grok.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know they're fucked at that point.
Yeah, because they have to go to this thing to answer. Like, why don't you know your own model? What don't you know about your own model? It's like, hello, do you see what you're doing? They have no clue, no clue. But,
sorry, I'm well aware that I may have overrun my time. So,
I have so many hands. I didn't know my mic was closed. I was saying about the motion and things like that always bugged me. But I still fell into the trap. I still believe in space and astronauts and but that always bugged me. Like I don't feel all this motion. And when in kindergarten they didn't teach us the chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour. Just the first ridiculous stuff. Spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and going around the sun like
No, did you guys hear the question?
Oh, I didn't hear a question. I'm sorry. Shoot.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I was asking both of you, what do you think the best argument for the globe is?
For the globe?
Yeah.
So, I asked myself that when I was like, would I defend the globe? I couldn't. Like pictures, no. Someone telling me they were in space and saw a curvature, that's not proof. I'd have to really think about it now. I'm not smart at all about it. I would have to think. I don't want to give them any ideas. But see, it's not. There is none. I mean, there is no actual proof, so I don't know what I could think of. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can be fooled into thinking is relevant, like, and it's really interesting to look at. But
okay, so what about you,
what do you
Mishka?
got, Misha?
What do you think is the number one proof for the globe? He doesn't have anything. What do you think?
So by trade, I'm an avionics engineer and worked on aircraft. Been on many flights, sat in the jump seat. I never observed like the curvature that is advertised. It's just one of those things.
So what's that's not the answer to the question. The question is, what do you think is the best proof for the globe? Or like Libra, do you just not have any?
No. Okay. So why is it if the Earth is spinning? So if the Earth is spinning as advertised, why is it that aircraft going east to west or west to east?
Bro, I don't.
No, he's saying if a globe earther were to make the best argument for why this is a spherical Earth in motion, what would that argument be?
Right.
Everything he argued turns out to be
Copernicus. That's what I was indoctrinated. Shut up! Don't think. Just believe Grok. Believe me. Believe like Einstein. Theory of relativity. That only reason it works is if you leave electricity out of the equation. It's again.
Which you really understand science. Science is always changing. Oh my god.
Oh no! No. Speed of light.
Okay.
That's
wait.
fixed.
Okay, so both of you don't really see any good proofs. That's cool. Let's move on. We got a hand up. Hold on, Libra. We got a hand up.
I will. Good. Yeah, of course.
All right. We got Brian back on the set. What's going on, Brian?
Well, good morning. Can you repeat the question again? Because I think it got turned into a different kind of question. So what was the question again?
So what I was asking them what they thought was the best proof for the globe.
The best proof for the globe
Yeah.
is never meet a flat earther.
What the heck?
Because once you meet one of us, you got nothing. Because seriously, they're going, what is the best? There is like literally nothing.
There's nothing.
This stuff.
I mean, best proof. That's a loaded question. There's no such thing. It's a trick question.
Libra.
I'm sorry.
Let him speak.
Sorry.
He was speaking.
But yeah, once you go out there and you actually start getting challenged on your belief system, it's like there's nothing. There is nothing out there that supports the globe other than the illusion. I mean, their best thing they got is literally the sunset and the boats go over the curve. And that's only because that's part of the illusion. But seriously, as long as you never meet a flat earther, Spaceballs for life, man. There is no possible way you can listen to one of us and have a normal life ever again.
I don't even know if that's the case. I couldn't even really say the sunset. I was really thinking about that question.
I mean, that's the best.
The sunset, sunrises, they say that are apparent because right at the beginning of sunrise and right at the end of sunset, based on the time. Hold on. Listen. Based on the time of day or time of night, right, dawn or dusk, with a globe Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, they predict at those times, like every single day, that the sun is not supposed to be visible, but then it is visible. So they say every single sunrise and every single sunset is only visible due to refraction because it's predicted to be blocked by the physical curve of Earth. So I can't even really give them sunrises and sunsets because it's not supposed to be there.
That's just the best. Seriously.
No, it's not. It's not even.
That's their best.
That probably is.
So you have to pretend you don't understand angular resolution. It's not even. It looks it looks good to people who are unfamiliar with the whole thing. You know.
So have you ever heard of the phrase "everything is hidden in plain sight"?
Oh yeah, sure.
So why is it the logo for the UN and various other international bodies? It's look at the map within I don't know the like a wreath,
it's right there,
like leaves going round. Why is
So
it
let's say theoretically that they did get to the moon within the next 3 years or so, right? And we got it. It's live. It's video. It's kind of like verified. Like there's no way that they're faking this shit. Like even we are like, damn, that's real. What then? Like, would that change your thoughts about what the Earth's surface is, or no? And this is for everybody in the space, every speaker.
No, because I mean, are they showing a picture of Earth again? I mean, that was half the reason for the moon thing. So Earth is a ball.
They come out and say space is real. What are we gonna do? I mean,
well, not space, just the moon. Let's not the rest of space. Let's just say they actually.
That's not enough for us. That's not enough. Clover.
Now, are you saying
he's one of them? No.
All right, Libra, chill out.
Sorry, guys. No. This is a great experiment, though.
So are you saying the sun would still be out there 238,856 miles away, or is it going to be closer here in the atmosphere where we can live?
Well, I'm not even considering the sun. I'm just saying, like, let's say that they got something, they got astronauts up there somehow. They got through the radiation belt. They figured it out. They're up there. We know they're up there. Like, you can zoom in with strong telescopes from Earth and actually see them, see their station or whatever on the moon. You see the ship or whatever. Like they're there.
If we can see something like that, of course, we'd have to change our stance on that. And
so then, what do you? Okay, so that's an honest answer. But what do you think? Would that change anything about the Earth's surface, or would you just think something different about just the moon itself?
Well, I don't know if it would still change the Well, it wouldn't change the fact that the radius values still aren't adding up.
True.
So
True.
no matter what, in any of these scenarios that everybody say, what about? The only way that happens is we're still being lied to because none of the numbers still add up.
Yeah.
Did you see the time lapse video taken of Earth over the course of about 5 hours?
No.
Kind of. I'm pretty sure I bookmarked it. I'll see if I can find it. It's kind of curious because over the course of that 5 hours, the clouds don't move. That's
Where was it
kind of
taken
strange,
from?
if you ask me. From space. I don't know if it was the ISS or if it was a satellite. I'll find it.
If you're looking at a video from the internet where it's not showing anything move, then it's probably a edited video. Somebody made it like
Well, it's
that.
bullshit. It's bollocks. Unless you see something.
Like, it's bollocks both ways, is what I'm saying.
Well, unless you witness something with your own two peepers and you see it on an electronic device, my first reaction is it's manipulated, it's a fake, it's not real, CGI. A few years ago, I helped a friend on Doctor Strange, so I've seen the green screens and Benedict Cumberbatch basically on the vomit rocket, and it's what I could see him going round in this motion control rig, but with nothing behind him, just a green screen, and it's all just added afterwards, post production.
Yeah, we know what CGI is, bro. We got you.
Well, exactly. So you that's why I say unless you
so
witness
using something from the internet like that where it's not moving, something's off. So it's not something to use either way, right? For or against. If anything, the best ones would be the live shots, I think. Just my opinion on it.
But what is live? I mean, what the astronauts in the space station with the harnesses and the cables, or the astronauts with the intense fucking hairspray that look like they've just been
it's hard to
electrocuted.
know what live is nowadays, right? Computers gotten so good at making video, so it is quite difficult. But
that always made me.
Is it
how does space
Parrot AI?
How does space?
Have you heard of that?
How does space know which way to send the hair? How come it always goes up? How come it doesn't go to the side or down or backwards or towards the front of their face? I mean, it always
their hair.
Yeah, it always goes up.
Well, the other one that always kind of made me go was which was the space shuttle that went pop?
I don't know. There's been a few of them.
Challenger.
Challenger. There was a BBC program that again I'll find the bookmark, and they basically showed how astronauts can escape, like down the tower. Have you ever seen pictures of all the astronauts on board? Well, either they've got a fucking doppelganger or they didn't go up in smoke. Not heard of that one.
Either or. So what about triangulation, like the 180 excess what do they call it again? Excess something, I forgot. With it where you put the triangles over the Earth's surface and you have more than 180 degrees. I know that's being done with geodetic surveys, but what do you guys think about having 100 square meters good here and then the next 100 square meters good, but together they're not good because they're over 100 square meters, so there has to be spherical excess across the two of them. I don't think that really makes any sense.
Are you
guys know
talking
what I mean?
overlap? So they're overlapping.
Well, the triangulation would be overlapping the 200 square mile areas, right? So you got 100. You measure out 100 square miles. That's all flat. They don't even take in. They don't account for curvature at all. And then you got the next 100 square miles where they don't take into account curvature at all. But if you measured a triangle above them over the two using geodetic surveys, you would have to account for curvature due to spherical excess. Well, it's like, all right, where does the spherical excess come from if they're right next to each other? I don't know if that's how it actually works, but I mean, it seems like that's how it works. Everything I've read.
Trust the science.
It all works if you don't think about it, D3, man. It's all perfect if you don't ever really think about it.
Yo.
Yeah. What's up, Alan?
What's up? Yo, Plucky came back. I think you wanted to say something about spherical excess.
What's up, Pluck?
Word on the street is spherical excess is DS.
DS?
Hello,
What's
guys.
DS?
I know.
Dog shit.
DS. I don't remember what it stands for, though.
Dog shit.
I just, first of all, I just want to congratulate to Alan and Shane. The debate was awesome. Like the train example is completely destroying like relativity and the whole theory. It's like amazing. Like watching Peter's spiral when he was saying like he will grill the bear and how the bear tastes, and then look in his face and like he couldn't say a shit. And even the most funny part for me was when you have like your opener, and after Shane and his opener, he starts to showing that the gifts about Einstein. And look in the Peter's face, it was like he clocked out, like he was just watching the gif of the Einstein, and he like couldn't like it was so obvious that he couldn't like even like focus on what you are saying, that he's like already gone on the start of the debate. It was so funny. So like props for the debate, and anybody who didn't see it, just go watch it because it's amazing, like super amazing.
Dude, that's crazy that they checked out immediately. I wrote down both of their intros and I was gonna like go over like point by point refutations, and then like we couldn't even get to anything because it was just like immediate, like, what do you mean by XYZ? Like it just detracted into full dog shit. And I was like, oh, this isn't even gonna be like a real thing.
Yeah, it was like since from the beginning. Like I came like to the after debate, like because it was too soon for me, and somebody said it like it was over after 20 minutes, and I didn't understand how does he mean it. And since I watched it this morning, I was like, yeah, it's over from the beginning. It's insane. It was so obvious how they are like sea lioning from since the beginning to the end. It was insane. I know that they are doing it here because like it's fun for them, but when you go to the debate, I was expecting them to be like honest, and only one person was trying to be honest, and that was Morwant, and that's why he like conceded.
Shout out to Mord.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mord was here earlier. He's since checked out, but did anybody check on his debate? Alan, you saw that. What happened?
Oh, with Mike Jones?
Can you post a link to that?
Yeah, a second. Are you talking about the Mike Jones debate, D3?
Yeah.
Oh, it was pretty DS. Like, so it went from how do you establish that the elevation changes over distance or whatever, or elevation? I forget the fucking thing, but it was like, it immediately became like, well, how do you establish absolute truth? There's no God, therefore there's no absolute truth. And I was like, damn, that took a weird turn.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it just went full dog shit in like 0.327 seconds or something like that.
Wow.
You think it devolves so quickly just because it's labeled a debate?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest.
There's no debate. That's the problem.
What do you guys think is the best debate platform right now? Is it yeah, I don't know. Which one?
None. They're all dog shit because of a simple, well, but not like on purpose, right? But like in an actual debate, like Bennett pointed this out, like you start with, you know, both opponents like share their sources, what they're going to be talking about and stuff. So like you can't just show up in the debate like, oh, I have this piece of paper that says this thing that I'm not going to make any specific reference to, like that kind of stuff. So I think like it's a combination of like there's no good platform in combination with like two people that need that like will have to agree on parameters before they can start to, right? Because otherwise it's just gonna you're just kind of like rolling the dice.
What do we need to like set one up?
Well,
Y'all gonna force me to get on YouTube, man, and start moderating.
Well, Mordwan, well, Jaren's platform's like, you know, fine or whatever, but in regards to like the opponents, right? And agreed upon parameters. So I'm going to redo a debate with Mordwan, but we're going to go over parameters, make sure everything's all understood because he's, you know, young into arguing relativity. So like he didn't even know about the simultaneity stuff or whatever. Like, so it's just a combination of that stuff, right? Finding someone who's actually willing to put in work and stuff to it is hard.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. It's with debates, it's like a dance. If you got a partner who's not willing to dance, there is no way that the debate will be like good to listening and intellectually honest. It will be dog shit. If you have a partner who doesn't want to dance and he will be like obfuscating and running and attacking you, there's no moderator on the world who will make the debate listenable or enjoyable for anybody. Like it's not fault of moderator, it's not fault of the platform, it's the fault of the people who are debating. Like if you have a one person who is honest and wants to debate, and second person who don't want to debate and he's like scared and he's like trying to obfuscate, run away, and ad hominem and all these things, then there's no moderator on the world who would make the debate better. That's just I had a similar debate like last week, and the guy went here only to like make me mad. He doesn't want to talk. He just you know, I gave him a question. Give me one exclusive evidence that Earth is moving around the sun, and he just said parallax, and I'm like, can you explain why parallax is exclusive? No, parallax. And can you explain why? No, just I can't imagine happening anywhere else. Parallax. Explain me what is parallax. Explain me what is parallax. And I'm asking you what is exclusive about parallax. Can you answer my question? No. It's I don't care. And this is the whole the tactic they are doing, and then we'll be starting asking more question until you get to some question that you are not so sure or you don't know it, or it's like half to half, and then like oh I win. It's the whole tactic, and it's what is Peter doing. And actually, like Morvant is polite and everything, but he's actually doing this as well, because I heard Morvant debate with Witzit, and it was on Earth Awakening. Run Boston Bear clip it, and it's an amazing debate because like there are just two of them, and Witzit is pushing him to the corner to like be honest. Why are you doing this? Why are you crushing my stream and playing nice and asking questions that I already answered to you? And he wasn't able to like be honest with him. Even on this level, he wasn't able to be honest with him. So that's like a weird thing that everybody who is like anti-flat earth is doing. Like I don't know what is it. If it's like maybe it's like they don't have anything else in this realm. So like the person of being anti-flat earth is like so good and such a major like thing in their lives. I don't know, maybe it's insane and it's happening everywhere.
Hey, did you want to make a comment on spherical excess? Or was that actually not what you were coming up for?
Oh no, that was a hella brushtail coffee segue where it was just
Okay,
unrelated. My bad.
Okay. Speaking of brushtail coffee, good morning, everyone. You should probably make a purchase.
That's brushtail.coffee.
penguin free since 2003.
Yeah, when I get back, I'm definitely gonna cop some of that and give it a shot.
Nice.
But no, I was listening to that. I was like, these globies, they don't realize how much they say. If you imagine, if you imagine, if you imagine, if you imagine, if you imagine. Bro, do you hear what you're saying? I don't want to imagine anything anymore, man. I want reality, man. I like reality. I don't want to live in imaginary worlds anymore. But that's what they do, man. You hit it spot on the head. They want to take the conversation. They can't answer 1,000 questions. They just trying to get you to one little spot where they think they got you. You can't answer this one specific question that they got dialed in their head in their own parameters. You can't meet up to it. Haha, you know what you're talking about, stupid flurf. Everything you said is wrong now because you couldn't answer this one specific little detail.
Yeah, yeah. There was a guy. There was a new speaker, J Rod. I don't know what happened. He dropped down. I just J Rod, if you're listening, I offered you a mic to come back up if you had something to say. So yeah. What else we got? Justice. You still here? You speaking? What's up? Yeah, Justice is gone. He's in the ether. Speaking of ether, we're missing a certain feminine pizzazz in this episode. Shout out to Proud. She held it down last week.
Yeah, that was awesome. We almost didn't have a Flat Earth Friday that Friday. Proud hooked us up.
Who else is awake? Come on up, grab a mic.
No, you down there. I know you want some. Come get some, man. I see you in the threads. Don't be scared, man. Come on up here, man.
Start your morning with a bang. Let's go. Hey, Alan, so what do you think, because you've done so much studying, what do you think is the best argument for the globe at this point? Or do you think it's like completely zero, they have no shot at all?
The stars and the equidistant projection on a globe, the symmetry of it lends itself to, a globe. Mapping of the two hemispheres and then putting the one under it is like, oh, look, globe with no distortion. Like, that's their whole argument. Like, the ones that know the maps and stuff, like, that's the actual best proof for them.
So do you feel like the northern lights, the southern lights, and the northern star and the southern whatever they're looking at down there, do you feel that lends itself to the globe more than the plane, or do you think it's just kinematic? It can be either or.
An optical equivalence. They say it's ground curve due to the displacement. We say it's optical. Where it diverges, right? So you know how they say at the equator, you see the star field go left and right, like it deviates, So and they're like, well, that's due to perspective. So like just there at the equator, right? But if you're on a ball on a contour, well, you can make a great circle through anywhere you're at any latitude. So technically, the whole sky should look like a deviation relative to where you're at, not just in that specific area.
Right. Just deviating from different perspectives, right? So
Yeah.
here's another thing I've thought about, right? So like being that if we're on the equator and we see that straight up and down, and then we see this going that way, this going the other way, what do you think that says about where we would be situated within all of that? Because I was under the impression it would look different if we were like the plane in the middle of a double torus. I would think it would look different. I would think it would look like a single hemisphere, like like a northern hemisphere type deal. But being that on the equator, it looks like we're positioned. You know what I mean? Like where the stars are going around in a different way. I don't know if I'm explaining myself properly. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's like if you look at the cross section of a toroid, probably it would probably be something like that.
So yeah, because I'm thinking like I thought we would be horizontal in like the cross section, but from that perspective at the equator, it would appear like we're perpendicular at the you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it's so weird looking at it like
Yeah,
that from the equator.
yeah. You know, one night Pizio drew some diagrams about like his thoughts on the divergence there at the equator, and it blew my mind. And I wish I had it recorded because it was like one of the most eloquent explanations that I could never remember now. But
We'll have to ask him next time.
yeah, he's really good at that. Like it started off like, you know, super abstract. He was like telling me about it and I was like, yeah, it sounds like dog shit. But then like 45 minutes into his his MS Painting, it was like, oh, that makes sense. And Brian, you'll be happy to know a swastika was involved in it.
Uh-oh.
For the orientation of the stars, because he was using the Big Dipper as the example.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Crazy.
yeah.
Are we going back to the Austrian painter?
Yeah, the great Austrian painter in the sky.
Dude, it's start bringing up, telling people what this actually means. It's like, no, look, you can literally go to a dictionary and look it up, man. This is exactly what it means, man. Whatever it is you think it means, it don't. Nope, you're a Nazi. Oh, okay, whatever.
Dude, I respect you trying to take the swasti back.
Dude, it's ours, man. It means peace and prosperity and love and everything you want in life, man.
And you get a swastika, and you get a swastika, right? Like we should do some Oprah shit.
And now you can't even go around with the Charlie Chaplin moustache anymore without being called a NA.
I like Charlie Chaplin. He's a good guy. No,
Well, I know.
He was a shit. He was part of the club.
To be honest, I have a tattoo of a black sun on my arm, and it's like everybody right now thinks I am like Nazi just because of tattoo of the black sun. And actually, it's like so funny icebreaker when they ask if I'm like sympathizing with Nazi and stuff like that. I was like, no, I'm just interested in alternative cosmology, and it's like super icebreaker. And then I start talking about the flat earth and shit like that.
Like, what are you, a Nazi?
Funny.
No, I'm just super well read.
Yeah. Exactly, man.
That just sounds anti-Semitic.
I can feel the hate. Why do you want to kill them all?
It turns out just learning the truth is very anti-Semitic, man.
Hey, we got a new speaker. Better know. What's that? Better know.
And there
better
was
known
another
as
one.
wrong think.
There was another one too. I forget, or they might not have made it up, but I think there was two. Oh, it was Eden, or Elder, or Libra. Oh, I can't read the rest of that.
Yeah, I'm showing him as a speaker. He's back up. Better known. What's up, brother? You baller or a flat guy? Oh, better known as wrong think. Hey, Mr. Wrong Think. You got a mic. What's up?
Can you hear the host or co-host?
Oh, can I not hear him?
No, I'm asking if he can hear you. I can't hear him.
Oh.
I can't hear him either. I see the mic lighting up, but no words are coming out.
Uh-oh. Hey, better known. We can't hear you. Drop down. We'll bring you right back up.
He looks like a flat Earth from some of his tweets. While he gets his mic fixed, I went ahead and linked the back and forth between Morwan and what's it on Earth Awakenings. Shout out to Run Boston Beer. It's up top if you guys save that for later. Really
nice.
Good. I should have did a listening party for this. I didn't know it was gonna be so good.
Oh, dude, it's
amazing.
Super long. The one with starts off with McToon or whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh Lord. I'm glad he cut that part out.
Hey, did you guys, speaking, I don't know how it got me over to this, but so Will Duffy put out a little video yesterday, said Witzik and Jaron agreed to go to Antarctica.
Nice.
Oh, I saw somebody say that. They're saying that Jaron was live last night. I wonder if they got the parameters situated, because I know that's what they were waiting on.
Yeah, that contract was kind of whack, man. They got out. I mean, the only one part of that I agreed with is like, hey man, you can't agree to everything and at the last minute just say, nah, I don't want to go. I agree with that one. But everything else was kind of whack.
Did you heard from what's it? I think it was this morning on Earth Awakening. He was telling that he had a call with McToon and that he told him he will be joining, like either by crowdfund or he will pay it by himself. And he just
Can you
he
imagine
told him
live with McToon? I just couldn't understand how anyone could do that.
yeah, and he told him like the minute after which it said he will be going. So that's
Is this
actually
microphone
better.
working now?
Yep.
Hey, yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, well, what's up? You believe
Well, I
in a
heard,
ball or a plane?
Oh, I'm an OG flat earther, y'all. I'm OG.
Okay.
OG. We about 12 years deep here.
Wow.
Somebody, I'm not looking at the screen, so I can't see now. Someone was asking, what is the best proof for the globe?
Yeah.
And then then I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna just press the mic and answer this. And then somebody else right before them gave the perfect answer, and they mentioned the stars in the north and the south. And they answered the question better than I could ever answer the question, so I wasn't gonna even bother. But then I thought about it and I said, you know what? This is as good a time as any.
Okay.
If you really think about it from a simple perspective, the actual best proof, if you just talk to a regular person, are like the pictures and the videos. Would you say this is your experience? If you talk with a regular person and you ask them
for sure
what it's not even close.
Well, yeah, they're always going to revert down to the pictures.
This was the reason I decided I was going to just go ahead and press the mic, because if you think about that, really simply, the visual is what actually that's how people learn, is through visuals. And the pictures are very simple. It's very convincing, and you don't really need to look any further than that.
Right.
It is on that and kind of the synthesis of those two answers, the one that was given about the star trails and the visuals. And this happens to be my specialty. I spent the last couple years, I'm sure everybody's heard of this. It kind of gets tossed around different names. You have plasma moon. Y'all familiar with plasma moon concept?
Yep.
Earth moon map reflection.
Yep.
I have it's better if you see it. It's better if you see it animated. I've been working several years on animating the whole process so that we can, I'm OG flat earther. I remember back when the argument was against the flat earthers. The main argument, we talking 2014 through maybe 2017, 18. The main argument was you don't have a map. You don't have a map. Are any of y'all been in this community long enough to remember this?
Oh, dude, that's still the go-to. Or
Is that still
Where's your model? Where's your model?
Where's your model?
Okay, see,
Where's
listen,
your map?
I haven't heard that one in forever. But then again, I've been detached the last couple years.
Every day, literally.
Okay,
every day.
I think you all. This is probably you all have there's a headshot response to this, y'all. It's visual. And it's really not debatable, or at least I've never had this successfully debated against me. I've gone around maybe 4 years now, and I've been giving these presentations on this. We're talking with strangers. When I say I'm OG, I'm giving my anecdotal experience here. I've been doing this a lot of years. What would you say your success rate is if you try to convince somebody that the earth is flat using all your best arguments? What is your success rate?
You just don't convince anybody on place. Like, I think everybody has its own like evidence, own time, own place. It's like a super variable. Like somebody.
But I mean, if you were to talk, I mean, I assume you've talked to your parents or your cousins or
zero
your, okay, it's close to zero, right?
Yeah.
Would everybody say it's close to zero?
Yeah, I could probably agree.
It really
with that, although I haven't really
depends
tried
on defining what the success is. My bad. Go ahead.
Honest brokers or a crowd of
Well,
shows.
I mean,
like,
I'm
ooh,
talking
you know what I mean? Like,
in your actual life. I'm talking with people that you know that
Like
you
the
would talk
first
to,
time you talk to them
co-workers.
and then you
Well,
convince them.
let's say the first time, absolutely. Not like after years and years after the first time you talk to them, did you convince them or not?
Oh nah, hell nah.
Nah,
Okay,
you're
you
gonna
say
get
it's close to zero, right?
that's gonna be a hard zero right there.
All right. Now, I'm telling you this anecdotally because I had that exact experience that y'all have right there, and I had that for about 8 years. I've had a new method. I've tried this for several years. I have done this over 100 times. I've done this with friends and family. I've done this with people who I had tried to convince before. I've done this with strangers at observatories. I've done this with friends of co-workers over 100 times. And I'm at about 100% success rate.
Oh
And
shit, we got a new one right here.
it's visual, and it removes. The thing is, when you're dealing with a subject like this, you have to hit people in the head with a sledgehammer, metaphorically, obviously. You have to hit them with it, and and by that, what I mean is you have to blow open all their preconceived notions. You have to demonstrate something to them that is completely contrary to their knowledge, and you have to demonstrate it. You can't just say the words, because the rhetoric is unconvincing to a person who has their own rhetoric. It has to break down. You have to go through the process. You have to reevaluate. You have to even have the mindset and the personality to even do that. You're dealing with a small group of people that can even do something like that. This is different because it's visual, and there really is no argument. Check it out. I don't really know. Like I said, it's better if you see it. It's better if you see it. I posted. Let me give you another example of this. I was talking with Shane on Discord yesterday, or a couple of days ago, and he told me to come on here, and I said, all right, I'll try to get on Friday. And it was late when y'all started, and I went to sleep, and I was shocked it was still running when I got up. I didn't know y'all did it like this. That's crazy.
That's how we get down, dude.
yeah, that's wild. Like, so I went and I posted. I don't know. I was clicking on the people's names and stuff, and someone was named Ian Malcolm, and he had a post that said, "Hey, if you're passionate about something, come post it here and we'll talk about it." And I said, "Man, this is perfect. I'm about to go to bed anyway." So I posted the link to my video, and I got up this morning, and it was flagged for sensitive content. Now, I give you that because I kind of want you to. I don't know if you can. Is there a way you can post like a link, a Twitter link on the?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to your profile. I assume you posted
Go
it
to
on
my
yours.
profile. There's one video.
Yep, it's up now. Gotcha.
It's a minute and a half. It's very simple. And it deals exactly with what the previous speaker said about the North and the South, and the visual effect of how they have opposite spin. And I can't say it as eloquently as he just did. That was the perfect response. It was perfect. Who was that, by the way? Is that speaker still here?
Yeah, that was myself and Alan. I'm not sure which. I think it might have been Alan.
Okay. I can't see. Okay, Alan here. SpaceAudits. Okay. That was a great answer. It's about a minute and a half. I don't know. Like I said, I can't see what's going on now.
I'm just watching, man, and it's like it's cool. It's really cool.
How do I find this? Damn, that ain't bad.
Man, is he talking?
It's really good. Like it's easy and visual. Like it's good, man.
Is better knowing they're talking?
Yeah, this is me.
Yep.
All right. All right. Now I can hear you.
What? Dude, I think I've seen this before.
Is that moon one right there?
Is it up in the nest?
Yep.
Sorry.
But what you were talking about, I think it was more how to convince people and get them sucked into a lie or whatever. As far as their best proof, I mean, yeah, they're going to use that as their proof and stuff, but that's how they got indoctrinated. Because the fact is, man, if we didn't have TVs and all this stuff wasn't on TV, none of us would believe in this stuff, man. Our brains don't know reality from fiction. So if we see it on TV, we think it's real, even if it's not. We can get
But that's exactly the point, because visuals are really what I'm like on a human level. This is how we all operate. We are programmed visually.
100%.
I mean, language is another one, but it comes after. You can be
Who
completely illiterate.
Who hasn't watched Lord of the Rings and thought you're out there hanging out with Frodo and stuff? Just get immersed in that movie, or watched any movie and just been like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Now
And you turn it off, and you're like, oh wait, I'm in this reality now. You're like, damn it, I got to go.
So, have the speakers watched the video?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
What is your opinion?
Cool as shit.
I think it's dope. Personally, I don't know much about the moon reflection theory, but I think
that
cool.
is true. There's not a lot. There's really not a lot on it, this has been fascinating to me that there isn't. I've been working on this I have an extremely extensive course that I've been making on this. It is deep. It goes into every subject you could imagine on this. This is really, when I say the headshot, when they say you don't have a map, I just, when they say you don't have a map, you not only have a map, it has the nerve to be what is, called a flat earth map, meaning that as it extends south beyond 60, it's extending outward that entire way. Now, once it gets past 60, there's an inversion point and and you get into the hemispheres, but the conversation is not, and frankly, just is a question. Was that very clear what was happening?
Yeah.
Well, the only thing to me that I'm not really understanding is why only half of it is flipping on the right side.
Well, as Alan was saying, there's a disparity between the North and the South with I think it was Alan. I can't remember if they said it was Alan. The North spin and the South spin are opposite one another. So in order to get an opposite spin, you have to invert one of the halves. Okay, I see. It can be. Yeah, I mean, it's actually that simple. It's not even complicated. It's not complicated. This is a projection. However it needs to be described. This is merely a projection of, I don't know if this is what I'll say is this is beyond the realm of coincidence. You have the exact coastlines of the entire Arctic continental structure, which is all the continents. And then you have, on the other half, the entire coastline of the Antarctic structure. So this is about as basic as something can get. It's visual. And when I say I have a 100%, it's like 100%. 100%. Because what exactly is a person supposed to say about this? What kind of response can be given? If you get into the details and you try to actually debate it, any point you go to, you're going to realize, that is exactly right there on the earth. That does correspond exactly to that point, because it's exactly accurate. I've mapped at this point. I've digitized the whole thing. I'll release it in the next couple of months. It is,
that's cool.
It's the whole thing. It's the whole earth. And it's perfect. And give me 1 second.
I was about to ask you, where do you publish? Because it says volume 3. Like, we're volume 1 and 2.
Yeah, we need a site for this.
Just check out my YouTube page. Same name.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to argue. See, that's it. I don't know too much about this particular type of theory. I've come across it from time to time.
And what did you hear when you came across it? I'm curious about this.
Just that it seems to be some type of mirror image in some way, shape, or form, and it matches. We can see the continents, but I never dug into it because I'm focused on the plane itself. Like, I really just want to do a 200-mile experiment of plane surveys, bro. That's what I want to do. But I've always found it kind of interesting. So this kind of takes it to the next level, in my opinion, to where you can really kind of dig into these projections and see how they align. So that is really, really interesting.
You
It's hard to
can dig
argue.
into the projections and see how they align. I've actually done exactly that. When they say things like, this part of the world is better if you use the Lambert projection. This is better if you yeah, all that corresponds. If you look at the details, a part in the video, I think I had a couple frames where it showed the coordinate system, and it looks like a yin yang. And it kind of has an east and a west pole as well in the Antarctic Circle region, but that's apparent. That's that inversion point between the north and the south. But it's complicated to explain just through rhetoric. Like I say, it's better if you see it, and I have a visual way of showing all this. But yes, hold on, give me one more second, y'all. I'm sorry. People are waking up in the house.
No worries.
That sounds interesting too. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, at that one point when that inversion point came up with the toroidal field sideways, that was exactly what Pizio was drawing, dog, with the swastikas. As they go out to the south or whatever, like how it aligns with it, like that was that was crazy.
Yeah, the magnet, that's the other part that I had in the video. It's an exact. Again, the moon, you're looking at it has a north and a south. You all have probably seen ferrocells. Ken Wheeler does a lot of videos on this about magnetic fields. You familiar with this?
Yep.
Yeah.
It is an exact representation of that magnetically as well. We're talking both the macro and the micro fields. They're also called, like the magnetic and the dielectric fields are exactly. I mean, the coordinate system is that. You know how they say the Earth has a magnetic field?
Yeah.
Think about what I'm saying. The magnetic field is identical to a ferrocell visually, meaning when you're physically looking at a ferrocell. Now, what is a ferrocell? Is that flat?
Indeed it is.
Indeed it is. Now it has a three-dimensional, and there is a three-dimensional effect to the whole thing, obviously. I mean, we have height in our reality. It's not like it's flat physically. So, but just think about this. When I say headshots, these are headshots, y'all. Since I have y'all here, I got a couple people here. Y'all been in this community a while. Disconnected my headset. Y'all been in the community a while. You say you've heard of this. Why is it you think that you hadn't really seen this before? Because this is not necessarily new. This has been out for 4 probably years. Why do you think that? How is it that the community that y'all are in, you have not heard of this before?
I've never seen it depicted in this way before.
Right.
But why do you think? But why do you think that is? I'm just. This is
That's
just
a good question. Go ahead, Brian. I know you're about to say something.
Yeah, I actually have. I don't know if I still got them on this account. I had it once, maybe 3 times before, but I can't keep accounts. But I actually had a lot of these moon maps that were matching up with the continents and videos and stuff, and it's just spot on. So first and foremost, I just want to say that that video that you got up there was freaking awesome, and the way you broke it down linearly, and then that was brilliant, by the way. I mean, the way that the other videos I had that match up and do all this, I mean, they were in there right. Here's Africa, here's the USA, and boom, 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 and just breaking it down to where it was like you couldn't argue it that way either. But the way you did it there, Rhett, that was brilliant. The way you just made it all linearly and put it down into actual map. And then that was a great little video there, man. I saved it. I got it bookmarked, and yeah, that got you.
Yeah, I'm about to start spamming it when they be like, "Oh, where's your map?" I'm be like, "Ooh, better known."
like, yeah, never look at the moon, dog. It's right up there.
But I have other videos that match it up real good, but it just keeps it as a circular on the moon and from the map and everything like that, and it matches up perfectly. They've said here's the Atlantic Ocean, here's the Pacific, blah blah blah. Wrote all the continents down, circled them all up, and just it was undeniable. But the way this came out, and it was brilliant. I love this video. I'm keeping it forever.
Yeah. So there's another lad that has a moon map thing, and I went to his channel and I was like, "Yo, what's up with, like, this is," because he's got like crazy visuals, and I was asking
Vibes
him.
of Cosmos.
Yes,
he's almost definitely talking about Vibes of Cosmos. As far as I know, we are the only 2 people doing this. Yeah. And I've been working on this for a couple years. That's why I haven't been super active, because I had to.
Volume 1 and 2, man. What'd you say? This is volume 3?
This is well, this is the trailer for volume 3. Volume 3 is the whole shebang. Like, it's not volume 1 and 2. Those were just preps to get ready for 3. 3 was the one I wanted to release as volume 1, but I had to get something out. So I was like, let me just do 1 and 2. And 3 is the whole, because I didn't actually know anything about maps or computer animating or anything. So I had to, teach myself that whole process, and which,
Man,
I'm pretty good at it.
That, man. I respect that, because they all be like, oh, why? Like, you was really in the lab cooking.
I mean, nobody else was doing it. It didn't make any sense to me. It still doesn't make any sense to me. I'll be honest. I've been almost disillusioned, because I don't understand. I for myself, I'm like, I spent years trying to convince people. You know what I mean? Years. I'm thinking my arguments are perfect. They're structured. I know the counter arguments. I come in here, listen to y'all. It reminds me of, several years ago, what the community was like. I like it. It's awesome. But those arguments don't work on people whose best proof is, look at the pictures. And that's everybody. That's everybody. You have to be able to counter, or at least what I said, sledgehammer, when I was prefacing all this. What this does is it softens. It softens. Look, what are they going to say after that point when you start suggesting that maybe the establishment model is not correct? Because this is a direct refutation of the cosmological model. You couldn't have a more direct refutation of something. They say that all the craters are asteroid impacts. Like, what does that even mean? You're talking, all the craters are in the spots where the water is. All of them. 99% of them are in spots where the water is. So clearly they are, part of the water. If you look at, it's not these aren't, the whole concept that that's some rock in the sky where all the shapes are meaningless. Oh, that's just weathering and erosion. That doesn't mean anything. That's disproven. And I mean disproven. Like, you spend a lot of years in this community trying to disprove things, but very little of it is visual. Very little of it.
Dude, we got to get this guy to talk to Clay.
Dude, it still won't matter, man. Clay is a brick, bro.
Well, no, listen. When I tell you I have 100% success rate, I need you to understand. There's nothing that they can say about this.
Now it's a challenge. Now get Clay in here. I want to see it. I want to see it happen.
What can Clay? Well, I mean, for real, what can Clay say? What even in theory? And when I say I spent years,
he's got it, man. Whatever it is.
I don't know Clay. I don't know Clay, by the way. I don't know any. I'm not familiar with.
No, it's a joke. There's nothing he could say. He's like, a little, autistic or something.
Hey, when you mentioned an east-west poles or something there, can you elaborate on that a little bit? What was the east-west thing? So we got the north-south. What's the east-west?
If you go to the video,
yeah.
Let me find the exact second, so I'm not just.
What's really interesting is something like this is exactly what I've been considering as what is being spoken about in the Bible when they talk about the four corners and the four winds, particularly the four winds.
This all brought me. This is actually called the Doctrine of Creation, this trailer, because this all brought me to God. It's kind of hard how could it not? If you look at the sky and you're looking at, you got a map projection. Like, that's God's projection right there. You have all these names. Oh, this is the Mercator. This is the, whatever, the Cassini. This is God's projection. And it's not even debatable. It's not even, what can be said about this? Everybody can see the moon. No matter where you at in the world, if you can see the sky and you're on the surface of the earth, if you stand there for long enough, you will see two things, and only two. You see the sun and you'll see the moon. You won't see the skyline of New York unless you 40 miles from it. You won't see Mount Kilimanjaro unless you are, X miles from that. But you will see the sun and you will see the moon. And of those two, only the moon is an image. The sun is a light. Moon is a light, but the sun is that's the characteristic of the main characteristic of the sun is the light. The main characteristic of the moon is the image. That's what I'm saying. When people talk about the moon, they're talking about the image of the moon. When they talk about the sun, they're talking about the light it produces. So it's really the only image that's visible from everywhere in the world. So the only image you can see from everywhere in the world is an image of everywhere in the world. That just makes too much sense. It's too the design is too resplendent. It's not a just put it beyond. But let me answer the East-West question. I'm ready.
Yeah, that's cool.
The East-West. If you go to, I think it was go to about 125, 126 in the video, you'll see this is actually an old version of this, but you have the North and the South, which are evident. And you have two other points which kind of form the top and bottom of a S curve that goes through the middle, where the longitude is compressed. Tangentially, if you look at a ferrocell, the same thing happens in that region. It's called the block region, BLOCH. You probably
block
familiar with what I'm talking
wall,
about.
right?
Yeah. The block domain wall is the very, very, very center of the S curve, but that whole compressed region is called the block region. It's a region in the center. It's not just that the domain wall is the axis in the center.
Got you.
And if you follow between you can kind of see them. The west is on the top and the east is on the bottom. Now they're kind of arbitrary where they're placed, but they have to be out in that Antarctic range. And what they are is an inversion point between the north and the south.
It's like the seal, right? Like in the Bible, the gland takes shape like wax under a seal. The moon is a seal. That's what I've always thought. I watched the video and it's really great. Like I had audio problems, so I could tell what the shapes were that I was looking at certain points. But that was audio. Yeah, the moon's a seal. I mean, but so you could tell that's the more religious. I mean, you see, I like it. I like it a lot, and it's like who's looking at it though? Like,
Dude, so,
people are asking questions. Are gonna
Okay, Libra, let him finish. Let him finish explaining the East-West thing.
Yeah, he's right about that. There's a lot of truth in the old histories, old stories, but the East and West, they are an inversion point. And you know how you were asking, I don't know who that was that asked about why the north or why one half has to flip. Who was that asked that? Just so I know who I'm talking to.
Yeah, that was me, the host, Sacred. What's going on, bro?
It's Sacred. What's going on, man? What's going on? Oh, you the host. Okay. Yeah, that inversion is you have to represent that inversion somewhere in the longitude coordinate, because the longitude goes from north to south. The latitude doesn't go from north to south. It connects with itself. I guess the way it's described in electrical terms is it terminates. Latitude, or the magnetism, terminates on itself, while the longitude or the dielectric terminates on the nodes, meaning the north and the south pole. So if you're going from the north to the south, it has to invert at a point, because that's, at least when I say has to, just understand what I mean by this. This is a coordinate system based on the one that we have, the WGS 1984, is it called?
Yeah, that's it.
That one is, that's just the base coordinates. That's all I can work off of, is what we're given. I can only work off of if they say, like, if you look at the same image I'm talking about and you look at the coordinate system, that is the whole coordinate system in from north to south, the whole thing. If you look at every square and you were to go to a map and you would compare every square, you would see the same thing inside the square as you do inside these shapes, the four-sided shapes on here. It's the exact same coordinate system. So I was just, when you put that coordinate system on there, there is an inversion between north and south. That's not me saying that. That's how it maps on there.
Right,
So
right. It has the projection, right? Like that's how it's projected.
I think I just did something. Hold on.
I had my mic unmuted, my bad.
Does my go up?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Am I here?
Yep, you good.
Okay. Lost my train of thought when the mic disconnected.
Oh, we're talking about how it's like projected or
east and west. Yeah, if it's I don't know what's happening.
Coordinate systems.
Now we can hear you.
Can you hear me again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Maybe it's the headset getting disconnected there.
No, but before you explain the east-west, can I try and explain it?
Go for it.
Okay. So if you're on the plane, you're at the equator and you're looking up, right? And you see that straight star, like the straight star lines, and then you see the divergence to the left and to the right. This would be like the same geometry that you're seeing. But when you talk about like the inversion point, like that's the termination of the field. So you're looking out if you're looking straight up at up as a projection through a toroidal field, this is what you would see. And the way that you have it mapped out on the moon is you're kind of just like you're just kind of intersecting that block line at the equator, and then your terminal lines are at the poles, because the way that we're looking at it geometrically is we're basically just looking up through a toroidal field.
That is a good description. I have I have 4 different ways that I connected the coordinate systems. This is one of them. This one looks like a yin yang when I did it. That's why I picked this, because it's pretty cool. I have another one. You could technically put the inversion point anywhere. I have another one where it's in the center, but it skews the lines a lot at more than it does this one. This one keeps the lines in the separate quadrants spread out. So I kind of went with this one. Also, I have another one where they go off the edges and appear on the other edges. But you know, there's many different ways you can connect them. But the point is, there is an inversion point between the north and the south. There just is. There's no way around it. At least based off the system, the way they have it, the way they have it mapped. And mind you, this is all going off the assumption that, you know, they have it mapped and the coordinates are correct. But if I'm honest, I've spent several years, several years, I have no idea how many hours I've actually put into this. The map is perfect. And I'm just going to assume that they're actually being, I'm not going to say honest, because they're obviously being very dishonest about quite a bit. But I'm just going off the assumption here that the coordinate system is right, like down in the south and things, because you can't confirm that at all. But it matches the shapes perfectly. So that's where we're at.
It's really interesting. Have you tried, you know how when you do, where did I see it? You had a projection where it comes out kind of looking like a Gleason's. Have you tried aligning the termination points at like where the poles would be, you know, relative to the Gleason's, and see what that looks like? Because it's gonna look super fucked up either way.
It is, there's distortion. Yeah, any projection has distortion, as best I can tell. And in fact, I'm not even entirely sure. I don't know if there could be a projection. Well, first of all, I would say this projection would have to have the highest authority just by default. But there's probably still distortion. You're saying if I try to undistort it to make it look like the Gleason's?
Well, not necessarily like the Gleason's, but just like where we know that one of the termination lines is, or terminal points, like around the north, like where you think the North Pole would be on that. Like that would be interesting to see that, what the geometry of that looks like.
Of the North Pole specifically?
Yeah. Like geographically represented on the moon map, like where you know where that's at.
Oh, for sure. I have if you watch, I think volume 1, maybe. I can't remember.
I really like this. Years. And I've always thought of the when I first heard of the moon map thing, I was like, I just like dismissed it because I was like, I can't confirm it, don't care. But yeah, it always stuck with me. It was like, if this place is created, you know, and obviously you use the stars for navigation to tell where you're at, it would make sense that whoever created this place was like, oh yeah, if you ever need a map, boys,
if you ever need a map, need a map, there it goes. You know, yeah, that's what I mean. This is like, that's why I was asking earlier, why do y'all think it is? that you have not heard of this or had not heard it and seen it in detail? Why had nobody ever showed you the old videos? Those videos, I have videos on there from like 2 years ago. Volume 1's like got to be approaching 2 years old at this point. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Nah, bro. I went to your YouTube and I was already subscribed. I'm like, what? I've been subscribed.
See,
That's crazy.
like how does
Are you the most censored man in planet Earth, dude?
Oh,
I can't believe
I'm
your
extremely
video.
censored. I'm extremely and it's weird. That's why I say it's weird. I'm not even gonna lie. It's strange because it doesn't make any sense. It's hard for me to, because I've been in the community since before the community existed. I was here in 2012. I remember when 2014 happened, and it really went viral. But that was several years after I was all, I've been here the whole time listening to people say over and over, there's no map. And then it's like, you mean to tell me there's a map and it's a verifiable, easy to replicate, like beyond really dispute, with perfect coastlines of the entire world, both sides, and y'all don't even talk about this? This isn't your lead? How are you going to introduce the subject of cosmology and science being entirely wrong about everything and not lead with something that opens? And this is why I just say anecdotally, when I say I have 100% success rate, it's about 100, and it was about 0 prior to this. And that's like, I have several years on both sides of the coin on this. If you want to actually convince people, this is what you start with.
I'd like to see Shane play with this map and do some diagrams with it over what he's got.
Dude, no way.
Cool.
I'm also subscribed to you. I've never seen a single video or notification from you. That's crazy.
See, yeah, that's like I told you. I sent this to I posted this on Twitter last night, and when I woke up this morning, it was flagged for sensitive content. I had to fill or click a submission form to get them to manually review it.
That's crazy.
No, it's exactly what they're gonna do. If it's good, they're gonna attack it.
Yeah, it brings up a good point because we have this platform for now, but at the end of the day, I really think we need to stop relying on platforms. We're gonna communication. I think will be one thing that needs to remain, and we should rely on communication apps. But aside from just the general communication, I think a decentralized web is much better than being under the control of these platforms. Just saying.
I'm devising a network of carrier pigeons. We will not be censored.
Yeah. I was thinking of some way to just offer web domains, like a service that offers web domains, and have just a site builder, because it's got to be easy for it to be. It's got to be as easy as the platforms, whatever the solution is. It's got to be as easy as the platforms that we have, like Twitter, but it's got to be your own website. It's got to be your own thing. Kind of like MySpace, just like a decentralized MySpace, where it's your own page, it's your own thing, and it's not under a platform, though. So, yeah, I don't know.
So one idea might be having it written to a decentralized blockchain. So there is no single copy of the data. It's written.
Yeah, it might end up
places.
being a blockchain thing. The problem with that is that it's impossible to implement right now because most browsers don't. They have no programming to actually bring you to these kinds of websites. You got to use special browsers and shit. So it's a pain in the ass.
But what I was going to say, I saw the video, and I really, really liked it. I can understand why one of the problems you're going you're going up against is you're fundamentally challenging someone's core belief system. So it's a bit like them sitting on a three-legged milking stool and you kick one of the legs out, and that's why you're going to really discombobulate them. But I get it. There's another video. Have you ever heard of Pangea? I can't remember the name of the guy that made the video, and it talks about historically, is it possible or conceptually possible that if our planet was smaller and it increased in size, then animals could have been bigger because there would have been less gravity acting on them. Does that make sense?
I didn't hear the very end of your question.
Well, I mean, you're like what you said is literally going to upend people's like understanding of the world. But is another like challenging someone's thought process.
Oh, I had said this earlier. The irony about that is this has had the exact opposite. This is the exact opposite. I have never ever shown this to anyone. Glober, I'm talking normies. I'm talking normies here. The only actual resistance I've received are from flat earthers, if you want to know the truth. The irony of that blows me away. I'll spend a lot of time thinking about that. But with regular people, I've never. It challenges their core assumption, but it does so visually. It's not really confrontational. It's not like it's. I don't approach it in a way where it's even confrontational. It's like, I bet you didn't know this. And yeah, they didn't know that. Wow, that is interesting. Conversation sparks at that point. You have their interest. It's like what they say, alcohol is a social lubricant. You know, it sets the table. It primes the table, and it does it. It's really simple. It's not even complex. And then at that point, when they dig into their bag of tricks to start saying, oh, but wait a minute, science says, and it's like, yeah, but science also says that the moon is a rock floating in the sky and the shapes are meaningless, and that the craters are asteroid impacts. They say all sorts of things. And then what can they say to that?
But the thing is you've planted the seed of possibility. If you go through the threads or through the comments, I put something in there. So if an asteroid is coming into the moon at an angle, why are all the craters as though they've been impacted from above?
Yeah. Those are second degree arguments. They're good arguments. Don't get me wrong. Those are really strong arguments. But
yeah,
you know, they're second degree. They're second degree. It's like,
but exactly, it's kind of like a follow-on.
Their whole concept of what's happening with the moon is obviously false. Or I mean, and when I say obviously, I'm talking just self-evidently. I'm not the one that said that the shapes on the moon are meaningless. That's what they say. That's their argument.
A lot of them already don't believe in the moon landing. Globers and ballers. They'll stop at them. They no way they'll believe it. So
yeah,
that in itself,
the moon landings, you know, again, those are second degree arguments. Those are after the fact. This disproves their whole concept of what the moon is. So they no longer have the authoritarian position. They're no longer the authority on the subject. They don't know what they're talking about provably. I've been doing this enough years. This is the only subject that this has been the case with. Even people who don't know anything about science or have no interest in it, they will still argue like they're experts when it comes to, you know, gas pressure or complex subjects. They don't know what they're. This is the only subject.
I mean, I agree wholeheartedly that, I mean, for example, if you say Van Allen belt or like all of this other stuff, I really like that video because it proves beyond any kind of shadow of a doubt that the moon is effectively a reflection.
100% beyond any shadow of a doubt. 100%. To some extent, a distorted reflection probably, but definitely a reflection. And I mean, again, like beyond any doubt. There's not really if I had not been doing this for 4 years, and not
There's a
have
whole
hundreds of
segment of them.
conversations. I
There's a
cannot
whole
say this
segment
with
of
such
them.
confidence.
There's a whole segment of them that like, yeah, oh, I know it's flat, but they're waiting for the wind to blow. They're waiting for the numbers to change because they know it's flat, but they don't want to talk about it because they don't want to be ridiculed. So, this is a tip a lot of them, tip them over. It's pretty hard to deny. So
Yo,
I don't know what
lads.
the numbers are. I don't know what the numbers are.
I'm gonna go to bed. Can't stay awake any longer.
Peace out, Alan.
Yo.
All right, Alan.
Appreciate you, my brother, for helping out.
Sleep's
Go,
overrated.
subscribe to AlanSpaceAudits, and I think you got a couple things. Before you jump out, you want to go tell everybody what you got planned? I think you got a couple things scheduled.
Yeah, tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, I'll be presenting on Earth Awakenings for the Battle of the Beams, and we'll have some updated information on the tech specs there that we got from the Germans, courtesy of the Swasties, and better known as Wrongthink. Dude, your map thing is awesome, man. I like it.
I appreciate it. I will. I'm trying to get. I've been working with, trying to work with Shane on this. I'll try to get with him this week. See if we can figure something out. But anyway, I'm hopping off of here too, y'all. My morning's getting ready to start. I should have started a couple hours ago, but I decided to jump on here, so it's all good.
Nice.
I'm gonna head out. Y'all be good.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. I'm definitely gonna use this tweet. So the anti-first be in your comments. My bad, bro. They gonna be triggered. Shout out to Alan. Shout out to Better Known. I might just quote tweet him right now. Hold on, let me get the anti-first figured on stationary Saturday.
I have a feeling.
Dude, tweet him.
I'm going to
tweet him and be like, yo, if you guys are looking for a map, try looking at the moon. Since you guys looking at the sun and the stars and making claims about where we live, check it out, homies. We could look at the moon and tell where we live. Like, oh no, you can't do that. Why? Why not? You guys do it all the fucking time. I'm doing it right now. That's a fucking map. It's a projection map of the ground, boys.
Right in your face.
I'll map some laddies to it now.
But you need to trust in the physics and science and grok.
Now you need real Globers, real ballers, honest ballers. Not the.
Could I jump in for 1 second? Because I only got like 1 minute where I can talk.
He always says this, y'all. Shout out to Flat Earth Dave. He gonna be here all morning.
I'll be listening, but I can't talk for a bit. Because there's gonna be a lot of noise in about 2 minutes. About the moon being a reflection. Yes, it's undeniable. There is a correlation, but I hate using the word reflection. Like monkeys have DNA that you could say is a reflection of ours, or is it is it just connected in some way? So I look at it the same way. The moon has a connection to the Earth. I don't think it's a reflection like a mirror or a shadow. I think that there is literally some genetic, if that's for lack of a better word, connection between the two. Same thing, just different words.
So you think we should develop a better description than using the word reflection? Like you think that'll throw off the normie?
I think reflection is not the right word. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's just not the right word. I think there's a connection. Like all of our DNA is connected, but we wouldn't say that monkeys have a reflection of our DNA. No, there's some connection. There's some, in the creation of this entire living system that we live in, there is a connection. I mean, I bet if we did a DNA test on the moon, it would look like our human DNA. Maybe. Who knows?
You are not the father.
How about the line in the Bible?
Drop it, it goes down. Then I could take with the statics. You do the same.
And I'm not thrilled about this. And Wits, it seems you seem to be fairly uncharitable to having like just a regular conversation about what you believe and why. So
no, you're just not being very
They understand it. It's
How about saying
another reason.
kind of reflection? Like the chimps have a kind of reflection of our DNA. It's just not. I don't look at it as a physical, as a mirroring reflection. I don't look at it that way. But I could be wrong. I'm just saying it's just we don't know. So maybe there's better words.
Well, David, explain. I know you got to go. Just real quick. What do you think is like the biggest con, or like what's the cons to calling it a reflection? What's the
The con for that is that's a great question. You know what? I don't know the answer to that. Why you put me on the spot like that?
Hey, my bad, bro. My bad. I'm thinking in real time, man. I'm thinking in real time.
I got it. Let me think about it. All right, I gotta mute for a while. I'll be listening. Thanks.
You good, brother? You good?
Bye.
Because I mean, I kind of agree with Better Known, because when like his approach is just saying like, all right, so David's saying this may not be the most accurate description. Better Known was like, okay, cool, but if we're just talking about having that conversation with a normie or somebody who hasn't engaged in a conversation, describing it that way is digestible.
It's very digestible.
Right.
It works. And I'm literally. It's actually ironic. I promise you, the only actual resistance I have actually received on this, which blows me away, is from flat earthers. I would never have predicted this in a million years. You couldn't have a better proof that cosmology is entirely wrong than there being a flat earth projection in the sky, tattooed on the moon, visible from everywhere on the surface of the earth. You couldn't create better evidence than that. If I were to say right now, you give me better evidence, it would be very difficult to beat on the moon. It'd be hard. I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't come up with something. Maybe you can, but that's like, oh man. And yeah, it's, I don't know. I mean, I have reasons I use the word reflection. Have
you ever run into like one of the shills? Like they know it's flat, but they're conning people. Like I mean, it's the type of thing that they'll pretend they didn't see. I'm wondering if you had anybody who weren't sure if they were not.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure they exist, but I'm not. I don't know. That's people. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, yeah.
As a flat earther, that's my thing.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure, go ahead.
Instead of using the word reflection, suggesting, would people think it bears an uncanny resemblance or similarity?
No.
So you're not saying definitively one way or the other.
No.
You're okay. Why would that be?
Maybe those words are more abstract, and for the normie, reflection is more concrete. So it's simpler. They understand it better. I see what he's saying. You know what I mean? And when speaking to people who are not into this, I think it would hit home more that way. So I think he's onto something.
I only say this after multiple years of talking with people that I know and that I don't know.
There you go.
The method works. That's really what I mean. I'm talking about producing results where I can spend 8 years talking with everybody I know and have almost no results, almost none, a little, but almost none, and then go to 100%. And I say almost 100, and that almost 100 comes from like the actual flat, that the only time I've never spoken with just a regular person and they had anything to say to try to dispute it.
But if I can jump in real quick.
What's up, Keon?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
Yeah, what up?
What's up, Sacred?
What's
Alan,
up?
everyone else. I just got in and I heard someone said reflection, the moon being a reflection. But how can it be a reflection when it's round? If it's not a stupid question.
Yeah, he's got a wonderful post up top that you should check out. Selenetics Volume 3 trailer, The Doctrine of Creation. And that's kind of like what he's talking about. So check out that video first, and then ask again, I guess, if you have any other question.
Circle, circles are round. It is round that way, but it's not a sphere.
We got a couple other new speakers
the
on
ball
deck. We
is
got
they're all
Alex.
pointing up in the sky. So
Are you asking how a circle can reflect on another circle? Is that what you're asking, Keon?
No, I'm saying that, like, from the way we look at the moon, it's round, right? Like, it's 3D round, right?
It's definitely a circle.
Are you saying that it's three-dimensional spherical? Is that what you're claiming? Because round could just be circle, not spherical. But
Yeah, I can't buy into the 3D thing, but definitely roundish in shape there, circular.
What's
So
up? We got Justin and Alex on deck. What's up, guys? And Dale. Dale is up.
Justin over here. What up, Justin, my man? Dale in the building. Alex in the building. What's up, guys? Stationary Saturdays.
Y'all got mics. What's up?
Yo, I was just gonna add in earlier. I mean, I'm kind of speaking for Dave. I don't even know if I'm on target here, but I feel like his angle of where it might be a con is that, when you're talking to people and you use the word reflection, they're just gonna immediately, and this is more so for honestly the people so far on the other side of the fence, the anti-flat earthers, the globe trolls, which I don't even really care too much about conversing with this on, but like they're gonna come back, oh well, it's a reflection, so it's a piece of glass. What do you mean? Like they're gonna take it so like literally and harp on terminology, but I mean that's a battle we have with plenty of different
Would you
words
agree
in
that they
this.
do that
they're
about
irrelevant.
everything? Would you agree they do that
Exactly.
on every single thing?
Yeah.
Do you seriously think that if instead of reflection that I say a connection, that they wouldn't immediately do the exact same thing?
Yeah. They're gonna,
Good point.
whatever you say, they're gonna jump on it.
Yeah, this
If
guy.
they-
This is what I'm saying about results. I'm talking about results, y'all. I'm talking. I mind you, this is anecdotal, but when I tell
First
you,
they'll run from it.
Libra, fall back.
There's nothing.
Yep,
There's nothing that they
Yep.
can. Yeah, I guess hundreds. Yeah, the globers are the anti side is they're gonna oppose anything you do. All right, arguments can't be tailored toward people who are approaching in bad faith. That's not the way to even. That it's an ineffective way to approach. It's ineffective.
And just to clarify, when he says globers, he really talking about the anti-flat earthers.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. Like I'm talking anti. I'm not just talking because the average person is a glober. I'm talking about people who are familiar with the arguments of flat Earth and still believe in the globe. That's who I'm talking about. Because most people aren't. My experience has been the vast majority of people have no idea what the flat Earth is. They have no idea. It's clown. You all have had identical experiences, I'm sure. It's not there's nothing wrong with the word connection. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but that's a far looser term. That is a far that can be interpreted any number of ways, far more ways than reflection. Reflection, actually, not to mention, like I said, I have other reasons. For saying this, like that you can physically recreate the projection using reflections from almost any other projection. You can take it can get kind of complex, I guess, but when you have a rounded, curved reflective surface, you can project quite a bit. So, but that's technical detail stuff. And I haven't even released all that stuff yet. That'll be in volume 4 probably. So we're still a ways out from that because I have a ton of work to do before then. But yeah, as far as worried about what Globers or what the anti side is going to say, that's dead mission. They've controlled the narrative for too long.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. After episode 100, I almost just like, hey, man, shrug shoulders. I don't want to talk to anybody else other than them because, man, they ain't even pull up in 100 weeks straight, bro. Like that was almost it for me at that point. Like new anti-flat earthers I might engage, but ones that I've been seeing running around, popping crazy, misrepresenting arguments, it's like, bro,
and
you ain't pull up in 100 weeks. There's no point.
They've been doing that forever. It's been the same. I don't want to say the same people since 2014, but the same personalities at the least. I don't even really have conversations with those people. There's not a point. They're not engaging in good faith. And the average person will engage in good faith. Into an average person that is engaging in good faith, this has about 100% success rate of, at the very least, demonstrating to them, not telling them, not rhetoricizing to them, demonstration that cosmology is entirely wrong about the most major thing that exists in the sky outside of the sun. Those are the two major things, and they have the fundamental nature of one of those things entirely wrong. So they no longer have it shatters in their mind that science is this perfect arbiter of objective truth that has everything figured out already. And it does it visually. This is why I started. If you think back to what I was the first thing I said on here, the best actual proof for the globe to the average person are the pictures. That's been my experience. When you get into the antis, they're the only ones that even know the star trail argument. That's not an argument that the regular person isn't even aware that the stars go in different directions. And if they are, they certainly can't describe it. They can't, you know what I mean? They don't have a deep understanding of the phenomenon. The people that do and still argue that, give me 1 second, y'all. People running hard on.
I can see why he led with that question. Like, what's the number one thing that they usually bring up? And they say, well, pictures. And when you're confronted with imagery, you're like forced to acknowledge it. You can't like close your eyes and act like you don't see it. It's like, bro, I just showed you this. Address this right here.
Yes, you said that perfectly. When you're confronted with the visual, you address it and you actually accept the information in a different way than you do with words. This is like, you're getting into psychology of this, but this is like true what I'm saying to you. The visuals are everything. What's the old idiom, right? A picture's worth 1,000 words.
100%.
Like, that's how it is. That's how we process information. And
Dude, the way you broke it down and stretched it out and put it all back together and overlaid it. I mean, like I said, I got the one that just does it circular and puts it over and etches out the continents and stuff. But the way you broke it down and stretched it out linearly and put it all oh man, that was brilliant, man. I love that video. I bookmarked it. I even saved it on, and I made sure I'm never going to lose this video. It was awesome.
Can I ask a better known question?
Sure, go ahead.
So if the moon is a reflection, right? Like it has to be a 2D vertical circle, or am I tripping?
Are you talking about the moon?
Yeah. Like if it's a reflection of the Earth.
You're saying the moon has to be 2D?
Yeah, like a vertical 2D circle.
Like flat is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I don't know about has to be, but you can make the argument. Well, as best we can tell, all reality is like 2D surface areas to us. From if you're just looking at something, you can't optical illusions. You can paint a wall to make it look like, or you seen art on the ground that looks like a hole, but it's just painted on the ground. Like the whole effective, yeah, everything is 2D to that perspective anyway. So there's not really, what would be your issue with the moon being 2D?
No, I have no issue with it, but I'm saying if we saying it's a reflection, it has to be 2D at this point, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. I mean, if it's 3D, that means it's round.
Holographic reflections can exist as well. But it could be 2D as well. These are second degree questions. You know, these are second degree questions.
Yeah, it's like semantic stuff.
Yeah,
like
it's
to see what we mean by reflection. So it's fine.
It
for
may
me.
be unknown,
I mean,
you know, ultimately unimportant. If we're being honest, at the very least of establishing that something else is going on, then it's being described by the establishment. Something else, something other than that is going on.
I have a theory on that.
Hey, what's up, Alex? Go ahead and speak.
Awesome show. Thank you. Okay, so it starts out with when you're running elevation on Earth, you know, between 2,000 and 6,000 elevation with the full sun shining. And you've got more intense heat at 2,000 versus 6,000 elevation. All right. So that would say that the proximity to the sun in pure daylight doesn't factor in. Okay, well, then what does? You've got ether winds, you've got the ferrule cell activity. So in my little theory is they are reflections. The sun and the moon are reflections. However, the light is generated just as galactic jets are generated, and there's heat involved in that. So the heat is generated through the ether winds, and you only see the holographic reflections off those two bodies. But the real activity is done through the ether fields, activity, reverberations.
All right. It's a cool little theory. We got
yes, it is.
General Zero with his hand up.
Good morning, my flat Earth brothers and sisters.
Morning.
So, I like the topic. I just woke up and I fell asleep on my swing last night, looking at the sky, staring at the stars and shit, and woke up covered in dew this morning. I thought I pissed myself, and then you guys are talking about the moon, and I'm like, oh wow, that's fucking cool. So, is there what about the idea that the moon is a megalithic structure, like a ship, and that's why it's all cratered out looking, because humanity, you know, a couple hundred years ago, the old humanity that was here tried blowing it up because you know, it was like an invader. Because I don't know, man. I feel like the moon is I think the moon is like a sphere, like the movie Sphere. It's just like a protective ball, like a traveling ship from another extra territory outside past our known, you know, past our known land that we know of.
There's another theory. Well, have you checked out Better Known's video that he posted up top? It's kind of like what we were discussing just now.
No, my apologies. I just woke up and I see there's a bunch up there. Is it?
Yeah, the one all the way to the left. Check it out. It's very interesting. He's showing a kind of mapping of the continents on there, and he's been working on it for a while. So it's
Yep, I have seen that in recent times, like recently, and I'm like, wow, that's quite fascinating how it does match up almost exactly, you know, parallel to what it does look like on the surface.
Yeah, check out the video. Let us know what you think.
Okay.
Hey, Keon, you were saying
Yeah, just real quick.
2D?
It's the second post from the left. I did post another
Oh, okay.
graphic or clip from Proud. Shout out to Proud. For
Question
Keon,
every
actually,
day.
because he was questioning. Can you see D3?
Yep, yep.
Okay. It says, how would you know? Because, Keon's, challenge, objection, or whatever the case is, was how do you know it's a sphere? Or was it flat? Or whatever the case is. These three circular objects, only one of these is a sphere. So the challenge for everyone since November 2022 is which one is a sphere? Which one of these four circular objects is a sphere? Because only one of them is. So
yeah, that's where I was going next.
Yeah.
With Keon, because he's like, yeah, it's got to be 2D. Well.
Yeah, I mean, my point is, it's either 2D or 3D, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and it
But
can't be.
so are the objects on that in that video up top that Sacred just shared.
Yeah,
right,
actually, one's a sphere, one's flat, one's convex, like a half a hemisphere, and one's concave hemisphere.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the optics, man, Keon, optics are crazy. Like, have you thought about the refraction that's always brought up by Globers? Right, I was thinking about this the other day. So you're into space and you believe in things like the pictures of Earth and stuff like that. So have you ever thought, though, about the refraction on Earth, how it's always brought up by Globers from the ground perspective, but then how does that affect us when we're looking at it from above? Have you ever considered that? What do you think? How is it, how is it depicting the surface where there's refraction on the surface, but the light is coming back up to you, right? So it's refracting at the surface through the medium first before it gets to you on the outside of the atmosphere or whatever. What do you think?
I actually haven't thought of that.
Right? I didn't think about it till recently either. Like, I wonder what that effect is. It's probably slight, but like, is the whole planet off like a couple inches in our vision or something? Because that's what they say, right? They say it can refract light up over a curve to where something 1,000 feet down appears right on the horizon, right? So, all right, what kind of effect are we seeing above?
Yeah, but I had something to say about what General Zero said earlier about the moon. Is actually right, because there are some like Aztec myths or stories, like over time, where we didn't have this moon that we have now, but there was a smaller moon that got destroyed, and this one came into our orbit at some point in time back in the day. So
Yeah, I wonder if how true that is and how well it's understood, There's a lot of things like that where we may take them one way and they're something else, but it sounds interesting. What else do you know about it?
that's the, I think that the only theory that I have about the moon, that it could be a spaceship, something like that.
Spaceship.
So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually is.
Okay.
Man, Keon, I love his aliens, yo. I'm telling you.
Yo, they're in there, bro. They're in there. They're cruising around. That's why we only see one face, right? Oh, we got a hand up. Water of life.
Yeah, I'm curious how the indoctrinated are explaining the whole lack of oxygen, A, on the spacewalk, and B, like there's these actors pretending that they're stuck somewhere. I'm very confused about how the normies deal with the oxygen requirements. It's very strange.
They believe it. Full cloth spacesuits and rebreathers.
What do you mean? I'm not familiar. What do you mean lack of oxygen? I thought, I was under the impression, they had enough. How do they not have enough?
That's what I don't get. Like, I mean, I'm a scuba diver, and like I almost post like always the memes about how like I need 2 tanks to go down for like an hour, or even 2 hours, right? And they're out spacewalking without anything, even emergency right? Like it's wild. And then they have people stuck on the space station. Then I see like these globies simping at these people. Like there's this Ellie in space that she sits there simping at these astronauts, right? And like they have the same 0G haircut. Like this woman's hair's like up
Zero G haircut.
yeah, like it's like this like 0G haircut, right? And she's talking for like 45 minutes and like explaining how they're stuck and it's all part of the job being stuck. And I'm just sitting here like, oh my God, like it's almost becoming too unbelievable for words. And I think that they're like, this is all meant to like wake people up, but nobody's waking up. But I'm
Well, what
kind
do
of
we know? What do we know about the oxygen systems on those things? I don't know anything about them. How do they operate?
So like real quick, just the steel man of this, and DD, feel free to rotate and bring some new speakers up. There's a couple different ways they say. One way is by taking water and breaking it down and taking the oxygen from the water and then letting the hydrogen out into space through the process of electrolysis. They said they have.
Story sacred, but I read that as my like I went to GPT. Like I always like to go to the you know what I mean? But where's the water coming from?
Well, yeah, well, that's what I was about to say. Like, you would have to then ask where the water's coming from. And there's a few other ways. Let me just get through it just so you guys know how they claim to keep pressurized oxygen tank, solid fuel oxygen generators, which is known as oxygen candles. These generators rely on chemical reactions to break down sodium chlorate into oxygen gas. Then there's what's called Soyuz capsules. I've never heard that word before. Astronauts and cosmonauts transport oxygen and other supplies to the ISS on a Soyuz capsule. So I guess that's physical transferring of oxygen. Uncrewed spaceships, and then they have this thing called the Spacecraft Oxygen Recovery Project, which is developing oxygen from exhaled carbon dioxide. So they breathe in their own breath type shit in a way.
Well, that seems that seems depending on how much each one of those produces per, whatever time frame. I could see maybe they have it covered, but we would have to get into that, like the details of it.
Well, there's one detail they never really want to bring up. Water boils in a vacuum.
Dope.
What's up, Flat?
Yo, I'm back.
Oh yeah, we got Flat. Oh my bad. We just
I told you Dave was gonna be back. I told y'all.
I told you I was going to be back. So I thought about it, and the reason I don't like the word reflection is because we don't know if it's a reflection. So the thing that we do know, we know there is a correlation. So we could say that the moon has an unprecedented, statistically impossible correlation to the Earth map that makes it it can't be random. So correlation is the word I want to use.
So like if we're in a special unique position, which means there could be a creator that created this place, that also could have been created to show us where we're at. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be a reflection. It could have been created that way.
Well, I mean, listen, it could be a reflection, but we don't know. But if it's a reflection, it's still a correlation. So there is a correlation, right? Like all of the other animals we have very similar DNA. That's not a random thing. That is a creation. There is a correlation. So that's all I'm saying about that. I want to talk about refraction for a second. You were talking about that. I have a question. So somebody said, if you're up higher, how does the refraction work? Can anyone answer why does refraction stop at the horizontal eye level? Why doesn't it refract 100 feet in the air or 1,000 feet in the air? Why doesn't something that's over the
always
curve...
ask them that, they never answer. I'm like, why is it just always refracting to look like it's a flat Earth right at the horizon? It don't never do nothing else. Yup, I'll be asking that same thing, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's so
I ask
stupid.
why they don't ever ask us or show us them going over the curve in a desert. How come they never say they're going over the curve in a desert? That's always.
I have one more question. Keon, are you off the ball yet?
Yeah, he jumped to the moon ball, man. There's a spaceship. He got people's in there.
I don't want to ask him if he's flat yet. I just want to ask him
Keon,
if he's
tell
off
Flat
the
Earth Day,
ball.
Keon. Let Flat Earth Day know what's up.
Is he off
Keon
the
came
ball?
a long way.
No, no, no. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, but because you know the thing is, like I don't have a major issue.
Keon, you
with
moonwalking? What happened, bro?
Started hanging around his
No,
friends.
I said I'm neutral because
Like, I can't be crazy.
Wait,
I'm
you're
neutral.
Neutral is a good
you're
direction.
neutral? Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
I'm,
You're
Neutral,
neutral,
nice.
flat or globe. It could go either way. Is that what you're saying?
basically because you know
Yes,
I
I'll accept that. I'll accept that.
yeah
Welcome to flat Earth.
yeah I don't know like what shape the Earth is because I have my issues with NASA. That's my major problem with the
All
globe.
right.
If it
You've come a
wasn't for
long way.
NASA, I would believe that it's definitely a globe. But
You've
because of
come.
NASA and their lies,
Yeah.
you know, I can't say that it's a globe. You know,
That's
because
intellectually honest.
All right.
Right.
you know,
Well, we'll accept it.
I've done this experiment just a few months ago. I went onto NASA website, to the ESA website, the European Space Agency, the Russian one, the Chinese one, and I literally typed in picture of the Earth from space, and all of them like look like they were computer generated. You know,
Or paintings. What did you think of the
exactly.
spacewalk yesterday? Did you like that?
Oh, very much, very much. I mean, it looked absolutely fake. You know, but
Wait, it looked absolutely fake or it was absolutely fake?
that's the thing. Like we can't like. I mean, to me, it looks fake. But my problem is, I can't say for a fact that it's fake. You understand?
It looks so fake. It has to be fake. How's that?
Well, you can start going. Well, you can't survive in a vacuum, man. That looked
Yeah.
like man.
Wait. And
Why
how
would
come? Where are those suits sealed up? They look like they have like a snowboarding jacket on. Like, how does air stay in there? How come it doesn't puff up? Like, how come we didn't see a single test of that suit in a vacuum chamber here on Earth before they put him into space?
apparently that got pressurized for 40 minutes, Dave? So they're saying that was it right there. But yeah, I mean, there's wrinkles in that suit, man.
So stupid.
Hey, Keon. I was asking people earlier what their best proof of the globe is. What's still keeping you on the globe? What's your best proof right now? Like the thing that's making you like, I just can't do it because of this.
I guess uh, the popular consensus. You know, all the
I was gonna say
scientists,
social rejection, and you just said it.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's a
like
perfectly legit.
like
That's
all the
legit though.
scientists and stuff. And yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for NASA, I, I probably would be more on the flat side. But um, yeah, I mean, NASA just thinking that at least the way I think of it is more like a military establishment other than anything else. So they have to be questioned, definitely.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Flat lads, what's going on, bro?
How's everybody this morning?
Chilling.
Hey, Dave, what do you think about the word impression instead of reflection?
It's okay. I mean, but impression to me says that, that what we're looking at is topographical. I don't know if it is. I don't know. I mean, if it's an impression, it's still a correlation. So the most accurate word that we have right now is correlation. But you can use all those other words. Just the bottom line is the thing that we can say definitively is there is a statistically impossible correlation between the two.
Yeah,
Or relationship. Yeah.
I forbid you to use any other word than correlation.
Done.
And real quick on the space wave, it wasn't a space walk. They went out there and waved. Where did that handrail come from?
Yeah, why was the light on one side of them and then all of a sudden on the other side of them? Like, where does the light coming from? Because the sun was on the far side of the earth, and then the back of him was lit up at one point. Where's that? They have a spotlight on them?
I didn't pay attention to that, but when they undocked, there was no handrail, and they went and opened the porthole, whatever. There was a handrail there. Where'd the handrail come from?
I did not notice that. Good observation. Got to check it out. Maybe it rises up. You know, it's like an automatic handrail. Do you think they do stuff like that on purpose to see if we're paying attention?
They're definitely gaslighting us.
Yeah.
Well, the
All right. Hey, I got to step down again. Thanks, guys.
Dave, you should plan another Flat Earth conference, please. We would love another FEC.
Hey, I'm going to be doing my first Twitter Space, Twitter Space, or Twitter Space, or X Space, whatever it's called, on the 20th when the app hits 200,000. And I hope you guys will join and say hello.
Yes, sir. Said it already.
That should be around the 20th of this month. So we're gonna have a little party, I guess. I don't know. We'll figure out some good stuff.
Let's get it.
All right. Thanks, guys. Peace.
Peace.
Shout out to
Appreciate
Dave.
you. That's a gift. His presence is a gift, folks.
100%.
Hey, what's up with the Dubai guy? Because I'll be honest, between the both of them, those are the two guys who kind of like got me into this whole thing. But I noticed Dubai, is he on X or he just never comes over here? What's up with Dubai?
I don't know, man. He's real choosy with the platforms that, I don't know if I want to say platforms, but the people that he engages with, it seemed like.
Okay.
It would be dope to get him in a Twitter space. I just know that he probably don't want to go back and forth with no globe earthers, but you don't have to. Like if it's really that, like if he really want to come and just talk, sorry, it's gonna be a chamber of echoes. You anti-flat earthers. Sit down there where y'all been at for 110 weeks. But yeah, that would be super dope. If we get talk to Dubai, y'all should go tweet at Dubai. Tell him we out here every Friday. Cause he do be on Twitter, like he do be like posting, I guess, his videos over here. I don't know if he actually tweets.
He does, right? Yeah. Okay. Hey, I'll tweet at him for sure.
Why can't we get Jaren in here?
Jaren been over here. Jaren been here like, I think he been over here 2 or 3. As a matter of fact, Jaren was the first like flat earther that, like the well-known flat earther that came over here. Yeah, and it was crazy the way that it happened. He popped up on our literal 1 year flat anniversary, like just out of nowhere. He just popped in. Oh, because I was talking to him for a little bit in DMs, and because he does his own shows and he does shows like all the time. So he's like, I don't know if I can ever really make it because I got like a schedule I got to stick to. Understandable, right? But then like I guess when I sent him the link, he thought he was going to be able to listen to a recording, right? Not knowing that we be going all the way to Stationary Saturday. So he popped in here like, whoa, I thought this was a recording. What am I doing? And I was like, yo, Jared, what up? It was like 5, 6 in the morning. He pulled up. That shit was so crazy, bro. It was super dope. I think, is that uploaded? I don't even know if that's uploaded because that would have been episode 52. If it is, y'all can go check it out. But yeah, he's been over here like 2 or 3 times already.
For sure. Hey, Keon, what up? You got your hand up, bro?
Yeah, I wanted to say, I think it would be useful to have someone in the flat Earth community that is an expert in videography or photography, because what we just experienced, the spacewalk from SpaceX, is the beginning of the big lie. Because at some point in time in the near future, they're gonna be like, "Hey guys, look, we just landed on the moon." We just landed on Mars, because that's what's gonna happen in a few years. So if right now we can't even discern what's real and what's fake, I mean, it's gonna be hard for us to know when they're gonna tell us the big lies. Like, how can we know when they say, look, we on Mars? How can we know whether they're really there or not?
Which Mars?
Yeah. Truth is, we really can't, bro. Especially with the AI, generation of videos, and kind of impossible.
Yeah, so technically they could tell us anything they want at this point, With like you just said, it's basically impossible to discern what's real and what's fake. So they could say anything at this point,
Yo, what's crazy though, right? Because imagine technology is so crazy, like in the future, where they're gonna look back at the stuff that we're looking at today as like questionable, and some people still believe it, and they're gonna be like, I can't believe in 2024 they was believing the same thing that we was looking at back with the 1960s. Bro, back when they was having these spacewalks back then, and they had the astronaut. Which one was it? It was I'll find it. I think I tweeted about it. It was some spacewalk that was happening. Yeah, where they had the astronaut floating, and then he turned his whole head with the helmet and then waved. Like he turned his head and the helmet turned like it was a swivel. And they was believing that back then. They was like, oh God, like you look back at it now, it's like, bro, what's this, Gumby? Right, so it'd be crazy like if like in 10, 15, 20 years they get some technology and they go look back at footage now and they be like, yo, I cannot believe in 2024 they was up in Twitter spaces and them glowbirds was thinking that shit was real. Like, I'm telling you, it's crazy. I be thinking about stuff like that, yo. No lie.
Bro said Gumby.
Let me see if I can find that. I think I really did tweet that.
It's no joke that human adult males, even females, whatever, are taking this shit seriously. Like for the person who's like simping the spacewalk yesterday, where were all the satellites? Where's all the stars? Like take like any observable.
We got CLW back up. What's up, bro? Oh, we got a hand. Libra. I'm sorry. Libra's hand is up.
I just had a couple of comments and a question about one of the pictures, about the reflection or mold impression. I used to imagine and picture the sun and the moon merging, and it becomes molten hot as like plasma and flattens out and expands, and then the land becomes as wax. Or it just occurred like maybe it's a warning. Like, I mean, look at it. The ballers like to point up in the sky and say we're on a globe, right? Look up there. That's Earth. Look at that. Okay, and it's like maybe if you screw around, if you cross the line, that's gonna happen. I mean, look at it. It's bombarded, it's destroyed, it's scoured. I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but look at all the crap we're doing right now. I mean, this happens on Friday 13th. We see another take on the map up there. So I don't know. But anyway, I like the looking up at the sky part. I love that. They love looking up at the sky. That's to tell us what's on our feet. But my question was like, did any of you see a picture of the recent walk? Someone took a picture, and their hand was reflected in the window, like it was on their thigh or something. Do you know how big the portal was, or the window they were looking through? Because that made no sense to me. I mean, I don't know. It just didn't look right. If anyone saw that picture, I'd love to hear your opinions. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, move on to CLW.
Yeah.
Just gonna call you Claw from now on. What up, Claw?
It's actually Cleo.
Cleo. Am I speaking French?
No, I just removed the vowel, so but it's Cleo.
Cleo.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
About them faking things and being able to fool people. You need to understand that the era of monopoly in technology died in the 2000s. Whatever technology they will come up with, it will be in the hands of regular people. Regular people will be able to make entertainment scripts, movies, animations to the point that no one will be looking for a monopoly like Hollywood to entertain themselves. or NASA to show them what reality is.
It's an interesting point.
We
Ken,
have come a
hey.
long way. I think we don't acknowledge it enough. There was a point where people could not read anything they wanted. You had to go to a library. And even that library didn't have many books there also. Like, you couldn't know about anything if you couldn't get the book about it. All things you had to know was through interaction with the environment. We have lost that, but right now we have freedom of information in a way that has never been before. It's difficult, someone trying to maintain a monopoly on things. It's difficult in this era because even their AI, it needs things to be free. They'll not, for their technology to improve, it will need human interaction. And also people will be reverse engineering things in their own way. Open source structures will emerge. People will be creative in these things. They'll be the ones who quickly take advantage of it because of the resources they have. But these things will become more efficient in a way that you don't need to be like Microsoft for you to create these things, you know. You don't need to be like Netflix for you to create these great effects, movies, and all these other things. It will become simple to the point a regular person will be having it. Remember computers, if it used to be owned by the military, right now we are using the phones. Anyone can have a computer. The most advanced thing someone could have back in the days was a watch, not even a calculator. Just look at the steps we have taken in terms of the accessibility of technology and information.
Yeah. Hey, Ken, you came up. You wanted to say something? Guess not. Claw. Clue.
Yeah.
Did I say it correctly? Clue.
No, it's actually EO.
EO.
Yeah.
Clue.
Okay,
that's better. All right. Are you in the States?
No.
Cool. So are you on the African continent? I have a question about what's going on out there.
I'm in Kenya.
That's what's up. A lot of beautiful women there.
Where did you see the women? Hello.
Right,
Can you
D3, are
hear
you
me?
there? Think you got a call or something. But hey, Claude, let me ask you this. So, you watched the video, right? The spacewalk. I'm guessing you did.
No.
You haven't?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it somewhere here? Did they
I
post?
think it should be. It should be in the chat somewhere.
Go ahead. I've seen a number of fake videos.
Yeah.
Is it
So
something new?
yeah, they just did a spacewalk with SpaceX just a few days ago. So my question is, like, how can we know whether what we're looking at is real or computer generated?
It will become difficult to distinguish. It will depend on the person who's looking at the information. Discernment will always depend on the individual. Even right now, as much as we have freedom of information, there's a lot of brainwashing, stupid shit going around that people pay attention to it more. It
Right.
will depend
So
on the individual discernment.
yeah, because I mean, I was thinking because there are people that are experts in in videos, videography, that can look at the video, just the same thing they did with the moon landing, right? They could do the same for this, because like you said yourself, like we get into a point where you can't really know what's real and what's fake, you know. So technically they could tell us anything they want, you know. They could say anything they want, you know.
They've been doing that even without the technology.
Right, but I'm talking like specifically about space missions. So if like let's say in 2 years, you know, they go back to the moon and they present, you know, a similar video, like how can we know that we, you know, if they're on the moon or not, you know?
I guess it will depend with what they'll be showing us as evidence. But logic will always rule. There'll always be a little hint of something. They can't create everything perfectly to the point to deceive us. This is real and this is not real. They can. We know real from fake eventually. People know real from fake. You can be deceived. Even us were deceived for a long time. None of us grew up in school saying we are flat earthers and all these other things. We had dreams of going to space and all these things that they sold it to us. But eventually, somehow, we are here.
Right. I mean, I would kind of disagree with that because I believe they do have the tech to create believable lies. I believe so. Um, the question is like whether we'll be able to detect the lies at this point. You know. Um, yeah. I mean, I think they could create something that looks so real, but it's fake. You know, if they go back to the moon or to Mars, they could create like a super high quality video, but it's somewhere in the United States or somewhere on Earth, you know?
But do you know how much budget producing movies are usually cost? Like, look at these movies with heavy effects that people always think it's real. It takes a lot of processing power to do all those things. That's why it's usually expensive. NASA, they usually just, they don't even put much effort into it. Just a slight blue screen, type people on ropes. They are not doing their best like you will see in a movie, you know? They're not using the technology to the fullest potential they could because they just wanted to make something believable. Because also making it to be as realistic as possible, it's also consuming.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they do have the budget to you know, to create any sort of video. You know, I guess they get like 60 million or something like that every day. So they definitely have the budget to create any sort of video they want. Um, and I believe this time they will have to make it believable, right? Because you have so many people that did not believe the first one, so they have to make the second one believable enough for everybody to believe it. You know, they can't be playing around this time.
These people, do you think they're that serious? They assume everybody is stupid, you know? Even as you think we are growing in numbers, those are just small amount of people. They have enough things to distract people even without implementing all that money into making things believable.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope that, you know, because I believe it's going to happen, right? Because Elon is saying that in the near future, which is probably within 5-10 years, uh, is going to take us to Mars, allegedly. So, you know,
But you
my
know,
thing
his
is,
first project was when he sent a car to space. You remember it?
oh yeah, I think I've seen the video. Yeah.
Yeah, people still believed it. But those who had eyes still saw through the lies. It was just on a studio production. Anyway, I don't even AI today. Let's look at AI. When someone produces videos with AI, it's not. It always gives something off that this is not because the estimations that they try to use it doesn't make go like nature. Nature is not like usually perfect in a way, but AI goes along the lines of trying to make things align in a linear way. That's why even when an image created by AI, when you look at it, you can see when an image created by an artist, there's a difference.
You know, one thing I learned is that AI is getting better by the year. So maybe now we can differentiate. You know, you can look at something created by AI, and you can clearly see that this is not real. But I think we're gonna get to a point where it's gonna be impossible for us to know what's real and what's fake. You know, as the
Let me
years
tell
go
you
by.
an angle of this technology that people are not looking into. Let's go to the VR technology. Let's say it may advance to the point where let's say you are sick, you go and buy a VR kit for healing yourself that is sick. You enter a program in the VR, and you analyze your energy spiritually, look at the blockages, eliminate them through manipulating the magnetic field and all these other things, and aligning yourself, and people heal themselves. Or literally even people going to dreams using such mechanisms. There's ways of merging this technology, which people will come up will use them in the best way to make people more fulfilled and experience this reality more in depth. Right now, people are just looking at the people who have the monopoly of the technology. But remember, the creativity is not in these companies. The creativity is not in these companies. Even these technologies, they'll reach a bottleneck of how to implement them. Their development will mostly be influenced by us, the people, the developers that will be working into these things, how people will be applying them creatively.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think like all of us are gonna have the like high tech in our hands, you know, in the near future. You know, not only the companies who create the tech. But still, my problem is when this thing is gonna happen, and I know it's gonna happen. Like, there's no way for us to determine whether it's real or not. Like, literally, there's no way, unless you like an expert, like a video expert, that you can do analysis on the video and then determine whether it's AI created or real. You know, there's just no way. Like,
Do you know they
I
have
have to.
holograms? Do you know they have holograms and all these things? Don't you think it will be cheaper and easier to use holograms to fool people that are in space than all these expensive things they're using? Why are they not using it? Or are they using it in other ways that you don't think about?
I don't know much about the holograms, but yeah, they may use them. It might actually be
Have you
more
seen a clip?
effective.
Have you seen a clip whereby it was on a red carpet or something? Then the celebrity was walking by, then another celebrity walked behind that person, and just after walking behind that celebrity, they disappeared just like that. Some of the things they're showing you is just a movie, it's not even real. You think they'll be spending it on NASA, but maybe people on the debate are not even there.
My bad, y'all. Let me get D3 back up here. Oh, I think he's back. We might have some requests too. I can't see. I'm gonna try to reset. See if D3 can help out. My bad.
But stop giving these people too much power, you know? They're not that, they don't know everything, they're not in control of everything.
Well, who is not in control of everything? Clue.
These people that you founded these organizations, NASA so-called, it's just a bunch of priesthoods. They have been doing this for a long time, even before technology. using eclipses and all
Well, I
those other
mean,
things.
but if we think of NASA as like a military establishment, technically they're the people that control the whole world, right? Because who controls the military industrial complex? These are the same people, right? So technically, whoever is lying to us is the same person that is controlling the world.
Really good
It's actually
combo. I'm sorry to interject. Don't you think they have lost control of the information? Their grasp, their complete grasp on the information?
I think on surface level information, not the real deep information.
Do you
But I
think,
mean, things may change. Like we might learn more about the lies.
yeah, do you think as the internet grows and becomes more pervasive, that more and more deep information will get out?
Yeah, I believe, but that's a big if. That's a big if.
Well, don't you agree that the
Because I
internet is
think that
continually growing? Number of users, the effect that it has, its technology, constantly growing. It's not stagnant.
yeah, I agree with you. I agree. But let's hope it just keeps going this way, because we all know they're always trying to, censor people or
Yeah,
to,
yeah. Well,
you know,
the best thing we can hope for, the most important thing that we should hope for is decentralization, that it remains decentralized. Because then they censorship just doesn't work. It's not a characteristic of a decentralized system. So really interesting. You guys were talking about like how will we be able to decipher if they come out with video or photos in the future, like AI can produce things. And I think it kind of comes back to the revelation of method where they kind of have to, I mean, it's 2024 and the spacewalk video looks so ridiculous. You would think that they would put out a better product to try and trick us. But I'm thinking maybe it goes back to the revelation of method where they have to at least show their hand. What do you guys think about that?
can you elaborate? What do you mean like by showing their hand?
So they could make the video way better. How Elon says you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. It's kind of like they don't make it as well as they could, so that the revelation of method they still abide by that, kind of showing us like, hey, it's fake. You can obviously, if you have an open mind, if you're not completely brainwashed or emotionally enslaved by the narrative, then you can see that hey, this doesn't look real. I think they have the technology to make it look a lot better, but they don't on purpose, because maybe I'm thinking they stick with the revelation of method. You know what I'm talking about by that?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Like these people, for sure, they have the tech to like to make like
Yeah.
uh, AK
So
videos.
then you
But
ask
yeah,
yourself, why does it look so cartoonish, so eighth grade level?
yeah. Do you think they're waiting for the big lies before like doing those type of videos, like when they go back to the moon or they go to Mars or things like that?
So I don't think so, man. Part of me thinks, like you said, like how would we be able to tell in the future when everyone is able to make 8K videos of whatever they want? I think the internet will always give us, because I believe the internet is just absolute truth, that it's completion of what it's growing into. It's just going to be a connection of the absolute truth. I'm very optimistic. If you heard me talk about the internet before, but that's what my intuition tells me, you know, and I think it's divine. I think that's how God's word will be spread. And then any alteration of the data or information will be, you know, visible. You can look at blockchain technology. There will be ways where we'll be able to decipher what was altered from the absolute truth of reality. At least that's my hope, but I honestly get this sense that that will be the case.
Okay, guys, we got I think Magi had their hand up first. Welcome to the stage. Okay, they just dropped. Let's head on to Dastardly.
Hey,
Hello.
thanks for having me. So I have, oh, sorry, I'm going to ramble, but my @ here on Twitter is it's all fake AF, and I made that before I met you guys. I started to disbelieve everything. I don't know, like 10 years ago, it all started to unravel, and it's been taking a long time. And now I really just choose. I'm not cynical, but I do not believe what I see ever. Even when I believe it, I still choose to doubt because I've believed some silly nonsense in the past and I thought I was logical. So, like I came on here one time and I ranted about peer review stuff, and then Robot Polisher just put a video out, and I was going through the comments, and there's all these flat earthers talking crap about me, you know, calling me a hypocrite for not believing in flat earth fully, um, because I should see it if I really am logical. But they just sound like cultists when they talk like that. And I'm not saying that what you guys are saying is wrong at all. And
Hold on, that's what you was in a video?
yeah, I was on a Robot Polisher video recently.
Oh, snap. Send it
Yeah.
to me. Send it to me. I want to see it.
Okay. So it's just that I will not be bamboozled again. And it like this no offense to you guys in chat who are political, but I believe it's a complete reality TV nonsense. The Trump shooting, I don't believe it. Maybe they killed a guy in the audience to make people believe it. Yeah, that could be true. So people can clutch their pearls and say, "You don't believe that man was shot, dude." Why does it? You know, like they do this stuff to make people emotional about things, and therefore there's no way for them to disbelieve it. It's cultish behavior, and that's why I don't call myself a flat earther. Yeah, what you guys say, a lot of it makes sense, and my favorite theory of all is when Whitsitt talks about the toroidal field and electrostatics. I just love that stuff because I'm like, my past is electronics, and it just like tickles my fancy. But I just think it's dangerous to hop onto something in a cultish way, to always leave your mind open. Maybe this isn't true, what I believe. I don't know. So I like the last person who spoke. I'm sorry, I lost. Oh, Amphibious. I clicked on your thing and it says, you know, Bitcoin and the internet is your thing. Well, Bitcoin seems awesome, but like I also have these thoughts of what if it's a way to try to get us all to be into, the digital currency where they can control us even more. You know what I mean? Like, so I
Yeah,
I
I
just
understand
feel
that real
like,
quick. Can I
but
address that?
that's all I wanted to say. But I appreciate you guys, and I'm sad I missed out last night, but I'm glad I caught you this morning. Have a good day. Thank you.
If you want to,
Take
I'll
care. Yeah,
converse.
Amphibious, go ahead. You could respond to that real quick.
Yeah, I would like to converse with her. I don't need to be on a soapbox.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
I will.
I would just say, have you heard of the central bank digital currency?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying, what if
Hmm.
Bitcoin is a psyop to get people towards that? You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
the thing is, you have to really deep dive into Bitcoin. It's open source, um, and it's decentralized. They can't fake that. I kind of believe it goes back to the revelation method, and they want people to conflate Bitcoin and these CBDCs. They want people to think it's the same thing, like digital. Oh, it's digital currency. They're going to track us. Blah blah blah. Right? They control it. They want to take cash away. But I could be wrong, but I'm like 99.5% sure that Bitcoin gives the power of the monetary system back to the people. It's not centralized, and it's basically uncontrollable. Countries have tried to, especially China, 7 times tried to ban it. Like the world, like you can tell governments, and maybe it's a facade, but I don't think so. I think it all comes back to the revelation method. Countries have tried to ban it. They've tried to, you know, FUD, fear, uncertainty, doubt. They release a lot of negative things about it, but it has always just prevailed. It has always survived. So I would just like to point out there's a huge difference between CBDCs and Bitcoin, and even Bitcoin with other crypto. Like Bitcoin is on its own, um, open source, and honestly, it's if Bitcoin is a psyop and it's used to control us, then we are totally screwed.
Well,
It's my thought.
if you don't mind, I'm gonna DM you about it
Yeah,
for
please
more
do.
info. But the two things popped up in my head. One, there was this Canadian dude like three years ago that I followed and interacted with. He sold everything, his house, everything that he owned, and bought Bitcoin, and that was before it shot up. It was, I think,
Okay.
30K. So I'm so happy for him right now. But um, the back in the day, I used to listen to Glenn Beck all the time, um, who I now believe is just evil. So it was $4,000 a Bitcoin, and
Mhm.
I thought you had to buy a Bitcoin for $4,000, and so I was like, oh, I can't buy it anyway. But they were talking so much crap about it, and I get really mad at Glenn Beck sometimes when I look, because I don't have my actual key, but I do use like Cash App, and I'll have a certain amount go towards my Bitcoin. So I do play with it, but I would like to get my own setup and not be, affiliated with Cash App or whatever. That's just more
Yeah, because
playing with it, but
if you don't hold your keys,
yeah, you don't
then the
own it.
coins, are not yours. So I would highly recommend getting like a $70 hard cold storage wallet. It's either Trezor, which is open source. That's what that'd be my first recommendation, or a Ledger wallet.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to DM you because I'll forget that in 5 minutes. But,
Yeah, for sure.
um, but basically, what I'm trying to say is that Bitcoin does look positive to me. But even that, I doubt. It's just everything out there has been so muddled with this garbage that they feed into it that it's really hard to discern it. And for me personally, I choose not to 100% believe anything because it's just I don't want to be bamboozled again. And so
Yeah,
I'm just going through the world open-minded now and exploring so much. But
absolutely. I could
Sounds
just I
sounds
could
good.
just say real quick. Um, I've been following it for a long time, and much as like how the internet has taken over information and made things obsolete, and governments don't like that. Certainly, the cabal, the powers that be, would love to get it back into Pandora's box. but they can't, right? It's just, I think it's divine. And I've been following Bitcoin the same way. It really made me delve deep into the history of money, realize, the Federal Reserve, Rand Paul, listen to him, basically that the dollar is the real Ponzi scheme, and that's really what's going to zero. That's the real bubble. All fiat is just completely centralized garbage and monopoly money. And once you realize that, then you kind of blackpilled until you understand Bitcoin would be our only hope. And it has done what the internet did in the early days, it is doing to the monetary system. So I've just been following it since like 2012 and really paying attention to it, listening to see it grow, to see countries and governments try to stop it and stifle it, but be unable to, much like they were the internet. It just reinforces or it gives me that confidence that it is going to succeed.
Yeah,
And
okay.
if it doesn't, then like there's no real other hope.
This has gone off the topic of flat earth, and I appreciate you guys letting us talk about this, but one more thing I wanted to say regarding the financial system stuff. I jumped in on the AMC GameStop bandwagon just for fun, and I made like 10K out of the deal. And I think it would be really fun to play with their monopoly money and just jab them hard from every angle. I really think that we need to do another campaign like that and just like stomp them into the ground. It'd be so much fun. And I know it's fake, but it would be so fun.
What was so cool about that, the whole GameStop thing, was finally.
All right, hold on. Let's get this back on the topic here. We got a couple hands up too. We got LaQuay. Are you still there?
Yeah, man.
What's up? You flat or are you flat or globe?
Of course I'm flat. Well, water finds its level. It's just undeniable. Like about a year and a half ago, as soon as I heard that, it just clicked. And then I looked into the numbers, and it was just ridiculous. Like these astronomical numbers, pun intended. Yeah, it was. I didn't need anything else at that stage. And as a child, I remember asking the teacher lots of questions and got in trouble because they didn't have the answers for my questions. So it was really easy for me to go flat, I guess, if you want to use that word. But really grateful for everyone tonight and contributing, and the hosts. Love your work. Alan, great stuff, man. Still trying to get my head around these concepts. I'm a community worker, so it's
Have you seen Alan's latest debate?
No, who was it with?
Peter and what was the other guy's name? It was like a 2-on-2. It was pretty cool.
Peter, is that the guy that debated
Mordwan?
Mordwan. There you go. Thank you.
I'll be sure to check it out. Yeah, that'll be great. But just to the canyons as well. I know lots of canyons here in Melbourne, Australia, and I work in the disability sector. There's many canyons in the disability sector, but a lot of them are just they're critical thinkers. It's not like a lot of the quote unquote white people here that are so cucked. It's like a nightmare, and just full of like their pride just protects their ego, and you just can't have a conversation at all. It's very difficult. But the canyons so open-minded to it, and which is super refreshing. And then also I was talking to one woman the other night from Kenya. She's from a smaller town, I can't remember where, and she was talking about being taught that the heavenly bodies move around them, which is different to Kenyans that I've spoken to that grew up in the city. But yeah, I found that really interesting. I interviewed her and I recorded it, so I'll post that after I get off. But on the topic of the Bitcoin, I mean, like, I know, and this is going off, but like we're still participating in the globe world. You know, that we're still playing with the devil's toys. I mean, to go and this is utopianistic, to leave that and to live off the land and trade and have decentralized communities, wouldn't that be the way out of this? Like, because you're still participating in, the devil's society, I suppose.
Yeah,
If you want to say devil.
I don't agree, because the Bitcoin is decentralized peer to peer, so it could facilitate what you're talking about, where you have decentralized communities. Governments can't meddle in the monetary transactions. They can't control it, and it gives that peer to peer decentralized capability with the monetary system. And it's just the best money, the hardest money that's ever existed, and the most useful, because people are like, oh, Bitcoin doesn't have any uses, or it's not valuable. It's the characteristics that make it valuable. It's the use case. So I'll get off the soapbox on that, but I think it would help facilitate that for sure. And more people don't look at it that way. So
Well, my rebuttal to that would be, and I see your point, I really do, but it would be that you've still got to get kids to mine, the cobalt, to create, the screens, to use the technology, to participate in Bitcoin. You know what I mean? So there's still, that becomes a necessary evil. But anyway, like I guess, like, I've just come to see, I had this realization the other night that really I should just sell all my stuff and I can leave. Like, we're all here. We made a decision based on self, and we put ourselves in a position to be harmed, and that's participating in this society. I mean, I could go get lost in the Amazon. I'd love to get lost in Antarctica, but they won't let me. But you know what I mean? But yeah, I guess food for thought anyway. And I'm going to drop out and let someone else talk. But yeah, just a couple of interesting things, recently, just the Kenyans, and then talking to a Kenyan that was talking about, learning biblical cosmology, which was like, that's the first time I've ever spoken to anybody. And I talk to a lot of people about this topic, and I meet a lot of foreigners as well. So that was interesting. So anyway, thanks everyone. Cheers.
Cheers,
man.
Hey, you said you're in Australia, right?
Yeah, down under.
So let me ask you one question before you go, because we had a conversation earlier about the stars and how they look in the southern hemisphere compared to how they look in the northern hemisphere. So have you made that observation? And if you have, what's your take?
Well, we have the Southern Cross, as you know, it's on the Australian flag. And the way it looks, when you look at if you bring up the Australian flag, like open up a tab and have a look at it, that's what the Southern Cross looks like when we look at it. So I think, from memory, I might be wrong. Oh, shit.
So do you think you're upside down on a ball looking at that? Or do you think it's somehow an optical illusion that works over a flat plane? You looking at it yourself with your own eyes, you know what I mean? Because others come on and they argue for the ball. So I just wonder, you said you are a flat earther. I wonder what you think about it.
From Australia?
Yeah.
Well, it looks, when you look at it, it looks flat. Like, it doesn't, I don't know how people get that, but I'm looking at the sky now. Where's the Southern Cross? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to get a look at how the Southern Cross looks from where you guys are. Where are you?
Well, I'm in the equator, but Americans are in the northern, right? So they see the North Star. So the thing is, a lot of people say, well, it's impossible to see both on a plane, and so I just was wondering what your take on that would be. But you can make another observation and let us know in another time.
Yeah, I'll look into it. Every now and again, I jump on AlanSpace, but yeah, I'll take a look and I'll investigate and get back to you guys.
Cool.
All right.
I don't know who is next, Ben Notice or Chrissy.
Oh, hold on, real quick. I found it, yo. I finally found it. Yo, this look crazy. Let me tweet this out. I'm gonna post it up top. You go keep on going with the hands. Bro, it's the first spacewalk. And what was it on June 3rd? Was it like 1965, was it? Bro, this shit looks crazy. Let me post
Don't tell me it looks more real than what we just got.
Bro, no, it don't. It don't. And the fact that people was believing this back then either, that I mean, it's this is bananas, bro. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this. I'm gonna post it right now. Go ahead with the end.
Go ahead with it. Who's next? Band Notice or Chrissy was next? I'm not sure which. You guys work it out.
Well, it's close to the topic since I raised my hand to talk about the lunar landing. So since Sacred just put the ball back in the field, I'll talk a little bit. Okay, so I don't know who was talking because I wasn't paying much attention. I'm really working on my PhD right now, so I'm only half listening.
Let's get it. Let's go, Chrissy. Yeah.
It was fascinating to me that they don't believe that it was fake or someone raised that or said that. How did people believe it? Well, people are easily fooled. And if you look into the history of science fiction, you will find that one of the first broadcasts, radio broadcasts ever to be transmitted on a wide scale was a so-called sci-fi story, but it was presented in the news section of the day when they usually would present news. So they made like this skit about invading aliens and stuff like that, and people believed it, like populations. It was broadcast by I don't think it was BBC, but it was in Britain, and then the same experiment was done in the US. So people believed it back then. Of course, with the invention of movies, right, and the ever constant um, evolution of that, um, were what gave them the means to try it again. So why shouldn't they? Since it makes a lot of money for them. Research that goes nowhere and funds that can be used for something else are always avenues for people to get power and acquisition. So it's something humanity has done since the Dark Ages. Priests in ancient Egypt did it. Uh, I can give you many more examples. It's just the same method. It's just using different means. On the one hand, there is the revelation of the method. They have to leave us an avenue to find out the truth. But it's more likely the fact that they really don't want to spend that much money on it. They can't get top people to work there because people who really work for stuff in their lives usually have integrity and wouldn't stoop so low to make shit up. And to enunciate my theory. You were talking about the way the lunar module looks, like a piece of crap, like literally a piece of shit. They sent a prototype. The U.S. government sent a prototype to my country, right? My country was in the U.S. Was in the sphere of influence of USSR, right? So their rival. The thing that I saw in the tech museum here, which is not accessible to public, and I wasn't allowed to photograph it, didn't look like that piece of shit. It looked metallic and big as fuck. It was 2 stories high. It had steel beams for legs. It looked like a tank, like a big tank, like a room, like a tank room sitting on stools, on pillars, of iron pillars. It looked nothing like the footage you saw on TV. Why did they do that? If they did it, why there's a difference? Why didn't they send them a prototype, a real prototype, like the ones they used? It makes no sense. They did it because no one would have believed them, especially since they were critical of them in this area of the world. But they're still in the same bed because both of them lied. Both of them lied, right? they're all in the space station together, right? In the space station business together, in the Antarctica business together. And that's all I wanted to say, guys. I'll keep listening. Love you.
Well, alrighty.
That's
Ben,
such a great
notice?
point. That's such a great point she made about people with integrity. That's why they can't get the highest quality. Interesting.
What's up, guys? Good to be back. Flat Earth Fridays. What's up,
Welcome,
Sacred?
welcome.
Ben, what up, OG?
What's up, man? Yeah, so I've been working on some personal things, but I've been kind of shifting back into Flat Earth world. So it's been a lot of arguing with the Globers in the comment section because they're not coming to the Twitter spaces. And yeah, I just wanted to say about that, like, you know, my boy Brian Sweet has a Twitter space almost every day, inviting them up, and you know, they don't want to come up, and I think that means they're retreating from the battle, which is, you know, not exactly in real life, but more or less we're sharing our opinions, and you know, you can't hide behind the comments and one-liners. Like, this is where you have to actually speak your mind and stand up to criticisms and things like that, and they can't do that. And you know, looking through all the different topics that I've been studying through the years, you know, 9/11, the Illuminati, the Holocaust, QAnon, all this kind of stuff. The thing that struck me with Flat Earth is that they are very motivated to attack and to defend their official story. Probably the only thing that really compared was the early days of 9/11 when, you know, the government bots were like, no, it was just squibs, right? But of course, nobody defends the official story of 9/11 anymore. So I just want to, you know, ring the victory bell and say that the reason why they're running away from the spaces is because in some ways they're giving up and they know that they can't stand up to scrutiny. You know, I heard Peter in here, of course, like, you know, you have these routine globers that come around and, you know, they do their shtick, but it's not really a whole lot of new ones, and it's not really a whole lot of people putting up a real fight. So I just wanted to say that it's kind of frustrating that they're not coming up here, but I think that's a good sign that we're winning.
Alrighty. On to I don't know if Magi or General Zero was first.
Hey, when y'all go to the tweet I posted up to the left, go to 38 seconds. And y'all tell me how someone turned their whole head in the helmet, please. Just someone explain this to me.
So those suits, the helmets were like fixed. You couldn't turn your whole helmet.
I mean, is that how that works? Like,
I
do
don't
the whole
know.
helmet turn? Like when you turn your head? Like, do that even work now in these days?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Does anybody know then? Are like is that how they were back then? Like they were, you could turn with them back then, or you can't turn with them now? How does it work? I have no idea. I know the ones that we see in movies is typically the one that doesn't turn, right? They got the head inside turns and stuff. And it's like this big bubble that's around your head.
Also, it regressed the style, the technology, the the design went backwards. Okay, got it.
Okay, we got Mr. X back. General Zero, what's up, man? You had your hand up. What's going on?
Yeah, thank you. My wife was just talking to me about the tomato canning process and tomato soup making process that she's starting today, and
Tomato
man,
soup is great.
oh man, the homemade kind is the best. Homemade kind of anything is the best. I'm sorry, dude. It's just you can't. It's uncomparable to anything else, dude. Really. Maybe you try and get Campbell's soup. Nah, their tomato soup garbage. It's just not the same. I checked out that moon video the Sacred posted, dude. That's actually the best explanation of the imagery of the moon that I've seen. I've seen a lot of talk about it and posts about it, but nothing quite elaborate in showing like, look, this is beholden to the image of the land masses and the water masses on Earth. Like, it was really, really great, man. Thanks for showing that and finding that, because the truth is hard to find because they will spend endless amounts of money to keep it covered up. And people that want to know it will spend the same endless amounts of money to reveal it, because truth is by far more valuable than anything on this planet or surface area. But it kind of reminded me, when I was watching it, it reminded me of a like a negative, like a Polaroid negative or whatever, a picture negative to a photo. Is kind of how I saw it, because I was looking at it and I'm like, man, okay, so what images are the land and what images is representing the water? And then they went into, I watched the video further, and then they're like, it was kind of like a Rubik's cube, the way that they took it and then brought it all around together. And I'm like, holy shit, like, what the flying chicken is going on here? This is awesome.
Yeah, they literally transformed it into, because right, you could just transform a coordinate system, but it's just like, would anybody think that you can overlay the moon over a Mercator map and then all the images line up? Like, does anybody think that would have happened? Like,
I mean, I would have never been set against it being possible. Like, I would have never been solely like 100% set against it being possible, but being one that is really really good at seeing patternistic things, um yeah, I totally see it, and I concur. It is vital to understanding even the moon and shit, because I don't know, I just think that I think we went to it, but I don't believe it to be nearly as far away as they think. I think the sun and the moon are both localized to our landmass that we know of as Earth on this plane of existence. It also kind of reminds me of people saying, "Oh, Planet Nibiru's coming, Planet Nibiru's coming, Planet X." And Planet Nibiru is about as much of a planet as the Death Star was in Star Wars, in my opinion. I think Planet Nibiru is just an aircraft that is able to travel over vast lineal distances of this plane of existence that we live on. I mean, if our polar north, the Arctic North, is true north based off of what our compasses show, then it would only stand to believe that there's more land out there. And it's funny how they try and divert us to, no, look up, look up, look up. Don't look across, don't look right in front of your face. Keep looking up, like, stare up. Believe that aliens are coming from up there outer space, not flat, infinite, lineal outer space creation, which is probably more likely. I mean, in my opinion, I see it to be more provable and more graspable to wrap your head around than, because the whole vacuum, the Van Allen radiation belt, it's all like it's real, but I mean, I think it's just a different term for what was originally established by, the creator that's
So,
up there.
General, what is your number one thing that you think could prove a globe?
Oh, I don't. I don't
Nothing.
think nothing, dude. I am fucking 100% like biblical Earth, dude. I mean, I've
Got you.
seen, I've seen, I've seen an aircraft that could maintain flight at like 2 to 5 miles an hour. That was 100 yards by 100 yards triangular and about 5 stories tall. And I saw it at night, and it was following north along a highway system here in my state of Michigan. And when it flew over top of 2 sets of billboards that were along the side of the highway, it then lit up the 32 lights between the 2 billboards, lit up the bottom and back half of this aircraft, and it was 5 stories tall. And it looked, the exterior texture of this aircraft looked to be exactly like what they show in Star Wars. Just
Key.
blocky. What's that?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna holler at Keon, but go ahead.
Okay, so when I saw it and it lit up the back, I'm like, holy fuck, dude! Like this. I mean, there's just no way this was something that we created, like our society created, like humanity did not create this. It made no sound. Actually, I take that back. The only sound that I could hear in the dead of the night around 2:30, 3 in the morning when I saw it was the sound of like a constant flow of energy between 2 pillars, like between two um, metallic poles, just like that. Just like a sustained electric low hertz frequency hum, and that's all I could hear. And I mean, it looked just like the triangle aircraft. But then again, so I saw that first in life, and then I've heard, throughout getting through my rebellious, I know everything, fucking, I'm my own God kind of phase in life. I ended up hearing the Holy Spirit once when I met my wife, and then I actually with my naked eye saw the resurrected Messiah, the resurrected Jesus, like physically stared into his eyes, and it was, so I'm like, all right, Earth's flat, God created it. He mentioned in Genesis how he placed it on its foundation, it's stationary, and he created the firmament to separate the waters from above and from the waters from below. And
Well, all right.
I believe that God created and spoke into existence an infinite plane of existence that is still, being created on the far, far outward recesses of his spoken word that still hasn't echoed back. So,
Okay. It's an
yeah.
interesting take. We had Flat Lads with his hand up. Flat, you still trying to speak, or you put it down? Oh, maybe he dipped off.
The conventional Christians really don't like me having that stance and belief. They're like, you can't believe in that. I'm like, I can believe in whatever I want. You got to do this. You got to do that. I'm like, the only thing I got to do in this life is stay white and die. Just like, I mean, come on. Were you telling me I can't do this? I can't believe in this? Like,
Hey, Keon,
yeah.
What's up, bro?
what do you think about this gentleman's report about the pillar structure to flying over the billboard?
Well, is it the UFO and stuff?
Yeah, it wasn't a pillar. It was a square, or it was a triangle shaped craft.
Oh, triangle.
yeah, the energy, the sound that I could hear emanating from it was a sound of like a steady beam, unrippled, just piano string taunt flow of energy between two metallic poles on the ship somewhere in it, maybe even. But it
So
was just
what do you think, Keon?
Yeah, I mean, this is a reality. I know it's for some people, it sounds incredible that we have flying machines on planet Earth. We have aliens and all of these things, but this is a reality once you go and dive into the rabbit hole. But you have to do that. You have to do the research on your own time. And yeah, you have to look at it for yourself. But people reporting seeing stuff in the sky is a daily occurrence. This happens every day.
Have you
Not
seen
only
anything?
I've seen lights in the sky. I never seen a physical craft, but I did see it. I did see lights in the sky.
Have you ever
But yeah,
told us your story about the lights in the sky? I don't remember hearing that.
no, I don't think I did. But it's nothing about it really. Just lights in the sky. I guess people see it. A lot of people see it as well. Yeah, so I haven't seen a physical craft or anything like that. But
Got you.
there's thousands, literally millions of people around the world
Yeah.
reporting seeing this type of stuff. So at this point, it is a reality, and it actually goes deeper than that. I mean, people report being abducted by aliens and stuff like that, or seeing aliens. I don't know if
Yeah.
General Zero, did you see like a being, maybe like
Anybody wave to you out the window on the triangle?
no, there was no beings that I saw, but because I was hanging out in a cemetery visiting a friend of mine that had passed away and just kind of really missing them. And the cemetery is like out in the country, so there's nobody really regulating the hours of hanging out in there. But when it flew, I mean, it was only like, I mean, fuck, when it went over top of the billboard signs along the side of the highway, dude, it was only like maybe, fuck, dude, 50 to 100 feet above the billboard. So it was very low lying aircraft and only
They was
traveling,
checking you out, son.
and the weird thing is it had the the stereotypical white corner, white lights in the corner points of the triangle, and then it had the center light in the middle that was red, that was bigger than the ones in the corner. And when it flew over top of us, well, it flew over top of me. I say us because I feel like my friend was still there with me watching, like graveside of their own grave. When it flew over top of me, the lights were concaved up inside. They were recessed up inside of the bottom of the craft, and the center light was red,
Cool.
and it shifted to blue or shifted to white, and it's like it dropped the color red to the ground, and then it went back to being red, like the white light that it turned to in the middle turned back to red, like it just deposited, I don't know, like it made a space dookie dump or something. Like, did they just drop some, space age crap? See the peanut right there? That's a peanut. But, it was really odd. And that was in 2000, or no, that was in 1999, June 9th of 99, the same day as my high school graduation, because my friend passed away before they could graduate. And I was just kind of hanging out there smoking a joint because they were one of my pothead buddies that like to sit around and ponder and think about the opposite
Come
of what
on, man. You do
life.
joints? Why don't you roll blunts, man? Come on,
Oh, I
man.
do. I do joints. I blunts. I vape. I do bong rips. I got a gas mask.
He
Bong
does
rip.
not discriminate.
Yeah,
No discrimination.
I do not.
All
Shit,
right.
if there was a way I could rub it in my eyes, then I'd be rubbing it in my eyes and getting toast. Actually, I
What?
did try some. Tried snorting some keef, and holy fuck, don't ever snort keef, dude.
My
That shit
God.
burns like
Yeah,
a
that just
motherfucker.
sounds painful, man. I don't know what you was doing, bro. What was you thinking?
I was just
Yeah.
trying. But you know, the weird thing is that happened in 1999, and it was about 10 years later. I was at a friend of mine's wedding reception whose parents' house is right on the back side of the cemetery along the highway there. And one of his friends who lives just on the other side of the highway from the cemetery, like adjacent, we were talking about space, you know, lights and things we'd seen, and I had shared that story with them around the campfire. And my buddy's friend that I had never met before, his name was Adam, and I'd never met him, didn't know him from Adam. And as I got done, I said, you know, nobody ever believed me. Everybody always called me fucking crazy, or you were high, man. That you were hallucinating. I'm like, whatever, dude. I've been smoking weed since I was 12, man. Fuck, I'm a trooper when it comes to getting, you know, I'm a token trooper. So it ain't like, shut up. And Adam was like, no, dude, I don't know you. I've never met you before, but he goes, you just described exactly verbatim to what my grandfather Woodbury videotaped from a VHS camcorder off the front porch. I'm like, what? He goes, dude, I grew up watching that videotape that whenever I went to visit my grandpa, he'd always pull out the videotape of the golden goose egg that he's got. And dude, he at a different vantage point on the north side of the highway fucking filmed exactly what the fuck I saw.
Well, alrighty. Let's let Mr. X tell us what's on his mind. He's up here, and then
Oh
we
yeah,
go to run Boston.
I'm trying to get some stuff ready for the nest. So you can go ahead. When I'm ready, I'll put my hand up. Thank you, though.
Hey, real quick, D3, do you have any? Have you had any sightings or seen any weird things in the sky?
Not in the sky. I've seen a lot of weird people just kind of overlook the fact that we haven't measured any curvature on the Earth's surface. So that's kind of
you come up with.
It's kind of where I'm at with it. Run Boston, what's up, brother?
Hey, I'm at a hotel with a family. Let me try to step outside. Hold on.
Okay. Coffee, what up? Chilling, man. We had some good discussions lately, man. How you been? Yeah, what you doing on here? You know that's what happens on here.